Above the blue ocean surface, waves were rumbling. With the ebb and flow of tides, seagulls were flying above in the sky. Plop! With a soft sound, a Gu immortal dived into the water, swimming deeper. 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet. The sea was extremely deep. There was a large number of fierce sea beasts living here. After reaching 1,000,000 feet deep, immemorial-level sea beasts started to appear. Of course, there were precious treasures here as well. Eastern Sea is truly the #1 in the 5 regions in terms of resources. The Gu immortal sighed as he continued to dive deeper. After reaching 10 million feet, in the abyss-like darkness of the sea, there was a beautiful and colorful dream realm. As the Gu immortal got closer, the dream realm expanded within his vision. By the time he arrived, this dream realm resembled a small mountain. Dragon Palace should be here. The Gu immortal had a heated gaze. He was muscular and handsome. He had a tall nose bridge and sharp lips. He had golden dragon scales on his body. He had a pair of dragon eyes resembling topaz. There was also a pair of golden coral-like dragon horns on his head. This was Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone. Fang Yuan knew that Dragon Palace was hidden in Eastern Sea, but he did not find out where exactly it was in the previous life. Back then, Duke Long had brought Feng Jinhuang to try and subdue Dragon Palace. They were obstructed by the 4 dragon generals. Thus, a battle ensued and Dragon Palace took the chance to fly into the sky, escaping from him. Even though Duke Long chased after it, the huge commotion caused Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals to approach him. When news of this spread throughout the 5 regions, Fang Yuan had just reached a certain stage in his plan against Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. He was also moved and decided to head to Eastern Sea. Eventually, he was discovered and did not gain anything. And in the River of Time, the second Stone Lotus Island appeared. Fang Yuan made his decision to abandon Dragon Palace and went after the Red Lotus True Inheritance in the second Stone Lotus Island. However, even though he stopped Heavenly Court's plans, Feng Gu summoned the winds of assimilation and destroyed the Stone Lotus Island. This caused Heavenly Court to obtain Dragon Palace, suppressing it within Hidden Dragon Cave. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals were unwilling to give up. They went to cause a huge battle with Central Continent, the battle in Hidden Dragon Cave. After rebirth, Fang Yuan already included Dragon Palace in his plans. He had started planning long ago. He collected information and made deductions on this, drawing a circle around its possible area. After that, he sent subordinates to explore and investigate Eastern Sea secretly. Fang Yuan did not know where Dragon Palace was initially, but his hard work was not in vain. His efforts paid off. He found out the location of Dragon Palace recently. The Dragonman clone searched around the area. He did not find any immemorial desolate beasts around. It was a safe zone. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. He acted quickly, using a killer move against this dream realm. His choice was the same as Duke Long's. He wanted to isolate the dream realm and target Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace directly. And above the sky of this sea area, Fang Yuan's main body was hidden among the clouds. He was inspecting the area around him and guarding the Dragonman clone. On the other hand, he was also getting the Dragonman clone to probe the area. If any accidents happened, Fang Yuan's main body would be able to rapidly escape to safety. After all, Fang Yuan did not know the clear details regarding Dragon Palace. This was not like his plans in the River of Time and Taoju's True Inheritance where he had sufficient information. What if Heavenly Court ambushed him? Even if they did not, Dragon Palace itself was very dangerous. Because it had an offensive Dream Path killer move, Fang Yuan was quite wary. Against it, as pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were created one by one, the Dragonman clone's progress remained quite successful. But this dream realm was too huge. At this rate, he would need several days and nights to completely transform it. Ignoring anything else, just the dream realm itself is a huge fortune. In the previous life, Heavenly Court obtained it. They had no way of using it. But in my hands, it is different. Fang Yuan's main body had a clear view of the situation in the sea. Next, he looked above himself. After using luck path methods, he saw the cooking luck pot that was above his head. This pot was floating above it. It moved up and down slightly, like it was floating on water. Fang Yuan could not check his own luck, but he could check the Dragonman clone's luck. He saw that beside cooking luck pot, the purple dragon that was the Dragonman clone's luck coiled around in the air motionlessly. It opened its mouth and had an anxious expression. It was looking around alertly. Around it, black traces of chi were gathering into a lump, forming many black clouds. This black cloud luck shows a premonition of death. It seems that the Dragonman clone is in danger of dying. Fang Yuan frowned. He immediately made his calculations. After using rebirth, looking at the time, I have found Dragon Palace much earlier than Heavenly Court in the previous life. I acted in advance. I should be ahead of them looking at the situation, but time is moving quickly. A bad change is about to occur in a few days. In just this time, the black clouds became thicker as they surrounded the purple dragon in all directions, trying to bury and suffocate it. Fang Yuan immediately used Cooking Luck Pot. The dragons on Cooking Luck Pot became active as they started to devour the black clouds and spit them out into the pot. The pot started to cook the luck, boiling all of the black cloud luck into a beneficial luck instead. The luck then got devoured by the pot dragons before being sent to the purple dragon. The purple dragon received such help. It became energetic and invigorated. Even though the black clouds were still thick and overwhelming, the purple dragon no longer looked so weak against them. Fang Yuan saw this as he gasped lightly, thinking, "My Cooking Luck Pot is only rank 6, but it is the epitome of Giant Sun Self-Luck True Inheritance. It can control the luck of rank 6 Gu Immortals and even influence rank 7 Gu Immortals. Right now, my Dragonman clone is already a rank 7 after immense nurturing. Thus, it can only affect the purple dragon. But this black cloud luck..." Fang Yuan frowned lightly, pondering. "This black cloud luck was influenced by me, but the effect is mild. This is a rank 8 level crisis." However, looking at the purple dragon's reaction, it seems to have some form of attraction to this black cloud luck. Dragons, 1, like wind and rain. While this black luck has a cloud shape, it seems that this is not only a dangerous situation for the Dragonman clone, it is also an immense fortuitous encounter. Of course, this was all built on the foundation that Fang Yuan was not going to take action. Once Fang Yuan's main body acts, the luck would change intensely. Because Fang Yuan was not an ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortal, his every action would cause a huge change to the situation. Sigh. It is too bad I cannot inspect my own luck. The Self-Luck True Inheritance has the killer move Luck Inspection from rank 1 to 9. But my Luck Inspection Immortal Gu is only rank 6. Even if I make a killer move, the killer move would be able to inspect the luck of rank 7 Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan already had Cooking Luck Pot. He also added Luck Inspection Immortal Gu into it, as one of the cores. Thus, he did not need any killer move to inspect luck. Just by activating Cooking Luck Pot, he could observe the Dragonman clone's luck. Cooking Luck Pot is too low ranked. In the future, I need to advance all its core Immortal Gu. I also need to add in all living beings' luck, so that it can affect other people and objects. Fang Yuan planned. Even though he could use Cooking Luck Pot to help his clones, they were the same entities as him. Thus, he was just helping himself. This was within the boundary of self-luck. It was not all living beings' luck. Fang Yuan sensed the crisis that Dragonman clone was going to face, but he chose not to act. He controlled the situation while activating Cooking Luck Pot. Even though it was not very helpful to the purple dragon, his influence on the black cloud luck was small, but any bit of help counts. As it accumulates, the amount would be quite significant. After all, it was better than nothing. The Dragonman clone also received the main body's information as it continued to transform the dream realm. After a day and half a night, 4 Eastern Sea Gu Immortals arrived from different directions. The east one was a white-robed young-looking man with a handsome face. It was Yang Zihe. The west one was an old woman with a hunched back. She had deep wrinkles on her face that resembled the pattern of a purple venomous snake, extending from her face, to her arms, and to her whole body. It was Granny Rome. The north one was a muscular Gu Immortal with triangular eyes shining in cold light. It was Shi Miao. The south Gu Immortal wore a black robe. His face could not be seen. He was silent like an eerie ghost, filled with dark energy. This was Zhang Yin. 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals came. It is them. Fang Yuan's main body did not move, because he sensed something strange from the Dragonman clone's luck. Right now, the purple dragon luck was surrounded by a huge and thick layer of black clouds. It could not break out. But this black cloud luck was transforming slightly. There was water sounds from the east, resembling a river. From the west, there was the silhouette of a purple venomous snake. From the north, there was a mountain shape. And at the south, the cloud was dark like an abyss, forming a black hole. These 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals are not normal. Their lucks are all a part of the black cloud. Are they in an alliance? Fang Yuan did not know about the 4 dragon generals of Dragon Palace, because there was no information about them in his previous life. But soon he found out. These 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals arrived before Dragonman clone. Their cold expressions relaxed a little. He is a Dragonman indeed. You have rank 7 cultivation level. You are qualified to participate in the test. These dream realms are your test. If you pass it, you will gain the acknowledgement of the dragon spirit and become the owner of Dragon Palace. Quickly return the dream realms. Undergo the test by exploring the dream realms. Otherwise, we, the 4 dragon generals, will make sure you regret ever coming here. The 4 Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortals spoke one after another. While they spoke, they also revealed their Dragonman identities. At once, be it Fang Yuan or his clone, they were both shocked. 1. Chinese dragons have the power to summon wind and rain. The Dragonman clone's action of transforming the dream realms drew the attention of the four dragon generals. If he was a human Gu immortal, the four dragon generals would attack him together, but Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone was a genuine Dragonman. Be it body or soul, he was the real deal, without any flaws. Thus, the four dragon generals exposed their identities. Fang Yuan gasped upon hearing this secret. In the previous life, he had only seen by Ning Bing-controlled Dragon Palace and Dizong Sheng to participate in the final battle at the crucial moment. He did not see the four dragon generals. So these four rank 8 Gu immortals are servants of Dragon Palace. They were subdued by Dragon Palace and made into dragon generals. This is quite a deep scheme. Should I take action personally? Fang Yuan had countless thoughts as he quickly deduced. With his current strength, he had a high chance of dealing with all four rank 8 Gu immortals at the same time. Fang Yuan's strongest methods were Qi Path now. Just the number of Qi Path Dao marks alone were far beyond any of these for Eastern Sea rank 8s. But they are still rank 8 Gu immortals. Even though I can win and even kill them, there would be a huge commotion. I cannot gain victory quickly. Looking at the fight between Duke Long and these four, Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace also can act on its own. It is able to fly and escape. If I try to fight them forcefully, it might not end up well. I will be in the same state as Duke Long in the previous life. Fang Yuan immediately deduced the most likely outcome. He had come here to take Dragon Palace in secret. If he caused a huge commotion and exposed his rank 8 cultivation level, as well as his Qi Path battle strength, it would not sit well with his other plans. Fang Yuan thought of this as he looked at the cooking luck pot above him. The purple dragon was completely submerged by the black clouds, but it was excitedly grinding its teeth, waiting to take action. Especially when there was a trace of azure purple, Qi vaguely inside this black cloud. These traces of azure purple luck are extremely noble and profound. It shows that the Dragonman clone has a chance of becoming the owner of Dragon Palace. The Dragonman clone only has rank 7 cultivation level, while the four generals are rank 8. They did not discover my presence, so it is unlikely they are lying to me. If the Dragonman clone follows the rules and explores the dream realms, after passing, I will obtain Dragon Palace as well as these four rank 8 Gu immortal subordinates. It seems that Dragon Palace is truly an enslavement path, Immortal Gu House. It can enslave 4 rank 8 battle strength experts at once. Truly amazing. According to the information of my previous life, I still have a lot of time. Thinking so, Fang Yuan's main body decided to wait and let the clone explore the dream realms, participating in the test. This was the most beneficial method. The Dragonman clone was secretly informed by the main body to return the dream realms. This action made the four dragon generals show more amicable expressions. Granny Rong said, "To participate in the Dragon Palace test, your soul and body needs to enter the dream realms. You need to have the courage to risk everything in order to become the Dragon Palace Lord." The Dragonman clone's expression changed mildly, but considering that the main body was watching and guarding him from the sky, he nodded his head and entered the dream realms. Once he entered the dream, he immediately landed in an area of deep darkness. "Wu Shuai, wake up, wake up." A person beside the Dragonman clone nudged him. The Dragonman clone opened his eyes, seeing a young dragon girl. She was innocent and cute, showing a look of helplessness. "Why are you still sleeping? Everyone is waiting for you. Don't forget that today is the day we arranged the battle with stakes against Chen Fu and Zhang Xuan. So my name is Wu Shuai. I have rank 3 Gu Master Cultivation level." The Dragonman clone quickly inspected his own body condition. Quickly, let's go." The dragon girl could not wait. Seeing that Fang Yuan opened his eyes, she quickly dragged him along. They sprinted until they finally arrived at the school field. 2 groups of people were already gathered in the school field. They were separated into the east and west group, facing each other with a clear line in between. The west group consisted of young humans, both male and female. Their leaders carried the arrogance of human youngsters. The east group were young dragon men. They were fewer in numbers and had no leader now. They were currently being pressured by the humans. Seeing that Fang Yuan was here, the Dragonman youngsters became very excited. Some were cheering while others chided him for being late. "Wu Shuai, you finally showed up. I thought you were too scared and did not dare to come." Over at the human side, one of the 2 youngster leaders shouted. The dragon girl that brought Fang Yuan over immediately retorted, "Don't be arrogant, Chen Fu. Now that Wu Shuai is here, he will beat you all to a pulp. Cut the crap, Wu Shuai, let's fight. This time, I will make sure I repay you for the humiliation of losing last time." The other youngster Gu master, Zhang Xuan, stood up. He was clearly impatient. He wanted to fight straight away. "Wait." Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, stalling for time. "Since this is a battle with stakes, where is the bet?" he said as he assessed the school. This school field was not simple at all. It was covered by an immortal formation. This meant that Fang Yuan was not in an ordinary place. Since there was an immortal formation here, this was likely a super force. Furthermore, Fang Yuan was currently at an important place in this super force's territory. Creating an immortal formation at a school field meant that it was of great importance. Looking at the clothing of both parties, which was very alike, this was clearly a sect. This wager is clearly the impulse of youths. These youngsters have at least rank 2 cultivation level. Looking at them, they must have only started recently. Their talent is really high. I have the highest cultivation level, along with the 2 human leaders, Zhang Shuang and Qin Fu. They also have rank 3 cultivation level. We are all young geniuses. Below that is this dragon girl beside me. She has rank 2 peak cultivation level. Wu Shuai, don't look down on me. I have already brought the betting item. Look. Qin Fu said as he carefully took out a Gu worm from his pocket. Fang Yuan took a glance. It was a rank 5 Gu, called Commanding Leader Gu. Commanding Leader Gu looked like a longhorn beetle. The longhorn beetle had a long and cylindrical body. Its back was slightly flat, and there were 2 long feelers on its head. This Commanding Leader Gu was similar. Its body had a jade-like texture. Its feelers were very long, more than 10 times its body length. They were like 2 long red ropes. The Dragonman clone was slightly surprised. Fang Yuan had many immortal Gu. He did not care much about mortal Gu. But this Commanding Leader Gu was different. It was a mortal Gu, but it was a human path Gu worm with enslavement path effect. It had once gained huge fame in history, but quickly went extinct. According to rumors, Commanding Leader Gu had a great effect. It was also compatible with many types of Gu worms. Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone shared the same attainment level as his main body. Fang Yuan had Human Path Grandmaster and Enslavement Path Master attainment levels. The Dragonman clone was the same. At Master attainment level, one could generate intuition regarding the path. Right now, the Dragonman clone had a clear intuition. As long as I pass this scene, I will get the recipe of Commanding Leader Gu. No wonder my purple dragon luck wanted to try it. This Enslavement Path Dream Realm is a huge fortuitous encounter after all. Thinking of this, the Dragonman clone became even more excited. While he was on the way, he had already checked what Gu worms Wu Shuai had. He had already prepared some methods that he could use. As for how the battle worked, he did not know. Immediately, Fang Yuan smiled as he said, "In that case, let's do it. In fact, I will give you the first move." Zhang Shuang heard this as rage appeared on his youthful face. "Good. Wu Shuai, you are so arrogant. How dare you look down on me? I will show you." He took out 10 or so primeval stones and scattered them around the school field. The school field itself was an immortal formation. After the primeval stones landed on it, they got devoured by the ground like rocks falling into water. Next, ants started to dig their way out of the ground. Zhang Shuang stared widely as he used his method to manipulate these ants. The Dragonman clone was shocked. These are not ordinary ants. They have some natural markings on their body that resemble human language characters. Is this the legendary army ant? Dragonman was not a natural variant human race. It was man-made. The army ants and the Dragonman were quite similar. They were not produced by nature, but created by Gu immortal great experts. This type of army ant was used by enslavement path Gu masters. They were able to resolve the feeding problem to a large degree. A small number of army ants could be used for daily training, while a large group of army ants could form an ant tide with colossal power. Zhang Shuang had good strength. He quickly enslaved 10 or so yellow ants. At this time, new ants came out of the ground. They were slightly larger than the ants before, being black in color. Zhang Shuang was overjoyed and quickly focused his attention on refining these black ants. The yellow ants had this word naturally carved on them, worker. The black ants had this word naturally carved on them, soldier. Seeing this, the Dragonman youths became anxious while the dragon girl beside Fang Yuan shook his shoulders. "Brother Wu Shuai, start quickly. If we lose this duel, you will lose your vital Gu. The other party is shameless. He already has more than 10 worker ants and 3 soldier ants." "All right." Fang Yuan smiled. He sat on the ground and focused his attention on these ants. He activated a killer move. It used sight to enslave ants. The effect was incredible. After a few breaths, dozens of ants on the ground gathered by Fang Yuan's side. Among them were worker ants and soldier ants. This result quickly overtook Zhang Shuang. The human youths shouted in shock while the Dragonman youths were stunned before cheering loudly and excitedly. Zhang Shuang looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Seeing that Fang Yuan's ants were multiplying in number rapidly, many times his own, his face turned pale as paper. "I lost." Zhang Shuang was straightforward. "But what killer move is this?" The killer move was very powerful and profound, and even more importantly, Fang Yuan's soul foundation was very deep, far greater than mortal Gu masters, not to mention this youngster. Fang Yuan did not know the name of the move he had just created casually. He avoided it. Since you lost, where is the bet? Zhang Shuang snorted coldly, placing commanding leader Gu in Fang Yuan's hands as he turned around and left. Chun Fu had an ashen expression as he left his parting words before going. Wu Shuai, to think that you are so devious, secretly learning a powerful enslavement path killer move. Don't be too smug. We will definitely challenge you in this again. Yay, we won. Wu Shuai, you are amazing. As expected of Wu Shuai. Haha, they were so funny. Zhang Shuang and Chun Fu had ugly expressions earlier. Fang Yuan smiled. He was about to respond to the youths here when he suddenly saw their expressions freezing. They all looked behind Fang Yuan with stiff expressions. Father, they called out quietly. Fang Yuan turned around and saw a Dragonman Gu immortal staring at him with a deep and dark gaze. Fang Yuan was shocked. Duke Long. 1. Ancient high-ranking officials have ribbons/sashes/belts of this color. Thus it signifies royalty and high status. Observing closely, the Dragonman clone realized. Even though it was a Dragonman Gu immortal who appeared in front of him, it was not Duke Long. They only looked similar. Even so, this person likely has a close relationship with Duke Long. I wonder if this person is the father of my character in the dream realm? Fang Yuan was thinking when the Dragonman Gu immortal arrived. Wu Shuai, you are too daring. I told you so many times to not create trouble, don't provoke them. But you actually won against them again. Do you know that Zhang Shuang and Chun Fu are bloodline descendants of supreme elders of our sect? The Dragonman Gu immortal that resembled Duke Long had a stern expression. His eyes were almost spewing fire. The young dragonmen who were still cheering earlier became silent. They did not dare to say anything. They looked down at their feet. This showed how high this person's status was in their hearts. He was normally strict on them. Fang Yuan was not sure of his relationship with this Dragonman Gu immortal. He had to mimic these youngsters and keep silent. The Dragonman Gu immortal got more furious as he knocked on the back of Fang Yuan's head with his palm. The force almost pushed him to the ground. Fang Yuan stumbled forward for a step, but regained his balance quickly. Wu Shuai, follow me. Come to the study room for your punishment. The Dragonman Gu immortal snorted coldly, turning around and leaving. Fang Yuan took a glance at these Dragonman youngsters. They all looked at Fang Yuan with sympathy, guilt, and schadenfreude. It seems that I can only follow this Dragonman Gu immortal. Fang Yuan thought as he quickly followed after the Gu immortal. After a few steps, the surrounding world changed rapidly. At the next moment, Fang Yuan found himself in a study room. The study room was huge. There were beautiful flower vases here. The study table was about 10 feet long. There was ink and paper on it. At the center, there was calligraphy of 3 words, Long Xing Tian. Is this Dragonman Gu immortal's name Long Xing Tian? No, there is still some space at the end for one final word. Fang Yuan had a thought. Right at this moment, he heard a stern shout beside him. Unfilial son, kneel down right now. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw that the Dragonman Gu immortal was standing behind the desk, staring at him with a cold and strict expression. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes internally as he thought. You should have said that earlier. I would be able to confirm your identity. Immediately, he knelt down without hesitation with a loud sound. The Dragonman Gu immortal was stunned for a moment before smiling coldly. Your attitude has really improved this time in apologizing, huh? Father, your words are reasonable. I was too young and ignorant. I did not know your intentions. Please forgive me. Fang Yuan immediately gave a perfunctory speech but had a vivid expression that made people feel a sense of sincerity. The Dragonman Gu immortal was stunned again before his smile became even colder. Humph. Acting obedient while having other intentions, you dare to lie to me. You deserve a beating. Saying so, he took the paperweight on the table and used it to whack Fang Yuan. The paperweight was made of metal. It was long and hard, thick and heavy. It was originally used to hold down the paper and straighten it. The paper on the desk was about the size of a door plaque. One could imagine how big the paperweight was. This paperweight hit Fang Yuan's back. It caused intense pain. His soul foundation fell by a huge amount. But Fang Yuan could not resist. In this dream realm, he was not the Dragonman Gu immortal's match. But Fang Yuan was very crafty. He fell to the ground as he got hit. His forehead landed on the ground and created a dull sound. He grunted as he knelt and straightened his back. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain, but showed a look of desperately holding back the pain. The Dragonman Gu immortal was the father of this person after all. Seeing this, he had a thought. Did I hit him with excessive force earlier? Sigh. He sighed deeply, sitting down on his chair, looking at his kneeling son across the table. He said with deep emotions, Wu Shuai, you are my most outstanding son. Your enslavement path talent is rarely seen in 100 years. I spent so much effort to nurture and teach you. I want you to succeed in life. But you went ahead and forgot all of my teachings. How many times have I told you to not argue with those people? You are a genius. You have superior insight than the people of your age. I've already described the current situation to you. The higher-ups of the sect are increasingly unhappy with our Dragonman race, which is getting stronger. Even though I am a supreme elder that has seemingly great status, I am pushed aside by them. Even though you defeated Chen Fu and Zhang Shuang, you also infuriated the Gu immortals behind them. These human Gu immortals will not show me any good attitude. They will become even stricter against the Dragonman race. Even though you won this time, you harmed the entire Dragonman race's benefits and intensified the sect's conflicts. You are too rash. You do not consider the consequences when you do something. I am truly disappointed in you. I am beating you for your own good, for the sake of the Dragonman race and the peace of the sect. Do you understand my intentions? Fang Yuan wanted to reply understood, but he took a look at the Dragonman Gu immortal's expression and his heart shook. The Dragonman Gu immortal might have a gentle gaze, but a cold, icy feeling was in the depths of his heart. Only someone like Fang Yuan who was aged and experienced could sense it clearly. Instantly, Fang Yuan became incredibly alert. He thought rapidly as all sorts of clues appeared in his mind. In this dream realm exploration, even though the main body was outside, his soul and body had entered the dream. He could not afford to fail once. If he failed, he would lose the qualification to become the Dragon Palace Lord. He might even die. Of course, the main body would not do nothing. But in that case, when the main body fights, he would face the same situation as Duke Long. The commotion would be huge. To obtain the greatest benefit, Fang Yuan was willing to take this risk, so he had to be very careful with every step. This question seems simple, but it might be the key to this scene. If I answer wrongly, I will fail. My analysis should not be wrong. I will go ahead with this. Thinking of this, a sharp dagger-like light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He raised his head and looked at the Dragonman Gu immortal. His expression changed as he smiled. I am grateful for your concern, Father. But Father, you are willing to hold back and endure it for the big picture. I do not agree with that at all. Unfilial son, you are unrepentant. The Dragonman Gu immortal was enraged. He stood up and grabbed the paperweight again. Fang Yuan quickly added, I know you want to beat me. Even if you beat me to death, I will not hate you at all. But Father, your action of giving in and showing subservience is not helping the big picture. You are harming the entire Dragonman race. The Dragonman Gu immortal's eyes were spewing fire. He held the paperweight and pointed at Fang Yuan, shouting loudly. Such guts. You dare to accuse your father of being wrong. Good. I'll give you a chance. Tell me, how am I wrong? Fang Yuan felt even more certainty now. He said slowly. Father, must our Dragonman race always put ourselves at a lower status than humans? We have talent and aptitude. We are born with enslavement path down marks. What do the humans have? We do not necessarily need goo worms. Our bodies alone give us great stamina, strength, and recovery. Our bodies are tough and sturdy. Our claws and teeth are sharp, while humans are weak and fragile. And in terms of lifespan, our lifespan is tens or hundreds of times of humans. As we continue to live, the humans of our age will die one by one. Even without us doing anything, they will all die of old age. We Dragonman are born with such superiority, and even rarer is our unity. We recognize each other and trust each other. We are not like the humans who turn on each other and enjoy internal conflict. Father, everybody can see your contribution to the sect. I won this duel, but should I really have lost on purpose? On what basis do these humans look down on us? How dare they treat us so badly? We Dragonman deserve a greater status. In fact, these normal people should rank below us Dragonmen. Insolent. You are too insolent. The Dragonman Gu immortal flew into a rage. He quickly walked past the table as he waved the paperweight in his hand, almost about to hit Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan suddenly stood up abruptly. He had tears in his eyes as he shouted at the Dragonman Gu immortal. Father, I am unresigned. I refuse to accept this. Even if you beat me to death, I will never agree to this. I will not submit. Wu Shuai. The Dragonman Gu immortal walked to Fang Yuan, looked down at this youngster. His bloodshot eyes were staring straight at him, but his paperweight did not hit. Fang Yuan had no fear. He looked at the Dragonman Gu immortal directly, as his eyes also spewed fire. It was the deep anger and hatred in his heart. Both father and son looked at each other for a while. After the Dragonman Gu immortal confirmed something, he threw the paperweight in his hand away. He grabbed Fang Yuan's shoulders with both hands as he shook his son, laughing loudly. Wu Shuai, you are truly my precious son. I was not wrong about you. Father? You. Fang Yuan was stunned. His expression contained suspicion and shock that seemed extremely natural. I will tell you the truth. I think the same as you. I was trying to probe you earlier. I was unable to speak the truth. There is a reason behind all this. The Dragonman Gu immortal sighed deeply. What do you mean? Father, do you mean that? Fang Yuan seemed to have reacted as his eyes shined with delight and surprise. It was as if he had just understood what happened but did not dare to believe it. His expression was precise and flawless. But internally, he sighed in relief. This was it after all, my analysis was right. Within the sect, the conflict between the Dragonmen and humans is intensifying. We can see this from just the youngsters' conflict. That school field earlier was an important area with an immortal formation. The sect higher-ups must have sensed something. If the Dragonman Gu immortal wanted to endure it, why would he not know of it? Why would he arrive after it ended? Looking at this study room, the furniture is huge and placed in a grand fashion. This displays the Dragonman Gu immortal's huge ambition in full view. He called me Wu Shui in front of the youngster Dragonmen, but called me unfilial son when we got to the study room. He was saving my reputation. He wants to nurture me into his assistant, his successor. Thinking so, Fang Yuan finally understood the workings of this dream realm and the intentions of Dragon Palace in holding this test. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan's main body, which was hidden within the clouds, had a change of expression. Oh, my clone's luck transformed again. Fang Yuan took a look at the huge and dense black cloud luck beside cooking luck pot. Within the black cloud luck, for different phenomena that represented the 4 rank 8 Gu immortals defended this black cloud luck. The purple dragon luck of Fang Yuan's clone was surrounded by the black cloud luck. It was growling inside. The purple dragon was more energetic now. Traces of azure purple luck continued to be converted from the black cloud luck as it entered the dragon's body. With this boost, the purple dragon expanded in size. Its claws and teeth also became sharper. The most evident change was that this dragon was originally lying down in a circular manner, but now, it stretched its body and took the initiative to attack. It started to probe the black cloud luck. From motionless to active with greater morale, it seems that my clone has made a breakthrough in the dream realm. He knows how to act now, so he has the initiative. This is a good thing. It is a pity that I cannot use luck path methods to help my clone anymore. If the Dragonman clone went in with his soul only and his body was outside, Fang Yuan could still barely send him good luck. But now, the Dragonman clone went inside with both body and soul, completely isolated by the dream realms. All luck path methods were kept out of range. Fang Yuan's main body was helpless too, unless he could take away some of the dream realms and expose the Dragonman clone's body. Or in the future, when his dream path research results gets to a higher level and Fang Yuan learns how to mix luck path with dream path, he would be able to target the dream realm's concealment. The dream realm continued. Dragonman clone analyzed the surroundings clearly and considered his options. Because of his heartfelt declaration, his father recognized him, and he passed the second scene of the dream realm. However, he needed to probe for more information. Within the study room, Fang Yuan asked, "Father, since we are on the same side, can you tell me how we can make the Dragonman race prosper? I am sure Father has a plan. Please teach me." The Dragonman Gu immortal smiled. "We have a plan since long ago. I will tell you the truth. Not only me, but many of our Dragonman comrades are working together. But you cannot learn of their identities yet. This is to protect them, and also yourself. The first step to any great plan is secrecy. It is easier to work in secret than acting openly." "I understand that." Fang Yuan nodded, but he asked again, "But any great plan would have a resolution, right?" "Our resolution is this." The Dragonman Gu immortal smiled as he lifted his pen, writing the final word of the paper on this table, Xia. When put together with the first 3 words, it made up the phrase, 1. Dragons roam the world. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. The Dragonman Gu immortal suddenly let out a breath. It cut the paper like a sharp blade. The Dragonman Gu immortal took a small portion of the paper and passed it to Fang Yuan. There was only 1 word on it, Xia. The remaining Long Xing Tian was burned to ashes by the Dragonman Gu immortal. He waved his sleeves and incinerated the paper. The Dragonman Gu immortal looked at the ashes on the table as he sighed. "One day, our Dragonman race will soar the heavens. The world will be beneath our feet. But now, humanity is incredibly strong. They are the overlords of the world. Looking at the situation, our Dragonman race is too weak and small. We do not have any alliances with variant humans in the outside world, while we are still a subordinate force of the humans ourselves. To soar the heavens, we need to ascend first. Right now, we need to endure our position below the humans, to accumulate and gather foundation. Our Dragonman race has just been created. Our foundation is too thin, but thankfully, because we were born from humans, our relationship to them is also the deepest, especially in Central Continent. We have members in all 10 great ancient sections. We need to learn and accumulate our foundation to catch up to the humans." Fang Yuan continued asking, "Then what should I do?" The Dragonman Gu immortal smiled. "You are already contributing now. When you were a child, I saw your potential and purposely nurtured you to be an enslavement path Gu master. Now that your enslavement path attainment is already decent, I have made plans for you to attend Green Anesthetic's disciple recruitment ceremony. Green Anesthetic? Fang Yuan purposely acted unaware, but his heart shook as he thought of a name. Ascetic wine couple. These two were husband and wife, a famous lone immortal great expert couple in Central Continent's history. The man was called Green Anesthetic while the woman was called Wine Fairy. The two of them were childhood friends. They were extremely close. They were originally mortals, but had their own immortal opportunities. Because of a disaster, they were forced to separate when they were still youths, but they missed each other and thought the other was dead. After becoming Gu immortals, neither the male nor the female thought of marrying anyone. Thanks to a coincidence, they met one day and fell into disbelief and joy. It was like a dream come true. After talking to each other about their situation, the woman told the man, "I remember that you enjoyed playing with mud and ants when you were a kid." The man also laughed. "When we were young, your family operated a tavern. Your life was much better than mine. You went to the streets and alleys to sell the wine that you carried on a pole. I accompanied you by your side during that time. I wish we could continue that forever." Thus, the man called himself Green Anesthetic while the woman also changed her title to Wine Fairy. The two possessed great talent and morals. After becoming a couple, they lived in harmony and bliss. The Dragonman Gu immortal continued. Green Anesthetic had once lost a bet with Hong Zhun of the 10 great ancient sects. He agreed to recruit a disciple and let them inherit his legacy. The time for the agreement is now, but the 10 great ancient sects have no proper candidate, because the Gu immortal Hong Zhun who had caused this event died from tribulation long ago. Green Anesthetic is a human great expert who is a lone cultivator. If you can become his only disciple, not only would you get to learn enslavement path methods, you would also build a relationship with the ascetic wine couple. When the Dragonman race faces difficulty in the future, these two rank 8 great experts would be a huge help. So that's it, I understand now. Fang Yuan paused before continuing. I will work hard and become the disciple of Green Anesthetic. The Dragonman Gu immortal nodded. Good, the ceremony is at the start of next month. You will enter closed cultivation now as I teach and train you personally. The second scene faded away, the third scene started. High in the mountains, fog and clouds shrouded the air. In a bamboo forest, in front of a thatched hut on the empty land, the younger generation members of the 10 great ancient sects were standing. These were all young geniuses with great talent. They were here to fight for the position of Green Anesthetic's disciple. Fang Yuan was slightly dazed. He observed the surroundings and found himself among the youths. However, most of the human youngsters avoided him subconsciously. There were only 2 Dragonman youngsters around him. At the center of the empty area, 2 young Gu masters were fighting. Fang Yuan recognized one of them, he thought. Isn't that Zhang Shuang? Right now, Zhang Shuang was at a disadvantage. He was fighting against a girl with yellow eyebrows. She had beautiful features and shining eyes that had double pupils. Fang Yuan had just arrived in the third scene. He did not know the situation. He quickly probed. What do you guys think? The 2 Dragonman youngsters beside him heard this. The left one with azure scales said, Wu Shuai, you are looking down on us. Even though we were eliminated and only you are left in this competition, the situation is very obvious. Zhang Shuang is going to lose in a few more exchanges of moves. The azure-scaled Dragonman youngster was a little proud and spoke in a cold tone. But the yellow-scaled youngster had a more gentle tone as he consoled. Qing Xuan, don't act like this. Victory is victory. Loss is loss. Since you were defeated, why take issue? Brother Wu Shuai is not asking this to humiliate you. The azure-scaled youngster Qing Xuan was indignant. He gritted his teeth. Those humans are too devious. Knowing that I am strong, they sent 3 humans to fight me in succession, causing my strength to fall greatly before that Tai Qin defeated me easily. Huang Wei, don't tell me you couldn't tell? The yellow-scaled youngster sighed. Why would I not know? We were both obstructed, but the truth is that we lacked strength. If we were like Brother Wu Shuai, so what if they tried to obstruct us? He still made it into the finals. Fang Yuan listened as he thought. The azure-scaled youngster is called Qing Xuan, while the yellow-scaled one is called Huang Wei. Meanwhile, I am already in the finals. At this time, Huang Wei said, Brother Wu Shuai, I truly admire your enslavement path attainment. But your next opponent is not simple. Tai Qin has extraordinary strength. She is on par with you. But you have already gone through many rounds of tough competition to get to this point. Meanwhile, she was basically given free passes every round to reach this stage until she met with the strong opponent Zhang Shuang. Fang Yuan understood now. The yellow-browed double pupils girl, Tai Qin, was his next opponent. He had a heavy mood, because after some observation, he had some evaluation. This Tai Qin is an enslavement path master. She mobilizes her troops without thinking in many situations, only relying on instinct, but it still produces outstanding effects. She is a tough foe. Fang Yuan's enslavement path attainment level was only at master. He felt a little regret now. Had he known this, his main body would have raised his enslavement path attainment level in preparation for this. But nobody could predict that such a situation would happen. I lost. After a while, Zhang Shuang had a pale expression as he cupped his fist shakily. It was an honor. The young girl Qin responded with a cold expression, before her eyes turned to look at Fang Yuan fixedly. And at the final round, Fang Yuan slowly walked up. He walked past Zhang Shuang, who had a complex expression. He wanted to encourage Fang Yuan as they were from the same sect, but thinking about his Dragonman identity, he only opened his mouth but did not speak. After resting for a while, both sides started to fight. The youngsters surrounded them as they watched the battle closely. Ants started to emerge from the ground one by one. Considering the language differences, I'll leave the words in pinyin, but this is what they mean. Fang Yuan immediately used his full strength to enslave these ants. Tai Qin did the same. These ants were created by Green Ant Ascetic. The content of his disciple recruitment competition was obviously to test the ant manipulation abilities of the participants. After Fang Yuan controlled 38 worker ant and 6 soldier ants, he willed as they attacked Tai Qin with full force. Tai Qin had more than 30 worker ants and 5 soldier ants. She chose a different tactic to Fang Yuan. She made the worker ants build an ant nest while the soldier ants protected them. Fang Yuan's troops had a little advantage. He also acted very aggressively. The youngsters watching all gasped in shock. Tai Qin frowned, flustered. Why is this Dragonman youngster Wu Shuai acting like a different person? He is so aggressive. She quickly mobilized her troops, diverting the worker ants from the ant nest to move out while the soldier ants defended the place, trying to prevent their hard work from getting destroyed. Soon, both sides clashed in an intense battle. To think that this would happen so early on. Wu Shuai's tactic is different from before. He is taking too huge of a risk. That's right. As long as Tai Qin defends herself from this attack, her advantage would be huge. Wu Shuai did not build any ant nest, but Tai Qin has one. Their power levels will be different. It will depend on their ant manipulation skill now. Because now is still early, just the difference of 1 or 2 ants will decide who gains victory here. Even though Wu Shuai is strong, Tai Qin also has deep foundation. They are equally matched. In my opinion, Tai Qin has a higher chance of winning. How could Wu Shuai act so rashly? However, a moment later, the temporary victor was decided. Tai Qin lost a bit more of her troops. She retreated slightly as Fang Yuan's side pressured towards her. How could this be? Wu Shuai actually won against Tai Qin? Tai Qin made a mistake. She did not. Tai Qin is performing normally, but Wu Shuai has exceeded his usual standards. Did he use any enslavement path methods, or is he at this level normally? No wonder he had the confidence to attack directly. Tai Qin had a grim expression. While retreating, Fang Yuan killed more of her ants in the process. By the time she retreated into the incomplete ant nest, she only had 12 ants left. It was a sad situation. Of course, Fang Yuan was merely in a slightly better situation. The ant nest had several routes. Tai Qin was clear about her own nest situation. She stationed troops at the crucial positions while diverting some attention to enslave more ants outside. Fang Yuan had a change of thought. He did not attack abruptly. Now that the enemy was completely trapped, they had nowhere to go. Fang Yuan was not sure about the design of this ant nest. If he attacked now, his troops would not be useful. Thus, he sent them to guard the entrances and encircled the ant nest before he used enslavement path killer moves to enslave the ants outside. Ants continued to emerge from the ground. First were worker ants, followed by soldier ants, and finally, arrow ants. Arrow ants could shoot out sharp spikes from their mouth. After shooting 3 spikes, they would be weak. They would not be able to fight even a worker ant. But even so, arrow ants were strong. A small number of them could defeat a larger army. If one had a large number of them, when they shoot together in a battle, the power would be overwhelming. Both sides will definitely compete to get these arrow ants. Indeed, if Tai Qin gets these arrow ants, she would be able to use them to kill the enemy ants guarding the entrance. That way, the troops inside can come out and counterattack. Even though Wu Shuai has the upper hand, the situation is not certain now. He can easily lose. It is a pity. If armor ants appeared instead of arrow ants, Wu Shuai would be able to use them to charge and advance into the ant nest, destroying it. The youngsters went into an endless discussion. The two sides were competing in the most popular game of the generation, ant manipulation. At the start, worker ants and soldier ants would show up, but after that, the types of ants would be random. With the emergence of these new ants, not only would the enslavement attainment of both sides be tested, the Gu master's understanding of ants would also be evaluated, as well as their management of the overall situation. Fang Yuan and Tai Qin went all out, but he had the advantage still. The youngsters saw this and were unable to believe it. This battle area has a Gu formation. The ants closer to the competitor are easier to enslave. Tai Qin is enslaving ants near her while Wu Shuai is doing it to ants far away from himself. How could he possibly still have the advantage? Is this Wu Shuai's real strength? How strong is he? We worked together to weaken him earlier. To think that he still had such strength left. Isn't he tired at all? If this was really Wu Shuai, he might feel tired, but Fang Yuan was not. Fang Yuan had just entered the dream realm. He was in a good condition, especially his soul. It was created as the main body's split soul. Afterwards, even though it was turned into a Dragonman soul and had not undergone soul cultivation, the foundation was still much deeper beyond ordinary people. Soul foundation directly affected enslavement path. For example, Fang Yuan's main body was unable to capture many immemorial year beasts before the Battle of Southern Borders ambush, but now he could capture more than 20. In the Battle of Arrow Ants, Tai Qin lost. The arrow ants that she had diverted attention to enslave were all wiped out. Fang Yuan not only had arrow ants, he also had worker ants and soldier ants. They cooperated with his arrow ants perfectly. Tai Qin's troops were diverted into two, making her end up in a passive situation. But thankfully, the arrow ants were not outstanding on offensive when they were in terrain like the ant nest with many tunnels and paths. Even though I gained some advantage, it is not outstanding, especially when Tai Qin has been using her worker ants to build the ant nest rapidly in this period of time. Even though Fang Yuan was acting aggressively, he was actually using the most stable method to achieve victory. Battle tactics were usually built on the foundation that one understands their enemies well. Next, as long as armor ants appear, I will be able to attack and destroy the ant nest. Even if other types of ants appear, as long as they are not the cannon ants, I will be able to obtain victory with my advantage in numbers. Fang Yuan was assured of his victory. He had a high chance of winning. The humans youngsters watching were not willing to see it happen, but they had no choice but to admit it was happening. Dragonman Wu Shuai is going to succeed. To think that this competition would end up like this. To think that Wu Shuai concealed so much strength, he is truly formidable. Sigh. It is a pity that the great green ant ascetics enslavement path inheritance is going to a Dragonman. Tai Qin had a stern expression, staring at the battle area without blinking. She also recognized that she was about to fail, but she did not want to give up. She gritted her teeth as she had an intense thought. If I lose to a Dragonman like Wu Shuai, I might as well have lost to Zhang Shuang earlier. I cannot lose. I don't want to lose. At this time, clouds started to form on the battle area. They quickly condensed into lumps of green clouds. A few breaths of time later, acid rain started to fall from these green clouds. Fang Yuan's gaze turned cold while the youngsters gasped. This change did not occur on the ants, but the battle area instead. If an earthquake occurs, Tai Qin would lose without Wu Shuai doing anything. If any other change occurred, the situation would be unchanged. But this acid rain. Indeed, Tai Qin's ants are all inside the nest while Wu Shuai's troops are exposed to the acid rain's corrosion. Wu Shuai has started to build his nest. It is too late. This acid rain gave Tai Qin a chance for a comeback. Wu Shuai's advantage that was created by taking a risk is all gone. Tai Qin was aided by the acid rain and got past her state of complete disadvantage. Fang Yuan had to pull back his troops and build a nest to hide from the acid rain. After the acid rain, even though the armor ants appeared, no matter how many Fang Yuan enslaved, he still lost the best opportunity. But after a while, Fang Yuan used his deep soul foundation to suppress Tai Qin. He won a few small battles and accumulated enough advantage to force Tai Qin into a corner, edging towards defeat. A huge battle was about to start. Tai Qin gathered her remaining forces to resist stubbornly when suddenly, an ant queen appeared. To subdue a wild ant queen, the Gu master needs to use enslavement path methods and also beat the ant queen with the troops until it submits. But this ant queen appeared in the middle of Tai Qin's forces. Fang Yuan immediately attacked, but no matter how large his army was, he could not break through Tai Qin's last few defensive lines. Tai Qin gave it her all and used methods that carried backlash to herself, but finally subdued the ant queen. Even though the ant queen was injured, it had a special power to allow ally ants to move faster, have higher defense, and attack more fiercely. Her overall strength increased greatly as a result. Fang Yuan's ants were not powered up. Even though he had a larger army, they were all cannon fodder. After failing to take her down for a long time, Fang Yuan chose to retreat wisely. He left behind some troops to stall Tai Qin. After the first ant queen appears, more would follow. Soon, new ant queens appeared and got captured by both sides. As such, the battle between them went into a deadlock again. As the number of ants that both sides controlled increased, more ant nests were built. The battle area became dominated by both sides as their troops fought intensely. Tai Qin had a pale expression, so did Fang Yuan. However, with his rich experience, he gradually gained the upper hand. Rumble. Right when Fang Yuan was about to deal the decisive blow, An earthquake happened as Fang Yuan faced a devastating loss. Most of his ant nests were destroyed. Even though Tai Qin faced the same situation, she had fewer nests to begin with. Her losses were smaller. Both sides were evenly matched again. The youngsters went into a commotion again. It happened again. Whenever she gets into a disadvantage, changes occur to help Tai Qin. Isn't Tai Qin's luck too good? It has happened 3 times already. Is someone cheating? How can that be? This area was set up by green anesthetic personally. If Tai Qin could cheat, she would have won already. Fang Yuan's gaze turned colder. This is trouble, he thought. According to his luck, even if he lost the connection to the main body, he would not be this unlucky. The most likely possibility is that this dream realm requires me to lose. I cannot defeat Tai Qin. Thus, whenever I am about to win, a change would occur and cause me to lose my chance of victory. Then should I hold back and just lose? In usual times, he would do this to probe the situation. But now, the Dragonman clone only had one chance. If he guessed wrong, he would be giving up this test. In that case, the Dragonman clone would be trapped in the dream realm. His main body would need to take action. The main body would fight the 4 dragon generals. He would lose control of the situation. Dragon Palace would fly away. Fang Yuan's plan would end up fruitless. What should he do? Heavenly Court. Qin Dingling floated in the air. She had an extremely solemn expression. She had been preparing this killer move for 3 days and nights. Go. At the next moment, she burst out with a grand golden light. The light shot out like a 5-tailed peacock, chirping and spreading its wings as it flew. When this golden light reached a certain area in the sky, it exploded and scattered into countless light specks. Within the light specks, a huge tunnel was vaguely seen. Fairy Ziwei, who was beside Qin Dingling, became shocked as she shouted. There was really a tunnel here. Qin Dingling was bleeding from her 7 orifices. Her body shook as her face turned pale. She went to rest. Thank you for the hard work. Duke Long was around too, evidently moved. Qin Dingling breathed deeply for a while as she sighed. Too close. If I had not soul-searched Zhao Lianyun a while ago and learned some information regarding Giant Sun's all living beings' luck true inheritance, with just my own attainment, I would not have found Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangements here. Duke Long snorted coldly. This Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had ill intentions. Back when he toured Heavenly Court, he already set up this hidden path. This luck path true inheritance is truly profound. Even our great Heavenly Court could not detect it. But heavens will favors our Heavenly Court. At the crucial moment, Fairy Qin woke up and exposed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's devious scheme. Fairy Ziwei breathed in deeply too. With this arrangement, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created a way to enter Heavenly Court. If it activates, Longevity Heaven's Gu immortals might likely attack us directly. Indeed, that is the behavior of these Northern Plains brutes. Duke Long said. Fairy Ziwei's eyes shined with bright light. However, since we found this in advance, we can deal with this arrangement. We can even make use of it to ambush Northern Plains instead. This will be very helpful for the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention in a few years. Qin Dingling made a huge contribution, but she still had a grim expression. She sighed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable has 3 true inheritances of self-luck, all living beings' luck, and heaven and earth luck. In order to deal with him, I cultivated all living beings' luck alone. After so many years, I thought that I had reached his level. But today, I learned that our difference is still so immense. Fairy Ziwei consoled her. None of the venerables can be assessed using common sense. Senior's luck path attainment is already Heavenly Court's blessing. It allowed us to overcome our greatest weakness. From now on, Heavenly Court also has a proper luck path true inheritance. Qin Dingling said, to guard against accidents, I have already placed my luck path true inheritance in the treasury. But the best case is to obtain Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's true inheritances. It is a pity that even though Zhao Lianyun saw the all-living beings' luck true inheritance in Imperial Court-blessed land, she was too weak then and only obtained a tiny portion. That Ma Hongyun was the user of fortune rivaling heaven. He must have known more information, but Fang Yuan captured him instead. Mentioning Fang Yuan, Fairy Ziwei frowned. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan has not shown up for a long time. Even though we placed a lot of defense in the River of Time, Fang Yuan is nowhere to be seen. He has myriad year flying worship, but does not show much interest in Red Lotus true inheritance. Is it because we cannot detect his traces, or? Mentioning Red Lotus true inheritance, Duke Long frowned too. He said, let's make the worst-case assumption. We will treat it as if Fang Yuan has already obtained Red Lotus true inheritance. To subdue Fang Yuan, in my opinion, the focus is still on Guyu Fangzheng. Qin Dingling smiled. Different from the previous life, Guyu Fangzheng received a great amount of attention. He was already a significant figure to Duke Long and Fairy Ziwei. Through Heavenly Court's arrangements and a great deal of resources, Gu Yufangzhang's strength was also improving rapidly. Immortal killer move, blood turns cold. 3 desolate beasts became slower as they eventually froze and fell on the ground, grunting. The victor, Gu Yufangzhang, floated in the air, looking at the 3 desolate beasts lying below him as his robe remained clean and untouched. Bloodpath killer moves are truly powerful. Zhao Lianyun was standing beside him as they fought together. Fang Zheng cupped his fists. It was all thanks to your help, Fairy, otherwise, why would I get so many opportunities to fight in real combat? Zhao Lianyun smiled. We both have a common goal. We should work together, right? Similar to the previous life, Zhao Lianyun also took the initiative to befriend Fang Zheng. Zhao Lianyun loved Ma Hongyun, but he was killed by Fang Yuan. Even though he died, the soul remained. There was a chance of reviving him. Heavenly Court follows the will of heaven. They do not want to revive Hongyun. After all, if he revives, wouldn't that defy fate? Even though I am Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy, Heavenly Court only treats me as a pawn. They only want to make use of me. Earlier, that female immortal Qin Dingling soul searched me. That is the best evidence. In this aspect, Fang Zheng and I are similar. We are both pawns, but Heavenly Court places greater importance on Fang Zheng. Thus, if I want to revive Hongyun, I can only rely on myself. I need to find an opportunity. Zhao Lianyun made her own plans. Zhao Lianyun knew her own situation. Fang Zheng was also no longer ignorant. After his experiences, he knew his own situation and why Zhao Lianyun was acting like this to befriend him. Fang Zheng did not dislike Zhao Lianyun. They were in similar situations. He felt a sense of empathy towards her. As the two spoke, Gu Yufangzhang kept the 3 desolate beasts in his immortal aperture. The 3 desolate beasts did not die. After he familiarized himself with blood turns cold, he was now able to use it effectively to capture enemies. Fang Zheng had put a lot of effort into this killer move indeed. Originally, Fairy Ziwei planned to nurture Fang Zheng through closed cultivation. But after Qin Dingling awakened, she told her to change this plan. Therefore, Gu Yufangzhang took the sect mission and came to suppress the 3 desolate beasts causing chaos. The mission was completed now. Fang Zheng was planning to collect all his loot and return to Feihe Mountain. But to think that within the desolate beast's cave, there was a secret tunnel. To prevent the desolate beast cubs from remaining in the tunnel, Zhao Lianyun and Fang Zheng decided to fly into the tunnel after a discussion. The result was surprising to both of them. This tunnel was incredibly long. As they continued to fly downwards, the tunnel became wider. It could basically fit a mountain. This should be an earth trench. The 3 desolate beasts we caught should have nothing to do with the earth trench. Zhao Lianyun analyzed. Fang Zheng nodded, but he had his suspicions. I guess that too, but this earth trench is too strange. Normally speaking, it should be filled with vitality. Beasts and plants should be everywhere, but after we flew for so long, we saw no life forms. This earth trench is not simple. We should explore it deeper. Zhao Lianyun wanted to return, but hearing Fang Zheng's words, she followed him as they went down. Oh, there is a blessed land here. Not long after, Fang Zheng found something strange. Next, Zhao Lianyun also found out. She gasped. This blessed land is undergoing tribulation. The blessed land got damaged, and a loophole formed, causing it to be exposed to the outside world. It is so coincidental that we came at this exact moment. Otherwise, if the blessed land's entrance is shut, even if it were right in front of us, we would not be able to notice it. Let's go in and see. Fang Zheng was slightly excited as he spoke. Since this was a blessed land, there might be a Gu immortal inheritance here. After all, blessed lands were created from immortal apertures of Gu immortals. The two easily got into the blessed land. It was facing a grand tribulation now as chaos ensued. Strange, the people here are really strange. Are they the extinct beast men? Looking at the situation, there should be no Gu immortals here. Zhao Lianyun and Fang Zheng discussed for a while. They decided to help. Even though their cultivation level was low, they were not ordinary Gu immortals. They had powerful methods, and they soon calmed the situation. The people who survived in the blessed land knelt to the 2 immortals as they expressed their gratitude. Fang Zheng asked and found out that these people in the blessed land were not humans, they were Dragonmen. Dragonman, what variant human race is this? I have never heard of it. Fang Zheng was confused. Zhao Lianyun had become the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House for quite some time. She quickly frowned as she said, Dragonman is a variant human race, but we are in trouble now. She knew that she and Fang Zheng were pawns of Heavenly Court. They seemed to be moving freely, but Heavenly Court definitely had methods to watch them. As expected, Gu immortals descended soon after. 2 female immortals. Fang Zheng and Zhao Lianyun knew them. They were Fairy Ziwei and Qin Dingling. Fang Zheng did not understand. This blessed land is so ordinary. It is not outstanding. Why did these 2 great experts come here? Qin Dingling and Fairy Ziwei were in a good mood. It was evident from their facial expressions. Fang Zheng, you made a huge contribution again. Good work. Your job here is done. You can leave now. Qin Dingling smiled as she sent Fang Zheng and Zhao Lianyun away. Fang Zheng and Zhao Lianyun had to obey her as they flew back to their respective sections a moment later. Fairy Ziwei obtained the information she needed. This blessed land belongs to Duke Long's grandson, Wu Shuai. No wonder it was hidden for so long. Even Lord Duke Long was deceived. The dragonmen in this blessed land are all Wu Shuai's bloodline descendants. There are pure dragonmen and also dragonmen human mixed bloods. These dragonmen are not important, but this blessed land hides the clues to Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Senior Qin, you were right. Fang Zheng is truly our lucky star. Fairy Ziwei had a joyful tone. Because one of the creators of Dragon Palace was Wu Shuai. Heavenly Court had been looking for Dragon Palace, but progress was slow. Now that they obtained this important clue, as long as they solved it, with Heavenly Court's efforts, they would be able to deduce Dragon Palace's location. There is no time. Qin Dingling had a solemn expression. Fang Zheng is the arrangement of heaven's will to deal with Fang Yuan. Since he found this blessed land and exposed Dragon Palace, it means that Fang Yuan must be trying to obtain Dragon Palace himself. Fairy Ziwei heard this and did not dare to waste time. She quickly went back to Heavenly Court to make her deductions. Deep in Eastern Sea, the following scene of Dragon Palace's dream realm was undergoing. The Dragonman clone manipulated the ant army as it charged forward. There were thousands of black ants moving in a tight formation. Among them, armor ants paved the way at the front while arrow ants stayed at the rear. The ant queen was well protected in the middle. At the very end of the army were cannon ants. They were bulky and moved slowly. In front of Dragonman clone, Tai Qin was similarly controlling her ant army. Senior brother, here I come. The yellow eyebrows girl shouted as her army pressed forward, attacking Fang Yuan's troops. Fang Yuan quickly willed as he stabilized his formation, defending with the armor ants while attacking with the cannon ants. Tai Qin controlled mainly spear ants and sprint ants. They were very offensive in nature. Fang Yuan smiled secretly to himself. Ever since the disciple ceremony of Green and Ascetic, Tai Qin was motivated due to the defeat against me. She changed her cautious attitude in battle and became very aggressive, often choosing to attack first. At this time, two groups of sprint ants encircled him from the left and right. Tai Qin's tactic was very clear. She wanted to use the sprint ants' speed to rapidly attack Fang Yuan's cannon ants. Cannon ants had powerful long-range attacks that could kill many spear ants in a frontal battle. But it moved slowly and had weak defense. If the two groups of sprint ants got close and attacked, it would definitely get killed. This is an appropriate tactic. However, since I moved in this formation, why would I not anticipate this weakness in the formation? Oh, junior sister. Fang Yuan smiled at the girl in front of him. Then let's fight, senior brother. The yellow eyebrows girl shouted. Her eyes shined with bright light as she exerted her full force. As the sprint ants moved closer, Fang Yuan's entire ant army retreated, encircling the cannon ants at the back. The entire process was fluid and smooth. Tai Qin saw this, and her eyes widened as she sighed with a cute expression. So amazing. Senior brother, you are able to control all of the ants at the same time. You have already mastered our master's ant thought killer move. Fang Yuan smiled as he nodded. Tai Qin gritted her teeth. Even so, I will not give up easily. Senior brother, I will take down your frontal troops. It turned out that in order to retreat, Fang Yuan left his armor ants at the front lines, blocking Tai Qin's spear ants. Fang Yuan's ant army retreated successfully, but they were separated from the armor ants in the process. The armor ants did not last long. They were quickly wiped out by the spear ants, which had greater numbers. Spear ants moved like the tides, pressing forward. Fang Yuan had already prepared his arrow ants at the most outer layer. They continued to shoot out their arrows. At the same time, cannon ants flew into the sky and blasted the spear ant army, killing many of them in the process. Due to Fang Yuan's barrage of attacks, Tai Qin finally lost as her ant army got obliterated. Sigh, I lost again, senior brother. You are really amazing. The girl let out a breath of turbid air as she looked at Fang Yuan with a glimmering gaze. There was a faint blush on her face. Fang Yuan saw this and understood why. 3 scenes had passed since Green and Ascetic's disciple recruitment ceremony. Thinking back, Fang Yuan still felt some lingering fear. In the scene of the disciple recruitment ceremony, no matter what advantages he had, accidents would occur to erase them rapidly. Fang Yuan did not surrender. He considered his options and chose to keep a stalemate, preventing the yellow eyebrows girl from winning. Eventually, they ended in a draw after reaching the limits of a Gu master. Green and Ascetic appeared to stop them and took both of them as disciples. The reason was that Green and Ascetic chose his disciple, using ant manipulation on the surface, but he had his own intentions to test the nature of the Gu master. and how long they could persevere. If Fang Yuan admitted defeat, he would not meet this criteria, the dream realm exploration would fail. Thus, to pass the ceremony, he could not win or lose, it had to be a draw. After that hurdle, in the following few scenes, Green Ant Ascetic imparted his knowledge to them. Fang Yuan gained many Gu worms, and his main opponent was this junior sister Tai Qin. Tai Qin had never won a single time when she sparred against Fang Yuan. Initially, she was not convinced, but gradually, she admitted her inferiority and even had some sort of affection brewing that she was unclear of. Great. It seems that the clone is making good progress in the dream realm. Fang Yuan observed his Dragonman clone's luck as he spoke. This purple dragon luck had expanded in size by several times. Its surrounding black cloud luck had shrunken by 30%. At the same time, the azure purple chi produced from the black clouds became denser and thicker, but at this time, blood red light flew over from the west. This blood red light was huge. It floated above the purple dragon's head, but did not merge with the black cloud luck. Within the blood red light, there were the vague figures of a golden phoenix and a divine dragon. They had an incredible and threatening aura. What is going on? What changes are occurring? Fang Yuan's heart sank. He quickly deduced. This bloodlight luck is more than 10 times the size of the original one. It is coming from the west. West from Eastern Sea is either Western Desert or Central Continent. The bloodlight luck has not attacked yet, showing that now is not the time for its move. It is so big, it should be from Central Continent's Heavenly Court. How did Heavenly Court find their way here? In the previous life, they did not come here at this time. Is it the ink effect from my rebirth? Fang Yuan lacked information, but he deduced many possibilities. He was not shocked. In fact, he had plans against this. Because Heavenly Court was his biggest enemy all along. Heavenly Court. In Central Great Hall. Fairy Ziwei stopped her actions as joy flashed on her face. I deduced it after all. She grasped the location of Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. This was because Heavenly Court had been sending people to secretly investigate the 5 regions to search for Dragon Palace all along. Even though progress was slow, after years of accumulation, they were close to success. In the previous life, Heavenly Court found its own way to Dragon Palace. This time, with a critical clue, their accumulation led to great results. They quickly found success. Fairy Ziwei quickly told Duke Long and Qin Dingling about this news. Dragon Palace needs to be retrieved. This is my karma. Let me go and take it back. Duke Long took the responsibility for this matter. Fairy Ziwei immediately felt at ease. With Lord Duke Long taking action, we will definitely succeed. At this time, Fairy Ziwei's expression changed. She received some information. Oh no, Myriad Year Flying Warship has appeared in the River of Time. Fang Yuan is taking action again. Coincidentally at this time, Qin Dingling frowned. This is too coincidental. Let me take a look at both of your luck. Fairy Ziwei and Duke Long did not reject her. Qin Dingling first looked at Duke Long. His luck was in a dragon shape. It looked like a flaming cloud. The old dragon lowered its head as it coiled its body, about to fall asleep. This was a sign that Duke Long's lifespan was ending. Qin Dingling grunted as she observed closely. Seeing that the scales on the old dragon's body were turning blood red, its dragon head became more wrinkled as it showed an upside-down mountain character. This symbolized failure. Qin Dingling was shocked. There exists a person in this world that can make Duke Long fail. At this moment, her vision turned blood red. Her luck inspection killer move was forced to stop. The backlash caused Qin Dingling to cough out a mouthful of blood. Senior Qin. Fairy Ziwei quickly went to support Qin Dingling. After standing firmly with her eyes still bleeding uncontrollably, Qin Dingling smiled bitterly while having temporary blindness. Senior Duke Long. You are truly powerful. Your down marks are too numerous. My luck inspection killer move could only take a glimpse. Even though Qin Dingling had a rank 8 level luck inspection method, the actual use of it depended on the target. In Duke Long's case, his down marks far exceed the peak of rank 8. He also had defensive killer moves in the form of dragon markings. They activated earlier. It was tough on you. Duke Long asked, how is the result? Qin Dingling shook her head with a worrisome expression. Not good. Senior Duke Long will face an intense battle if he goes. There is a chance of failure. How can this be? Fairy Ziwei was shocked. This is not unimaginable. Duke Long shook his head. The world is vast and unpredictable. The river of time moves endlessly throughout time. Humans are merely a tiny segment of this. This is quite interesting. I am curious to know what can make me fail. Qin Dingling added. Luck is a variable. This only hints that Senior Duke Long has a chance of failure in this trip. But it is not a problem. I cultivate all living beings' luck. I can use luck path methods to amplify or change your luck, Senior Duke Long. However, I need a few days. Okay, I will wait for a few days then. Duke Long thought about it and made his decision. In the dream realm, Senior Brother, Was the dinner I made yesterday delicious? After green anesthetics lesson, junior sister Tai Chin came to Fang Yuan and asked him in anticipation. Fang Yuan smiled. It was really not bad. To think that junior sister had such talent. You will definitely make a good wife in the future. I wonder who would be so fortunate as to become your husband? Senior brother, you are making fun of me again. Tai Chin's face turned red as an apple as she spoke in a soft tone. If senior brother likes it, I will make more for you. Sure, then I will be happy to eat it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. At this time, a Dragonman Gu immortal appeared. My son. Father, why are you here? Fang Yuan was a little surprised. Oh, hello, Uncle Wu. Tai Chin quickly greeted nervously. The Dragonman Gu immortal nodded at the young girl, smiling. You are Tai Chin, right? My son has mentioned you many times in his letters. This is a small gift from me. Do accept it. Ah, no, I cannot. Tai Chin wanted to reject it, but Fang Yuan received it for her, putting it in her palm and forcing her to keep it. Take it. My father has come for important businesses. Our lesson today has to end here. Fang Yuan apologized. Ah, it is not a problem. No problem at all. Tai Chin quickly waved her hand and thanked the Gu immortal before respectfully taking her leave. Such a pure and innocent girl, my son. Are you interested? Seeing that Tai Chin had left, the Dragonman Gu immortal joked. Fang Yuan smiled as he thought. The dream realm has changed again. He spoke cautiously. Father, don't you understand me well enough? Ha ha. The Dragonman Gu immortal laughed loudly as he patted Fang Yuan's shoulders. I came here for important businesses indeed. The daughter of Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, Shu Jiuling, has reached the age of 16 and is holding a contest to find her husband. Any remarkable young man can participate. I want you to join it. Oh, Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. He knew about the matter of Shu Jiuling. In the earlier scene, Tai Chin had mentioned it while they were chatting. Shu Jiuling originally loved Gu immortal Fan Ji. She was impregnated with his child, but he refused to marry her, constantly giving excuses. In the end, Shu Jiuling finally understood Fan Ji's true nature. She felt extremely hurt. She stayed locked up within the residence of her mother, Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, never going out. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady had rank 8 cultivation level. She owned the immortal Gu House Calligraphy Pavilion. She was a leader of Central Continent's lone cultivators. As a mother, seeing that her daughter was in such a state, she became furious. She wanted to find that heartless man and settle the score with him. But Fan Ji was the last disciple of Black Heaven Temple's first supreme elder Kong Yi-Hen. He was also a rank 8 Gu immortal with no children but many disciples. His most beloved disciple was the final and youngest one. Fan Ji, he treated him like a son. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady could not act rashly against him. She had to approach Kong Yi-Hen and seek an answer. Thus, Kong Yi-Hen brought his beloved disciple Fan Ji to Calligraphy Pavilion as they negotiated. But something happened during this. Not only did they not have an agreement, they even fought. After Kong Yi-Hen and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady fought for a few rounds, they stopped. Fan Ji and Shu Jiuling became complete enemies as Shu Jiuling said in a rage, threatening Fan Ji. Don't regret this, you don't want me, but there are countless in this world who do. Fan Ji smiled coldly. I came here to negotiate with you, but you are going too far. I want to see who has the guts to interfere in this. I want to see who has the passion to be with you even though this child is in your womb. Shu Jiuling fainted from anger on the spot. As her mother, Calligraphy Pavilion Lady definitely had to back up her daughter. After Shu Jiuling woke up, she wanted to arrange an open competition to find a husband. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady could not convince her daughter. She also felt that maybe someone else could give her daughter happiness. Even if her daughter does not like him, this event can distract her and lift her from depression and constant thoughts of suicide. Tai Chin had said it with excitement and joy. She was delighted and treated this as a joke. Fang Yuan laughed then, but now, he could not laugh anymore. He thought, the Dragonman race wants to be independent and strong. They have a strong ambition. This is a good chance indeed. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady is a rank 8 lone immortal who is going against Black Heaven Temple. If I can become the son-in-law of Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, with this relationship, I can lead her over to the side of my Dragonman race. As for Shu Jiuling's appearance, personality, and the baby in her womb, they were not a concern. Fang Yuan did not care, compared to ambitions. So what if he had to make sacrifices? Normally, only people who were able to endure things that were absurd could create unimaginable achievements that normal people could not do. But junior sister Tai Chin's affection towards me is growing. If I do that, I will be letting her down. This girl will be very upset. Fang Yuan felt a sense of guilt in his heart. But immediately, he jolted in his heart as he realized. No, wait. What happened to me? This is the dream realm. I am Fang Yuan, not Wu Shuai. Why am I feeling guilt? What a powerful dream realm. It actually affected my emotions. The last few scenes of the dream realm were very stable and safe. but it was subtly trying to influence me. I was actually affected. That was close. If he had cold sweat, it would have formed on Fang Yuan's forehead already. But he was in the dream realm. Normally speaking, when Fang Yuan explores dream realms, his body would be outside while his soul enters. He would often travel between inside and outside. There was a clear differentiation. But now, Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone went in with both body and soul. He explored it continuously for days. He was immersed in it. Even though Fang Yuan regained his clarity now and knew reality and dream, his emotions were actually affected earlier. This was a forewarning of danger. When exploring dream realms, the worst case was getting immersed in it and dissociating from reality. Emotions were the most powerful tool. Once they were affected, all sorts of feelings would emerge. Fang Yuan would be trapped in quicksand, falling deeper and deeper until he got devoured by the dream realm. The Dragonman Gu immortal observed Fang Yuan's expression for a while before nodding in satisfaction. My son, you are truly unaffected by the restraints of love and affection. I will go and meet Green and Ascetic now, to tell him about this matter and get approval for a leave of absence for you. I will follow father's arrangements. Fang Yuan quickly said. River of time. Boom, boom, boom. Intense explosions occurred as waves of river water shot out. Swoosh. A flying boat was riding on this huge wave, flying with lightning speed resembling a silver ray of light. It was Myriad Year Flying Warship. And behind Myriad Year Flying Warship, 5 immortal Gu houses chased relentlessly. Within Myriad Year Flying Warship, Bai Ningbing and the rest went to their stations and fought with tense emotions. This heavenly court is truly rich. They managed to rebuild present and past pavilion, as well as eternal yacht. Not just that, they also have 3 autumn yellow crane platform, shark flow lever, and that mysterious immortal Gu house. Heavenly Court is truly the #1 force in the world. Their foundation is shocking. Bai Ningbing and the rest did not recognize Heavenly Court's moment stage. In order to construct this time path immortal Gu house, Fairy Ziwei had taken out the core immortal Gu of Million Heavenly King Gallery in Heavenly Court. Forget about the other 4 immortal Gu houses. But this moment stage was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. And there was rank 8 time path Gu immortal Gu Lu Ru inside moment stage. As Myriad Year Flying Warship fought against moment stage, the other 4 rank 7 immortal Gu houses were not idling. Because the situation now was quite different, Bai Ningbing's side could only fight while moving away. No worries, we have advantage in luck. We can use the River of Time's complex environment to cause damage to Heavenly Court. That's right. After we weaken them sufficiently, we will counterattack. A few days later, Heavenly Court. Duke Long was ready to move out. Qin Dingling, who had a pale face, and Fairy Ziwei sent him off. After changing Duke Long's luck, Qin Dingling's condition was bad. She could not accompany him or join the fight in the River of Time. She could only recuperate in Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei had to stay in Heavenly Court to oversee the situation and prevent Longevity Heaven from launching a sneak attack. The Immortal Gu house battle in the River of Time has gone on for a few days, but Fang Yuan has not shown up. With Feng Jiuji's Dao Guardian luck, we can make up for the weakness in luck. Thus, we have the upper hand now. This Fang Yuan should not be underestimated. Ziwei, pay more attention to him. Duke Long said with deep care and concern. Yes. Fairy Ziwei had a solemn expression. Fang Zheng is ready now. He is inside Immortal Crane Sect's Pine Crane Pavilion. He is already on the route of Lord Duke Long's journey. Good. Duke Long nodded as he turned into a purple dragon-shaped chi, vanishing on the spot. Fang Yuan inspected his clone's luck again. The Dragonman clone's purple dragon luck expanded by several times again. It was energetic and lively, moving casually within the black clouds. Half of the black cloud was already in azure purple color. This showed that the chances of Fang Yuan becoming the Dragon Palace Lord was much higher now. However, at the top of this black cloud luck, a huge bloodlight luck was already pressing down. It was very close. Within the bloodlight luck, the golden phoenix phantom was gone. Only the purple dragon figure was left. It was huge and menacing. Compared to the bloodlight luck, the black cloud luck and the purple dragon were small and weak. It seems that only my main body can stop this variable. Fang Yuan had his realization. Oh, he's here. At the next moment, his eyes shined with bright light. He saw that an immemorial white heaven, an immortal Gu house flew closer. It was Immortal Crane Sect's Pine Crane Pavilion. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply as he activated his battlefield killer move. This Chi Path battlefield had been prepared for a long time. It had been waiting for this moment. What? Within Pine Crane Pavilion, Fang Zheng was deeply shocked as his vision warped greatly. He became trapped instantly. An enemy has ambushed me. But I have Pine Crane Pavilion. Thankfully, ugh. Fang Zheng's expression was filled with shock and fear. Boundless chi currents shot out like arrows, gathering towards Pine Crane Pavilion in an immeasurable number. The terrifying might made Fang Zheng's heart skip a beat. Rank 8 killer move. Fang Zheng turned pale instantly. Pine Crane Pavilion was just a rank 6 Immortal Gu house. How could it block such an attack? At the crucial moment, a figure appeared. Who else could it be but Duke Long? It turned out that Duke Long did not meet with Fang Zheng. He only followed secretly and instructed Fang Zheng to head towards Eastern Sea using Pine Crane Pavilion. This was also Qin Dingling's suggestion. Giving Fang Zheng some freedom would cause disturbance towards Fang Yuan naturally. But Fang Zheng moved with peace and serenity, until this moment when he met his foe. Without Duke Long, he would die without doubt. Duke Long pushed with his palms as the surrounding qi currents broke apart and crumbled. Who is it? Come out. Duke Long shouted. I am Qi. Sea Ancestor. Fang Yuan revealed himself, but he had a different appearance now. It's Lord Duke Long. Fang Zheng saw Duke Long and became surprised and joyful. He knew Duke Long's identity. In fact, they had met before. If not for Lord Duke Long's appearance, I would have died already. With him around, I should be safe. Fang Zheng no longer felt fear. He was assured. He knew what kind of person Duke Long was. This was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master. Fang Zheng took another look at the person who almost took his life, Qi Sea Ancestor. This old man wore a white robe. His sleeves fluttered in the air. His long white beard drooped to his feet. He had a solemn expression and grand aura. The clouds floated quietly around him, giving him an immortal-like disposition. Fang Zheng could not recognize this as Fang Yuan's disguise. He was curious about the old man's identity. This old man has rank 8 cultivation level, but he is not any of the known rank 8 great experts of Eastern Sea. Who is he? Not just him, even Duke Long was curious. But Eastern Sea was vast and had the most resources among the 5 regions. It was normal to have a hidden rank 8 cultivator. Immediately, Duke Long smiled. Qi Sea Ancestor. As a rank 8, it is fine to call yourself an ancestor. But calling yourself Qi Sea in front of me, you are simply too arrogant. Fang Zheng heard this and had a thought. That's right, Lord Duke Long primarily cultivates Qi path, followed by transformation path. He is a rare, dual cultivator. This rank 8 Eastern Sea old man also cultivates Qi path, but he is going against Lord Duke Long he. Fang Zheng felt a little sympathy for Qi Sea Ancestor. At this time, he heard Duke Long's voice. You have clear ill intentions, tell me. What is your motive for staying here and ambushing us? What is your relationship with Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan was slightly surprised, he thought. How did he link my identity to Fang Yuan in this situation? On the surface, Fang Yuan smiled coldly. I am a secluded cultivator of Eastern Sea. I do not bother people who do not offend me. But your heavenly court is too ambitious. You seek to take over all 5 regions and unify the world. In the future, you will look for trouble with me and attempt to kill me. Duke Long frowned slightly. He retorted. Qi Sea Ancestor, you must have been deceived by that demon Fang Yuan. We have no grudges with each other. This is our first encounter. Why would we attack you? That demon Fang Yuan is crafty and likes to sow discord. You must not trust him blindly. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. I did not believe him at first, but this Fang Yuan pointed out many of my secrets. He gave concrete evidence. He is someone from the future. Should I believe him or you? Duke Long's frown became even deeper. Fang Yuan's accusation was quite shameless. If he targeted Heavenly Court's past or current actions, Duke Long could retort with evidence. But talking about Heavenly Court's future actions, Duke Long had nothing to say. Even he was uncertain himself. In fact, even Duke Long had his own interpretation. How can a rank 8 Gu immortal be so easily deceived? Since Fang Yuan convinced this Qi Sea Ancestor to obstruct Heavenly Court, in the future, it is likely that we really went ahead to attack him. In that case, there is no point in talking. Duke Long sighed as he thought about his mission to retrieve Dragon Palace, yet faced obstruction here. Qi Sea Ancestor was clearly here to stop him. With this deduction, Fang Yuan was likely going after Dragon Palace now. I need to settle this battle quickly. Duke Long's eyes flashed with resolution. Fang Yuan managed to deceive him after all. This was not just because of Fang Yuan's modified familiar face killer move that was now compatible with his Qi path methods. Most importantly, Qi Sea Ancestor was emitting a genuine rank 8 aura now. Duke Long thought that Fang Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal. Not just Duke Long, the Wisdom Path great expert Fairy Ziwei and the entire Heavenly Court, in fact, the entire world, had the same thought. Different from the previous life, right now, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's secret was not exposed yet. Fang Yuan had defended this secret very well. Immortal killer move, Dragon Claw Strike. Duke Long made up his mind. He wasted no time as he attacked with no hesitation. This was a transformation path killer move. Immediately, a claw mark appeared in the air. Fang Zheng, who was inside Pine Crane Pavilion, gasped. To think that Duke Long was the first to attack. and he even launched a sneak attack. Even though Sea Ancestor got hit by the attack, he turned into cloud fog as he faded away. Fang Yuan was guarded against Duke Long from the start. Because this was his immortal battlefield, it was easy for him to dodge it. Duke Long's expression did not change. The attack earlier was just a test. Now that he probed it, this was truly a chi path battlefield. Transformation path methods were greatly restricted here. In that case, he would use different methods. Duke Long did not turn around. He directly pointed behind him. Air currents moved as a layer of bubbles quickly surrounded Pine Crane Pavilion, protecting it. Thank you, Lord Duke Long. Fang Zheng did not dare to wait. He quickly thanked him. Duke Long did not pay attention to him as he used another killer move. After a while, he pushed with his palms as multiple chi dragons emerged. The half-transparent chi dragon moved rapidly. Once it finds Fang Yuan's location, it would attack on its own. Lord Duke Long is truly not an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal. Fang Zheng saw these chi dragons which were all over 100 feet long. They were majestic and grand. He could not help but praise. But at this moment, Duke Long raised his head, his eyes shining with a sharp light. What sound is that? Fang Zheng also heard the loud sound as he raised his head to look. At the next moment, his mouth opened wide as his pupils shrunk. He saw that a grand blade chi that was 1,000 feet long, thick and wide, resembling a deity's warblade, slammed down with a force that sought to cut this world into two. The blade chi was vast and grand. It created gusts of wind and rumbling thunder. Fang Zheng was shell-shocked. He was like a tiny ant. Those majestic chi dragons from earlier looked like earthworms or snakes now. At the crucial moment, Duke Long shouted and used his killer move. Chi Wall. Chi Wall was the most common defensive killer move of Chi Path, but the method that Duke Long used now was not simple. He used a consecutive move, using Chi Wall 3 times. The Chi Wall first had 1 layer. Before it expanded twice, it became thicker and tougher. It was the fusion of 3 Chi Walls. Boom. The blade Chi landed on the Chi Wall, causing a thunderous sound that exploded intensely. Even though he was inside Pine Crane Pavilion, Fang Zheng's vision still turned dark as he felt dizzy. His ears were bleeding as blood flowed out. The Chi Wall collapsed while the blade Chi dispersed to a large extent. The remaining portion was not able to do any threatening damage. Pine Crane Pavilion was like a small raft. It shook intensely from the aftershock, constantly shaking. Fang Zheng took a lot of effort to stabilize the immortal Gu house as his face turned pale. He was breathing roughly in a pathetic state. How can this Eastern Sea Gu immortal be so strong? Fang Zheng was still completely dumbfounded. His sense of safety from earlier had been completely erased. Duke Long was unscathed, but his expression was solemn. He no longer had a relaxed mood. He raised his head to look at Fang Yuan, who was high up in the sky. They were quite far apart. The blade Chi earlier had an obvious aura. Fang Yuan's location was naturally exposed now. Duke Long rose in altitude as he said to Fang Yuan, "That is a powerful blade Chi. Even though it is not elaborate, it has a lot of raw power. But how many times can you use this move?" Fang Yuan smiled. He was calm and composed. The killer move earlier had too much power. Duke Long thought that Fang Yuan had activated it after a long period of preparation. This was quite an obvious thought, but he had no idea that Fang Yuan was a special exception. "Oh, you mean this? It was just a casual attack." Saying so, Fang Yuan pointed his index finger at Pine Crane Pavilion as he tapped. Boom. A grand blade Chi gathered and shot out again with imposing might. Fang Yuan tapped his finger again. Boom. Another blade Chi with vast power followed after the attack from earlier with might that could split heaven and earth. Fang Yuan tapped his finger again. Boom. The third blade Chi shot out with the same power. In fact, it was even larger than the ones before. Fang Zheng's body froze on the spot. He was dumbfounded. This? Duke Long was also deeply shocked. The enemy's blade Chi killer move was very easily used. It was as simple as drinking water. But how could this be possible? Of course it was possible. Fang Yuan had a lot of Chi Path Dao marks. It was more than 1,000,000. Adding in the Chi Path Battlefield's amplification, it was reasonable that it reached this stage. Duke Long also had Chi Path Dao marks, but the numbers were only 30% of Fang Yuan's Dao marks. Thus, Fang Yuan's blade Chi killer move needed 3 Chi walls to block. He has such immense battle strength. To think that Eastern Sea contains such a character. Interesting. Duke Long's eyes shined with brilliance. His battle intent was completely drawn out. He looked over. Those 3 blade Chi were approaching rapidly with an unstoppable might. It has been so long since I've last had a challenging battle. Duke Long breathed in deeply before his overwhelming aura burst out in all directions. Dragon roars were heard as he charged directly towards the blade Chi. While Fang Yuan and Duke Long engaged in fierce combat, the dream realm in the sea was quiet and tranquil. "Junior sister, be careful. I've prepared this move for a long time." The Dragonman clone smiled as he spoke. The yellow eyebrows girl Tai Chin smiled delicately. Brother Shuai, go ahead. I am ready. Good. Dragonman clone waved his hand as the ant army flew, creating a golden river that crashed towards Tai Chin. Tai Chin also waved her hand. Flying ants appeared from the ground and moved like a river as well, retaliating. The two ant groups met in the sky, but they did not fight. Instead, they fused together with no casualties. The ant groups merged completely in the sky. They were an entity now. Under the golden light, Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone looked at Tai Chin with a sincere gaze. Tai Chin also looked at him bravely. Her face was flushing, but her eyes could not hide the affection that she had. Junior sister. Senior brother. The two walked closer and felt deep love for each other. The ant army flew around them and danced in joy. A moment later, it was time to separate. Junior sister, I need to go. Sigh, I want to be with you forever, but I cannot defy my father. I have a family now. It has been hard on you these years. The Dragonman clone kissed Tai Chin goodbye. Tai Chin shook her head. No, it has not been tough. Senior brother, you are forced to do this, while I had chosen this of my own accord. I will always be here. You can come anytime. I will be around. When Dragonman clone returned to Calligraphy Pavilion, it was already midnight. The moon was bright in the sky. He looked at the pavilion at the peak of the mountain as he felt a sense of sorrow in his heart. At this time, from the shadows, a Dragonman Gu immortal secretly flew up and met with Dragonman clone. Brother, when you were not around, sister-in-law went to meet with that Fang Yuan again in secret. The Dragonman Gu immortal reported with displeasure on his face. This slut. The Dragonman clone had a grim expression. At this moment, an intense rage emerged in his heart. Wait, this is just the dream realm. I am not the real Wu Shuai. Why is there a need to feel hatred? The Dragonman clone was stunned as he quickly regained clarity. He blinked and subconsciously touched his forehead. He did not feel any cold sweat. Instead, he could feel a pair of warm coral-like dragon horns. He felt a deep chill in his heart. Brother, what do we do now? The Dragonman Gu immortal informant asked again. Fang Yuan looked at him. This Dragonman Gu immortal still had a trace of his appearance in his youthful days. It was Huang Wei. He had once competed with Wu Shuai to become the disciple of Green and Ascetic, but had failed. But this person had enough talent and aptitude. Due to the Dragonman race's diligence, they were highly united compared to the humans. They rarely had internal strife. This allowed all of the Dragonman young geniuses to grow properly, especially geniuses like Huang Wei. They were nurtured intensely. Fang Yuan's character, Wu Shuai, knew of his talent and wanted to befriend him. Due to a coincidence, Wu Shuai saved Huang Wei's life, and they ended up becoming sworn brothers. A few scenes of the dream realm made rapid progress in terms of time. Fang Yuan was already a Gu immortal now. Fang Yuan thought about it as he snorted coldly. A little impatience will spoil great plans. We will continue to pretend we don't know this as always. This Shu Jiuling had once been pregnant with Fan Ji's child. She got abandoned, and in a fit of anger, chose to have a competition to find a husband. Wu Shuai obeyed his father's orders and became the husband of Shu Jiuling, as they wanted to create a relationship with Central Continent's rank 8 lone immortal Calligraphy Pavilion Lady. Honestly speaking, Calligraphy Pavilion Lady played a significant role in Wu Shuai's ascension to become a Gu immortal. She provided lots of resources. But Shu Jiuling still could not stop thinking of Fan Ji even after giving birth to her son. After some time, Fan Ji was also reminiscing about Shu Jiuling. He decided to approach her again. Shu Jiuling could not control herself. She kept in contact with Fan Ji. They met with each other countless times. It almost became an open secret. Originally, Wu Shuai becoming her husband already made him the laughingstock of Central Continent's Gu immortal world. Now, it was only worse. Ordinary Gu immortals who had a weak nature would not care, but Wu Shuai was a heroic genius with great aptitude. It was not easy for someone like him to endure this. The higher my cultivation level, the more easily I will succumb to this dream realm. After staying in this dream realm for so long, I've almost thought that I was Wu Shuai myself. Or maybe, this is the true test of Dragon Palace. Fang Yuan's clone had a burst of inspiration. He realized the truth. This dream realm was the test for Dragon Palace's inheritor. It did not just test their personality, because choices in the dream realm might not necessarily reflect one's true intentions. The dream realm was not just testing him, it was also creating an inheritor. Even if a person was unsuitable, as long as they passed the dream realm, after such a long period of brainwashing, the Gu immortal would emerge as someone who hated Heavenly Court and loved Dragonmen. They might even become like Wu Shuai, taking on the responsibility of the uprising of the Dragonman race. It is possible that those 4 Eastern Sea Rank 8s tried to explore this dream realm, but failed. In this process, their minds were warped and turned into dragon generals. What do? I have already started to succumb to it. It is not easy to stay awake. The more I explore this, the worse the situation becomes. If I fail, I will become a dragon general. If I win, I will be modified into the Dragon Palace Lord. My main body might not even be my priority anymore. I will solely want to revitalize the Dragonman race. Fang Yuan's clone felt his heart turning cold as he realized this. Regardless of success or failure, neither result was favorable to him. And the scariest thing was, even if he wanted to leave now, it was impossible. The main body had no idea this was the situation. No information could be transmitted out of this dream realm. I had actually fallen into the trap of this immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Noticing this, Fang Yuan's clone did not know whether to laugh or cry. He suddenly thought of the previous life. Wait, why was Bai Ningbing able to control Dragon Palace and become the owner of Dragon Palace in my previous life? Fang Yuan had never been able to deduce the truth behind this. In the previous life, Duke Long had taken away Dragon Palace, but he did not pass the Dream Realm test. Afterwards, it became Bai Ningbing's possession for some reason. This means that Duke Long did not truly obtain Dragon Palace. He only suppressed it forcefully. But even if he only suppressed it, how could he not know it himself? If he knew, why would he place Dragon Palace in Hidden Dragon Cave instead of Heavenly Court, which was a safer location? Dragon Palace is an enslavement path in Immortal Gu House. According to the battle in my previous life, Di Zongsheng had also participated. It was likely enslaved by Dragon Palace. Thus, this means that Duke Long was trying to use Dragon Palace to subdue Di Zongsheng. In the end, Dragon Palace subdued Di Zongsheng, but turned against Heavenly Court. Bai Ningbing should have no time to explore the dream realms. Even if she does, she has no ability to explore these dream realms. However, because the dream realms were taken away by Heavenly Court, Bai Ningbing became a lucky winner. The Dragonman clone shook his head. After considering all this, his brain started to hurt. There was too little information. He could not figure out the truth of the matter. Currently, I need to stall for time until my main body notices this problem and saves me. The Dragonman clone did not know the situation outside. Fang Yuan's main body was currently fighting intensely against Duke Long. In this current situation, if he aggressively explores the dream realm, he would definitely be brainwashed. He would succumb to this dream and be unable to wake up. If he fails, he will become a dragon general. If he succeeds, he will become the Dragon Palace Lord but would betray the main body. His personality, values, and life goals would all change. Neither one was what he wanted. Immemorial White Heaven. Chi Path Battlefield. Boom. An intense explosion whipped up a strong shockwave. Air currents surged, blowing towards the entire world. Pine Crane Pavilion was like a paper boat that swayed helplessly in this tsunami. It would break apart at any moment. Fang Zheng was completely dizzy inside. His face was pale, without any trace of liveliness. I am a Gu immortal, but I am not even qualified to watch this battle. If not for Lord Duke Long's protection, I would have died without a proper corpse already. Looking at Duke Long's figure, Fang Zheng felt admiration and gratitude. After such a long battle, Duke Long was still energetic as he stood straight. His dragon scales shined brightly in the light, but his dragon eyes were blazing with anger. Sea Ancestor, you are such a powerful expert, but you choose to attack the weak. You truly do not possess the disposition of a great expert. Fang Yuan laughed. Attacking the enemy's weakness is a righteous path tactic. That just happens to be my style of fighting. Furthermore, I am very curious. Who is inside this immortal Gu house? Why are you, Duke Long, protecting them time and time again? Fang Zheng did not know that Sea Ancestor was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was also unaware that his brother Guyu Fang Zheng was inside Pine Crane Pavilion. Even though these brothers were meeting, they did not know each other's identity. And similar to the battle in the previous life, Fang Yuan also sensed acutely that the person inside this Pine Crane Pavilion was harmful to him. Fang Yuan, attacked many times, Pine Crane Pavilion was within the range of his attacks. And because this was Fang Yuan's domain, fog spread out and concealed his true self, allowing him to use killer moves with ease. Duke Long was kept in a passive spot. He defended more than he attacked. Fang Yuan suppressed him for now. But at this moment, waves of dragon roars resounded within the dense fog. What's going on? Fang Yuan was bewildered. Following the waves of dragon roars, clouds started to gather and turned into giant dragon chi currents. Spiral currents continued to form and expand. They were like the undercurrents of the sea, splitting up the battlefield into multiple areas. A large amount of fog were drawn in by these currents and got devoured, as these currents expanded continuously. This is a split move. What an ingenious killer move. Without the fog to conceal him, Fang Yuan's true body was exposed. He sighed in admiration. There were 4 main killer move manipulation techniques that existed. Split move was one of them. Back then in the Battle of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, when many parties went after Ma Hong Yun, old ancestor Shui who had displayed a split move technique, he displayed incredible battle strength. Right now, Duke Long was also using this technique without causing a commotion prior. When Fang Yuan was fighting with him, he thought that these were just minor moves, but to think that they were all part of the same Chi Path killer move. When Duke Long activated them fully, a terrifying power was unleashed. What is the name of this move? Fang Yuan looked at these currents as he sighed. He knew that in the short term, he could not do anything to these currents. Duke Long laughed heartily. The anger on his face was completely gone. He was just acting earlier to stall for time. In a battle between experts, words and expressions were weapons. Duke Long's battle experiences were richer than Fang Yuan. He could use these techniques casually in battle. Even Fang Yuan was caught off guard. This move is called Reverse Worm Dragon. I only succeeded after 10 years of practicing it. It was correct that you did not attack them immediately, because any Chi Path methods you use will only help them to grow, from worm to dragon. Their power will rise by 100 times. You will not be able to guard against it. Duke Long explained plainly. He was not explaining for fun. He wanted Fang Yuan to be less inclined to attack. At the same time, he was preparing a powerful killer move. His grand aura could barely be contained. Fang Yuan's brain worked rapidly. He did not see Duke Long use this reverse worm dragon move in the previous life. In fact, when Duke Long rampaged in the previous life, he had not used his expression or words to deceive his enemies. This meant that Duke Long was treating Sea Ancestor as a powerful enemy. He was serious now. Reverse Worm Dragon's profundity was not inferior to the killer move Unlimited Chi Si. Fang Yuan had also not forgotten about Duke Long's trump card Chi Path killer move, Triple Chi Retraction. This Reverse Worm Dragon seems to have been created to counter battlefield killer moves. These worms are so troublesome to deal with. If they evolve into dragons, they would become even stronger. But so what? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled arrogantly. He attacked. Blade Chi gathered and slashed down again. Duke Long was stunned. He had clearly seen this move's profundity. He should avoid it. By attacking now, is he trying to stop me from using my killer move, to disrupt my tempo, and continue suppressing me? Activating killer moves needed time. But Fang Yuan did not give Duke Long a chance. He did not feel disheartened. He stopped the killer move activation as he brought along Pine Crane Pavilion to dodge the attacks. You want to suppress me, but you are actually helping to raise Reverse Worm Dragon's strength. They will grow from worm to dragon. I will get a chance. Duke Long was burning with battle intent. He wanted to fight with his full power. As expected, the blade Chi landed on the spiral currents and got absorbed by them to a large extent. The currents grew rapidly, exploding on the spot as more than 10 of them fused into one divine dragon. Its body was long and majestic. It also filled this entire Chi Path battlefield. Compared to it, Pine Crane Pavilion was like a tiny mosquito beside an elephant. Such a powerful killer move. Lord Duke Long is finally retaliating. Fang Zheng saw this and became overjoyed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan spoke slowly in a calm tone. So this is turning worm into dragon. It is powerful. But it is not enough. Saying so, he activated his killer move. Chi Path killer move. Enyang Great Killer Hands. Rumble. With a loud explosion, 2 huge hands, one black and one white, appeared out of nowhere. The 2 hands were so large they could loom over heaven and earth. They had an intrinsic pattern. At this moment, they grabbed at the Chi Dragon's neck and tail. The huge dragon growled and struggled intensely, but the giant hands were unmoving like they were made of metal. Fang Yuan pulled with both hands from afar. Boom! The huge dragon was directly snapped in 2 by him, without putting up a resistance. Fang Zheng opened his mouth wide. He was unable to close it. Fang Yuan stretched his fingers as he looked at Duke Long, saying plainly, "All right, I'm done warming up." Duke Long had a serious expression. His dragon pupils shined with a domineering light. He stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. He opened his mouth, revealing his sharp white teeth as he said, "Great. It seems you are truly a worthy opponent. Dream Realm. This is Cincher Peak." The Dragonman clone looked at the floating mountain in the sky as he showed some amazement. "This is not a real mountain. It is like a phantom image." "Indeed, brother. I was shocked when I first saw it too." Dragonman Gu Immortal Huang Wei was by his side. 2 scenes had passed in this dream realm. They were currently inside Gu Immortal Wen Xiu's Grotto Heaven. Because the tribulation was too strong, loopholes formed and a connection to the outside world was created. It got discovered. Wen Xiu was a legendary woman, an information path great expert that had died long ago. She was a lone cultivator and lacked resources. The reason she became a rank 8 great expert was because she owned a special area, Cincher Peak. A central continent Gu Immortal observed for some time before gasping. Wen Xiu was truly formidable. This Cincher Peak is man-made and is full of information path Dao marks. It is akin to half a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Along with Fang Yuan's clone were many central continent Gu Immortals. All of the immortals were looking at Censure Peak. Undeniably, it was the essence of this grotto heaven as well as the most valuable resource here. Everyone wanted it. Huang Wei transmitted. Brother, when we contest for it later, give it your best effort. I will help to defend you and stall for time. Okay. Fang Yuan's clone was answering when the surrounding Gu immortals turned to attack him. Strike first. Wu Shuai is the strongest person here. If we fight him alone, none of us are his match. How can we let the great Censure Peak end up in the hands of a Dragonman? It turned out that while Huang Wei and Fang Yuan's clone were conversing, the other human Gu immortals had already made their agreement. Instantly, Fang Yuan's clone and Huang Wei fell into an encirclement. From all directions, killer moves approached. Such guts! Fang Yuan's clone shouted angrily as his Dragonman body charged to the sky with imposing might. A vast amount of ants flew with him, forming a golden river current that protected Huang Wei and himself. Boom, boom, boom. The human Gu immortals attacked fiercely. Soon, Fang Yuan's carefully nurtured ant army suffered immense losses. Fang Yuan retaliated immediately. His methods were profound and powerful, quickly salvaging the situation. After a few rounds, he broke out of the encirclement and went into a deadlock with the immortals. After a dozen rounds, the Gu immortals who encircled him became suppressed in the battle. Enslavement path Gu immortals were usually able to fight a group of enemies alone. This Dragonman Gu immortal Wu Shuai that Fang Yuan was portraying had immense talent. He eventually forced these Central Continent Gu immortals to retreat. Of course, Fang Yuan's clone paid a terrible price, while Huang Wei also sustained heavy injuries. It was a difficult victory, but at least we obtained Censure Peak. Huang Wei smiled bitterly, but when Fang Yuan's clone was about to obtain it, he met with an obstruction. What is going on? They quickly found the reason. Someone had secretly gone to take this Censure Peak as his own while they were fighting, stealing the fruits of the battle. This was none other than Fan Ji, the person who was having an affair with Wu Shuai's wife, Xu Jiuling. Fan Ji had fainted on the spot. His soul foundation was too weak to refine the entire Censure Peak. This fellow, the Dragonman clone, gritted his teeth in anger. He was filled with rage. He almost attacked and killed him. You can't kill him. The Dragonman Gu immortal Huang Wei, who was beside him, quickly shouted. Why not? Fang Yuan's clone turned around with bloodshot eyes. He was filled with killing intent. Huang Wei explained. Oh brother, I know your pain, but we both know this person's identity. If you kill him, his grandfather will take action. He is now a member of Heavenly Court, but he does not move around normally. If his beloved grandson gets killed, he will investigate the truth and take revenge on you. Fang Yuan's clone was stunned before his gaze turned dark. His face was distorted from anger. After a long time, he sighed deeply. Brother, you are right. I cannot kill him. Otherwise, the best case scenario is that I get involved. But worse is that others might use this as a chance to deal with our Dragonman race. How can I, Wu Shuai, implicate the entire Dragonman race because of my personal emotions? At the same time, in immemorial white heaven, it should be here. Shen Tsung frowned a little. After inspecting the empty sky for a long time, he stopped frowning as he spoke with certainty. Standing beside him was Songqi Yuan. He smiled. Brother Shen's investigative methods are very effective. In that case, let's work together. Shen Tsung answered. Of course, I want to know why Immortal Crane Sect's Pine Crane Pavilion came to Eastern Sea sneakily and vanished here. These two were not ordinary Gu immortals. One was Shen Clan's first Supreme Elder, and the other was Song Clan's first Supreme Elder. They had rank 8 cultivation level. The two were originally on an important mission, but they found Pine Crane Pavilion by chance. At that time, Fang Zheng was inside this immortal Gu house, having entered Eastern Sea. The two Gu immortals were authority figures with deep knowledge. They recognized Pine Crane Pavilion as they wondered, what is an immortal Gu house of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects doing in Eastern Sea? Shen Tsungsheng also found that a Gu immortal expert was hidden near Pine Crane Pavilion. The two Gu immortals thus followed from afar. Using Shen Tsungsheng's investigative method, they did not lose track of this immortal Gu house. And because they were afraid of alerting the enemy, they were too far away. When Fang Yuan ambushed Duke Long and Pine Crane Pavilion, they did not see anything. By the time they arrived, Fang Yuan had already succeeded in trapping Duke Long and Pine Crane Pavilion in the Chi Path battlefield. But Shen Tsungsheng's method was incredible. After some investigation, he found a lot of clues. He deduced that an immortal battlefield was hidden here. The two Gu immortals immediately attacked. What is going on? Shen Tsungsheng and Songqi Yuan actually came here? Did they have any agreements with Heavenly Court? Fang Yuan's heart sank. The attack of the two Eastern Sea immortals made him immediately get into a situation of facing internal and external threat. Against Duke Long, he had to give his full attention without distraction. But now, he had to deal with Songqi Yuan and Shen Tsungsheng. It was really troublesome now. Fang Yuan could not deal with so many aspects at once. Rumble. The Chi Path battlefield shook as Duke Long noticed it. He became joyful. What is going on? Someone is attacking this Chi Path battlefield? This is a good chance. Duke Long roared as he attacked with even greater force. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He used the Chi Path battlefield to dodge attacks while aiming his moves at Pine Crane Pavilion. Attacking the enemy's weakness was the best strategy. Because Duke Long's weakness was grasped, he had to go on the defensive and continually take hits. But good times did not last long. The Chi Path battlefield soon gave way as more loopholes formed. Duke Long had been searching for a chance. He laughed loudly. Sea Ancestor, your luck is pretty bad. Even though you set an ambush, external forces came to attack. You have been targeting my weakness all along, but now your Chi Path battlefield is your weakness. Break. Saying so, Duke Long unleashed his killer move as the Chi Dragon soared to the sky. It could roam freely in heaven and earth. It could move unhindered over the universe. Fang Yuan quickly tried to stop it, but the Chi Dragon was very agile. It directly targeted the Chi Path battlefield's weakness. Fang Yuan could not stop it. He sighed as a huge loophole formed in the Chi Path battlefield. It rapidly expanded until the battlefield broke apart. Fang Yuan grunted as the backlash assaulted him. Duke Long did not attack him immediately. Instead, he pushed Pine Crane Pavilion. Go! A wave of dragon-shaped chi carried Pine Crane Pavilion and Fang Zheng as it rapidly retreated, attempting to escape the battlefield. After the battlefield was broken, Duke Long returned to Eastern Sea, but he found that the ones who destroyed the battlefield were Song Chi Yuan and Shun Tsongsheng. These two were Eastern Sea rank 8s. They were not allies. Instead, Sea Ancestor had genuine Eastern Sea aura. Thus, Duke Long first made a move on Fang Zheng to send him away, so that he would have no reservations in the fight. What is going on? Song Chi Yuan and Shun Tsongsheng saw this. They became stunned. Duke Long. They immediately recognized Duke Long's identity. Their hearts shook. Duke Long was extremely famous. He was the master of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He had great seniority. Song Chi Yuan and Shun Tsongsheng had not thought that they would see Duke Long in this situation. And more unexpectedly, Duke Long seemed to be ambushed by a person who seemed to be an Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal. Heavens! Since when did Eastern Sea have such an expert? He dared to ambush Duke Long. Song Chi Yuan and Shun Tsongsheng looked at each other in disbelief. They had a similar thought. Crap, we seem to have disrupted this Eastern Sea friend's plans. Instead, we helped Central Continent's heavenly court. Friend, we. Song Chi Yuan wanted to explain, but Fang Yuan grunted as he flew like lightning towards Pine Crane Pavilion. Duke Long saw this and became enraged. This person seemed like a gentleman and an old expert, but he was still targeting Pine Crane Pavilion even now. Thus, he gave chase. Duke Long was very fast. He soon caught up to Fang Yuan. The two began exchanging moves again. Song Chi Yuan and Shun Tsongsheng took a few glances. They burst out in cold sweat. These are both monsters. Since when did Eastern Sea have such an expert? He is able to fight Duke Long evenly? Forget this. He is obviously targeting Pine Crane Pavilion. What does this Pine Crane Pavilion contain? Even if there is nothing, we foiled his plans. We can take down this immortal Gu house to explain our stance. Song and Shin quickly moved, getting away from the battlefield and grabbing Pine Crane Pavilion from the horizon. You cannot kill me. I am a prospective member of Heavenly Court. I am protected by Duke Long. I am Guyu Fang Zheng. I am also Fang Yuan's brother. At the moment of life and death, Fang Zheng, who was well experienced now, felt no sense of shame as he shouted. He did everything to preserve his life. Song and Shin stopped their actions indeed. They looked at this mere rank 6 Gu immortal in surprise. Fang Zheng barely calmed himself down as he gulped. Heavenly Court wants to use me as a weapon against Fang Yuan. They place great importance on me. You can use me as the hostage to extort resources and even immortal Gu from Heavenly Court. I believe that Heavenly Court will give you a satisfactory amount. Shun Tsongsheng waved his hand as Fang Zheng immediately fainted. He looked towards Song Chi Yuan. Brother Song, what do we do? Song Chi Yuan was frowning deeply. It seems like we really cannot kill him. This situation is out of my expectations. Let's go back and watch the battle. All right. The two went back to the battlefield. They saw from afar that Duke Long had the upper hand. He was attacking fiercely. That Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal finally made a mistake when defending. He revealed a weakness. Duke Long had gotten rid of the burdened Fang Zheng. He immediately grasped this weakness, attacking fiercely. Fang Yuan defended himself desperately. Oh no, the Eastern Sea Gu immortal is in danger. What do? Do we reinforce him? Song Chi Yuan and Shun Tsongsheng hesitated. They had interfered in this matter coincidentally. They were still very suspicious now. Unlike the previous life, they had no idea what was going on. But at this moment, the two gasped. It turned out that Fang Yuan had changed his tactic. He moved rapidly and approached Duke Long. Duke Long, you fell for it. Have a taste of this. Immortal killer move, Steal Life. Duke Long had a stunned expression as the killer move Steal Life landed on him directly. It turned out that Fang Yuan had pretended to be heavily injured and exposed a weakness so that he could obtain this chance. Song Chi Yuan and Shun Tsong Sheng looked at each other, feeling the immense shock in each other's emotions. Because after Duke Long got hit by this move, his condition became quite weird. He floated in the air without moving at all. Steal Life? Why is it in your hands? Duke Long looked at Fang Yuan. Duke Long was hit by the killer move Steal Life. But Fang Yuan's expression sank a little, because nothing really happened to Duke Long. Back then when Fang Yuan attacked Thunder Ghost True Monarch in Langya Blessed Land, the effect of Steal Life was immediate. In the previous life, when Langya Land Spirit used Steal Life Immortal Gu, he also heavily injured Fairy Ziwei, Chen Yi, and Feng Jiu Gu, while Thunder Ghost True Monarch died. But this time, against Duke Long, this Steal Life killer move had no effect. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. But soon, he recovered as he said casually. Fang Yuan gave it to me, but it seems to have no effect on you. Why is that? Duke Long said plainly. I had once used the killer move Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. My lifespan will continue to dwindle as my strength rises proportionately. This is like Gu immortals who overuse lifespan extension methods. Lifespan Gu no longer work on them. My Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand also causes other lifespan extension methods to stop working on me. And Steal Life merely exerts influence on the Tao marks corresponding to lifespan. This might be why it failed. So that's it. Fang Yuan nodded as he smiled. Such tricks do not work on you, but it will still be quite effective against other Heavenly Court immortals. I will save it for the future. Duke Long's expression turned dark. He was worried about this. Even though the killer move Steal Life was ineffective on him, it was still very useful against most of the other Heavenly Court members. In this current situation, Fang Yuan failed to defeat Duke Long because of Song Chi Yuan and Shun Tsong Sheng's interference. Duke Long was aware that this was likely the result of Qin Ding Ling's change luck, and also because of Fang Zheng's presence. However, it would be extremely difficult if Duke Long tried to destroy Steal Life Immortal Gu. Because he had fought Fang Yuan for a long time, he knew that this Sea Ancestor was very strong. He was not like any other ordinary peak rank 8 Gu immortal. It was possible to defeat him, but trying to kill him would be very difficult. Because he could not set up an immortal battlefield now, he could not trap Sea Ancestor. At the same time, 2 Eastern Sea rank 8s were watching near the periphery. Thus, after getting hit by Steal Life, Duke Long did not make a move. He spoke to Fang Yuan warmly. Sea Ancestor. As the saying goes, friends are often made after a fight. You cannot defeat me, but I cannot do anything to you either. The truth is, why do we even need to fight so intensely? Fang Yuan had a thought as he said, Oh, Duke Long, you want a truce? He had deep wisdom path attainment. He could easily understand Duke Long's intentions. He felt a bit of admiration internally. Duke Long was ambushed by me and took a beating in the fight earlier. He has such a great status and seniority. His strength is also at the peak, but he has no arrogance at all. He remained calm and observed the situation with clarity. Once he understood that a truce was more advantageous, he immediately stopped the fight. This person truly has terrifying self-control. Even though he was thinking about this, Fang Yuan spoke something different. This is because Heavenly Court came to disturb and provoke me. I do not want to contest with anyone. I cultivate in seclusion, but your Heavenly Court is too greedy. You want to devour all 5 regions and unify the world. My existence itself was your biggest obstacle. Therefore, you used a devious scheme to plot against me, and also gathered a large number of rank 8s to encircle and attack me. Duke Long heard this as he felt helpless. He felt maligned. Heavenly Court had done no such thing as of this moment. In fact, this was the first time he had heard of Sea Ancestor. But he had no words to rebuke him, because it was likely that Heavenly Court would do this in the future. Let's not discuss the fact that this could be Fang Yuan's lie. Duke Long nodded. Even if this is true, that happened in the previous life. Looking at the river of time, it is a matter at the downstream. It has not happened yet. In that case, since we know about it, why don't we change it? Fang Yuan laughed mockingly. Haha, did I hear wrongly? Isn't your Heavenly Court proclaiming to be the leader of the righteous path? You defend heaven's will and try all means to repair fate? You actually want to change the future. Isn't that trying to change fate itself? Fang Yuan pretended to be unaware. This was a crafty accusation. Duke Long smiled. Heavenly Court does defend the Heavenly Tao. We want to repair Fate Gu. But this Heavenly Tao is the Heavenly Tao that wants humanity to rule. This Fate is the Fate Gu that defends the human race. Sea Ancestor, we do not have a huge grudge between us. We can coexist in peace. I will represent Heavenly Court here. We can make an alliance of mutual non-interference. Duke Long spoke solemnly and with great sincerity. At the edge of the battlefield, the two Eastern Sea Rank 8 Gu immortals heard this, and their expressions changed. Shen Tsongxing gasped in dismay, while Song Chi Yuan also had an ugly expression. Originally, after seeing that Eastern Sea had someone like Sea Ancestor who could fight Duke Long alone without being suppressed, they were very happy. In the 5 regions, Eastern Sea had the most abundant resources, but the Gu immortals were not united. Their battle strength varied greatly among each other. With the currently moving earth veins, new earth trenches were forming all the time. The 5 regional walls were weakening, and the 5 regions were merging into one. This was no secret to anyone now. Once the 5 regions merge into one, the other 4 regions would face the intense threat of Central Continent. Song Chi Yuan and Shun Tsongsheng were both first Supreme Elders that were rank 8 Gu immortals. They had great authority and could clearly see the threats of the future. In this situation, if Sea Ancestor went against Heavenly Court, it would greatly benefit Eastern Sea's super forces. Firstly, Sea Ancestor had outstanding battle strength. He was on par with Duke Long. When Heavenly Court invades Eastern Sea, he would be a huge threat to them. Secondly, Sea Ancestor was a secluded cultivator. He had not shown up after so many years. It showed that he had no ambition. Because he was alone, he could definitely coexist with all the super forces in Eastern Sea. Finally, Sea Ancestor clearly cultivated Chi Path. This path had been on the decline for many years. Why would any super force in Eastern Sea cultivate Chi Path primarily? Thus, in terms of resources, there was no conflict. Alliance with Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan pretended to be stunned. He stopped his actions as he suppressed his aura and did not make a move. Duke Long said energetically, Si, our conflict can definitely be resolved peacefully. Regarding your potential future losses, we, Heavenly Court, can also compensate you. Duke Long was an experienced person. He spoke frankly and had great magnanimity. His concern was regarding the big picture. You can't. Shen Tsongsheng could not control himself as he shouted, flying over quickly. Song Chi Yuan followed behind him, saying, Heavenly Court has a deep foundation. Their so-called compensation is nothing to them. Right now, they have grand ambitions. They just want to stabilize this situation now. Senior, you must not trust them. That's right, Senior. We were rash earlier and ruined your plans. We regret it deeply now. Shen Tsongsheng said again. Furthermore, alliance agreements are bullshit. Any agreement can be broken given enough time or if they pay a huge price. Senior cultivates Chi Path instead of Information Path, but Heavenly Court is different. They cannot be trusted. Song Chi Yuan added. The two of them spoke like juniors because they saw Fang Yuan's incredible strength. But why would Fang Yuan agree in the first place? He was merely stalling for time now, but it seemed that these two Eastern Sea immortals were more anxious than him. Fang Yuan smiled internally. He knew what these two were thinking with just a thought. Duke Long nodded. Indeed, at our level, agreements cannot restrict us. However, friend Chi Si has steel life, right? You must know its value. With this move, you have Heavenly Court's weakness in your grasp. This is the foundation of our alliance. With this restricting us, why would we break our agreement? Once he said that, Fang Yuan assessed Duke Long deeply. In the previous life, Fang Yuan saw Duke Long's immense battle strength, but to think that he was so eloquent as well, he was not inferior to a wisdom path Gu immortal. According to Duke Long's understanding, Steel Life, Immortal Gu, and the Killer Move were both given to Sea Ancestor by Fang Yuan to deal with him. But these things were now used by Duke Long to push for an alliance with Sea Ancestor instead. Fang Yuan was silent. He knew about Duke Long's plans. He must be thinking that Sea Ancestor was not an otherworldly demon. As long as Fate Gu was repaired, he would pose no threat to them. He could even be recruited to become Heavenly Court's battle strength. This was the power of a sect system. How could clan-based forces even attempt this? Normally, super forces could not recruit Sea Ancestor at his level that was equal to Duke Long. Only the number one force, Heavenly Court, had the foundation to recruit him. The two Eastern Sea immortals were extremely anxious. They immediately spoke and pointed out that if Fate Gu was repaired, due to the influence of Heaven's will, Heavenly Court would be unbeatable. Heavenly Court had a huge ambition. They wanted to take over the world. Seniors should not be blinded by them. These two Eastern Sea rank 8s were also not stupid. Fang Yuan smiled to himself. With the two of them here, he did not have to waste his own effort. He looked at Duke Long without speaking. Duke Long looked at these two Eastern Sea immortals coldly, exerting pressure. But Song Chi Yuan and Shun Tsongsheng looked at him fearlessly. Even though they knew that they were not Duke Long's match, in the previous life, they dared to fight against him over Dragon Palace. In this life, they also dared to face him. This was not about courage, it was about benefits. Sea Ancestor's stance was too important. They needed to speak up now. The two Eastern Sea immortals were not wimps. Shun Tsung Shung smiled coldly. Lord Duke Long, why are you not letting us speak? Did we hit a nerve? Song Chi Yuan added. Look, senior, this is Heavenly Court's attitude. They are truly overbearing. Duke Long snorted and laughed. If not for Heavenly Court, why would there be the human race of today? Even if Heavens will exert influence, how much influence can there be? Can it kill you directly? If Heavens will had such power, we would have unified the 5 regions long ago. Why would we wait until now? At this point, I might as well increase the offer. Friend Chi Si, why don't you just join our Heavenly Court? After cultivating alone for so many years, you gained such strength. This shows your immense talent. But you must know about the pains of a lone cultivator. Let's just talk about tribulations. How many people in this world can actually help you with them? In Eastern Sea, is there anyone who can match you? You want to rely on these people for help? In fact, these two even ruined your Chi Path battlefield earlier. If you join Heavenly Court, I can help you with tribulations. Even without me, Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard has countless sleeping rank 8 Gu immortals. We also have the Wisdom Path great expert Fairy Ziwei, who possesses Star Constellation chessboard. She can help you with deductions. Chi Path has already become a declining path, but Heavenly Court has Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's inheritance. If you make any outstanding contributions, you can even obtain Primordial Origin's true inheritance in the future. Duke Long made a huge offer, but nobody felt anything strange about it. Fang Yuan's strength was apparent to everyone. His attitude could affect Eastern Sea and even Central Continent to a large extent. This was his value. In the Gu cultivation world, strength was supreme. Song Chi Yuan became increasingly anxious as he laughed coldly. Lord Duke Long, you are truly shameless. Earlier you were fighting to the death with Senior Chi Si, but now you want to recruit him. Who can believe your words? Duke Long smiled calmly. To trust or not to trust, that is up to the individual. You two do not trust me because you are afraid that Heavenly Court will go after your benefits. You both have your own clans and territories. You own many sea areas, and you want to protect your forces. But Chi Si is alone. He is not like you. Laughable. Senior Chi Si is an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. If he joins your Heavenly Court, he will definitely be isolated and pushed aside by you all. Shun Tsungsheng shouted. Isolated and pushed aside. Duke Long looked at Shun Tsungsheng in disdain. With this kind of small-minded thinking, no wonder Shin Clan has not done anything significant after you led it for so many years. The sect system is extremely accepting of outsiders. We only look at talent. And what does that talk about Eastern Sea and Central Continent? The 5 regions are merging into one. Every Gu immortal in this world will belong to the same region in the future. Duke Long was eloquent. Song Chi Yuan and Shun Tsungsheng were quickly rebuked until they were silent. However, even if Duke Long made sense, would Fang Yuan possibly join Heavenly Court? If Duke Long knew that he was talking to Fang Yuan himself, who knew what expression he would show? Shun Tsungsheng wanted to speak again. He did not want to give up. Duke Long snorted coldly, showing ruthlessness in his eyes. Your tiny Shin clan wants a piece of this world? Ambition has to fit one's strength. Otherwise, you will only attract trouble in the future. In fact, I can act as that trouble now and give your Shin clan what it deserves. Shun Tsungsheng was threatened by Duke Long. He was furious and shocked, but kept his mouth shut. He was here to convince Sea Ancestor. He did not want to implicate Shin clan in this, or become the eyesore of Heavenly Court. Otherwise, when the 5 regions chaotic war starts, Shin clan would become the cannon fodder. That was not what he wanted to see. Song Chi Yuan knew that he could not show weakness at this moment. He clapped. Such dominance, Duke Long. As a Central Continent Gu immortal, you are threatening 3 rank 8 Gu immortals of Eastern Sea now. Are you trying to take advantage of our good temperament? Fang Yuan also snorted coldly. He had an ugly expression. I am familiar with this tone as well. In the future when your Heavenly Court's Gu immortals attack me, you will use this tone as well, thinking that you are the supreme overlords of this world, and that everyone should submit to you unconditionally. Once he said that, Shun Tsungsheng and Song Chi Yuan felt revitalized as they straightened their backs. They did not know that Fang Yuan was helping them out a little and supporting them because he saw that they were currently intimidated by Duke Long's overbearing aura. This situation was quite peculiar now. Earlier, Duke Long and Fang Yuan were fighting, but now, Eastern Sea's 2 immortals and Duke Long were fighting for Fang Yuan's support. Fang Yuan was happy to see this situation. He stood in the middle and watched the 2 sides. He would step in to help whichever side was weaker when the chance occurred. This is a really rare opportunity. If I handle this well, maybe Shin Clan and Song Clan will become the eyesores of Heavenly Court after this. Fang Yuan decided to sow discord. He was going to use this chance to intensify the conflict between the 2 sides, so as to influence the entire Eastern Sea Gu immortal world. Duke Long saw that Sea Ancestor's expression turned dark. He felt a little annoyed. He was not annoyed at Sea Ancestor, but Fang Yuan instead. This demon has ill intentions. He is most skilled at devious schemes. When he got Sea Ancestor to help him, he must have aggravated the story. Friend Chi. Duke Long thought about it and spoke. There is mutual benefit in us working together and mutual harm if we become enemies. Many of these devious people are trying to sow discord and use you as their cannon fodder. He spoke with both a soft and hard stance. He was not promising rewards solely. He was also displaying Heavenly Court's deep strength. On the other hand, seeing that Sea Ancestor spoke up for them, the two Eastern Sea rank 8s thanked him while speaking ill of Heavenly Court. They were even more daring than earlier. Fang Yuan stayed at the center, sowing discord as he watched the two sides accuse and blame each other. After a while, they became more heated. Their words were also more offensive. Fang Yuan observed his expression and saw that Duke Long was getting impatient. He knew that he could not overdo it. He smiled with deep meaning. Why would I not know what that Fang Yuan is planning? But that junior is quite interesting. He promised me many things. He was even willing to offer venerable true inheritances. Even though I cultivate Chi path, I also have descendants inside my immortal aperture. It is always good to make preparations for them in advance. Fang Yuan was completely shameless. These true inheritances were his to begin with. He could say anything he wanted. Duke Long heard this and realized, did Fang Yuan also try to recruit Sea Ancestor? But it was not surprising. This person was so powerful that in the absence of an immortal venerable, almost nobody could threaten him. Even Duke Long himself was only on par with him. Even though his killer moves were not very exquisite, and he did not seem to have many Chi Path rank 8 Immortal Gu, his downmarks were at an absurd number. It was truly a mystery how he managed to cultivate to this extent. Duke Long did not know that Fang Yuan had deceived him again. He laughed. Fang Yuan is merely someone who got lucky. He is a pawn of the Venerables. They needed him in their arrangements, so they gave him some benefits and made him slog for it. In terms of foundation, how can he compare to Heavenly Court? Chi. If you join Heavenly Court, you would not need to contribute your immortal aperture. You can keep it. Forget it. Let's not talk about joining Heavenly Court now. I just want to express my sincerity. In the future, if you want to join us, I will definitely invite you with open arms. Let's talk about the compensation. Since you cultivate Chi Path, my Heavenly Court is willing to provide a batch of rank 8 Chi Path resources that are extinct in the outside world, as well as Chi Path inheritances that are all exceptional for you to peruse. Duke Long decided to take it slowly. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light when he heard about the Chi Path resources mentioned. They were indeed extinct. Only Heavenly Court could keep them until now from the remote antiquity era. Other forces could not compare with Heavenly Court in age. They would not have such treasures stored up. Song Chi Yuan and Shun Songsheng saw that Fang Yuan was moved. They quickly called out, Senior Chi Si. Do you know that Duke Long came to Eastern Sea secretly because he wants to obtain Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace? We just captured Gu Yu Fangzheng earlier. We soul-searched him and obtained a lot of information. That's right. Duke Long only wants to stabilize Senior now and retrieve the crucial Immortal Gu House first. Once he completes his task, who knows what attitude he will have later. Song Chi Yuan added fuel to the fire. Fang Yuan was very happy internally. This Immortal Gu House, Dragon Palace, was rank 8. Both Song Chi Yuan and Shin Songsheng were very moved by it. They were even more anxious than him in wanting to stop Duke Long. But on the surface, Fang Yuan had a stern expression. He said solemnly, I know some information about this Dragon Palace matter. I have also obtained a venerable true inheritance from Fang Yuan. We made an agreement. Duke Long, stop here. If you want to express your sincerity, this is the best action to take. I will not pursue what happened in the future of the previous life. In fact, we can indeed have a truce in the future. Otherwise, even if I cannot defeat you, I will go visit Central Continent first. Duke Long snorted coldly, thinking in his heart. This Sea Ancestor looks like he has a cool disposition and a sage-like demeanor, but he is actually so shameless in personality. Fang Yuan said he wanted to visit Central Continent, but he was clearly not going to just visit it. Duke Long did not question the possibility of this, because earlier, Fang Yuan focused all his attacks on Pine Crane Pavilion. It caused Duke Long to end up in a passive spot. He had to withstand the attacks. Like how the two Eastern Sea Immortals had their territories and were afraid of Heavenly Court's threat, Central Continent's Heavenly Court also had a great amount of territory, much more than Shun Clan and Song Clan. They were afraid of people like Sea Ancestor who would be unrestrained and wreak havoc. Sea Ancestor was a lone cultivator. He was all alone without any territory holding him back. He could come and go as he pleased. And most importantly, he was very strong. Heavenly Court did not have any effective methods of dealing with him. Other demonic path, lone immortals, or even Fang Yuan, Heavenly Court thinks he has rank 7 cultivation level, were not too threatening to Duke Long, because they were not strong enough. Even if they joined forces, they were not Duke Long's match. But Sea Ancestor was different. After their encounter this time, Duke Long became very wary of him. He had his trump card Triple Chi Retraction, but would Sea Ancestor lack a trump card? He definitely had one. Honestly speaking, reaching Sea Ancestor's level as a lone immortal was extremely rare. Such a person would have a huge influence on the forces around him. Even if he cultivated in seclusion, he was still a huge obstacle to Heavenly Court's domination. According to Duke Long's mentality, such a person needed to be eliminated, because they were too threatening to the repair of Fate Gu. Thus, when Fang Yuan lied that they would attack him in the future, Duke Long believed it in his heart. But now, due to Fang Yuan's interference, Sea Ancestor was alerted. And Duke Long did not want to give up on the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace either. What should he do? Duke Long felt a headache. He thought that if he fought against Sea Ancestor, Fang Yuan would want to see that happen, or rather, that was Fang Yuan's scheme all along. But if he stops fighting against Sea Ancestor now, should he really give up Dragon Palace? Impossible. Chi, those things earlier are just Heavenly Court's compensation. Duke Long said. Next, we can talk about our transaction involving Dragon Palace. That demon Fang Yuan is too devious and scheming. He paid a huge price to get you to block us. It was a good move. But he is just a rank 7 Gu immortal. It is too laughable that he thinks he can toy with us rank 8 Gu immortals. As he said this, Duke Long's tone turned solemn. Whatever resources he gave you, our Heavenly Court can give you more. Furthermore, I do not need you to take action. I just want you to watch by the sidelines. Oh, are you for real? Fang Yuan showed a slightly stunned expression. Absolutely, Duke Long said with certainty. Senior Chi Si. The two Eastern Sea immortals wanted to interject, but Fang Yuan waved his hand, stopping them from speaking. Fang Yuan looked at Duke Long as he smiled with a slightly mocking expression. Duke Long, Fang Yuan gave me a venerable true inheritance. Venerable true inheritance. Eastern Sea's two immortals stared with wide eyes. Duke Long gritted his teeth. May I ask which one? Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Fang Yuan said immediately. If you don't believe me, I can show you a portion of the content. Duke Long pondered for a moment before nodding. I believe you. At the same time, he thought, this demon Fang Yuan is truly crafty. Spectral Soul was already captured by Heavenly Court. In the future, we will obtain his Spectral Soul true inheritance as well. It is not an issue. This true inheritance has very little value to Fang Yuan now, so he used it for a transaction. But Sea Ancestor does not have Spectral Soul in his possession. It is normal that he took the offer. Fang Yuan continued. Duke Long, if you want me to step aside, are you going to offer a venerable true inheritance too? Duke Long gritted his teeth again. Of course. Really? Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. Honestly speaking, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable is the person I admire the most. Duke Long could feel his lips twitching. He thought to himself, this old man is also really devious. If he really admires Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable so much, why would he fight so ruthlessly earlier? He even used Steel Life. He totally wanted to kill me. But he cultivates Chi Path. It is logical that he wants Primordial Origin's true inheritance. That can be my bargaining chip. Friend, you may not know, the bulk of Primordial Origin's true inheritance lies in creating Heavenly Court Grotto Heaven. The rest of the content is quite little. Due to many changing eras, they are no longer usable in the present world. Duke Long purposely said. Fang Yuan frowned as he showed some disappointment. That means you cannot give me Primordial Origin's true inheritance? Then what can Heavenly Court offer? Star Constellations or Genesis Lotus true inheritance? Regardless of which, they were useful to Fang Yuan. Duke Long chuckled. He gave Fang Yuan some hope, replying ambiguously. We can discuss this. The two Eastern Sea immortals looked at each other. They felt troubled. Duke Long was very ambitious. In order to recruit Sea Ancestor, he actually decided to offer a venerable true inheritance. And the worst thing was that neither Shin clan nor Song clan could make such an offer. Duke Long was the leader of Heavenly Court. He had abundant wealth. He could directly use resources or venerable true inheritances to flood Sea Ancestor. He wanted to overwhelm him. This was the foundation that Heavenly Court had accumulated over countless eras. Song clan and Shin clan were truly unable to match even a small fraction of it. Fang Yuan suddenly felt that Duke Long was actually quite likable. His style of doing things made Fang Yuan want to give a thumbs up. He was truly straightforward. Immediately, Fang Yuan and Duke Long went into a deep discussion. He wanted to stall time for the Dragonman clone anyway. The two Eastern Sea immortals could only watch. They felt anxiety, but also helplessness. Fang Yuan did not forget them, of course. During the conversation, he continued to talk to them and allowed them to maintain hope. After he did that for many times, Duke Long noticed the problem. His gaze turned deep and dark. He knew that this Sea Ancestor was using these two Eastern Sea rank 8s to vie for more benefits. But it was not a problem. As long as Sea Ancestor was willing to negotiate, it was a good sign. But Guyu Fangzheng is in Shun Tsongsheng's hands. This is a small problem. I need to take him back. Duke Long conversed with Fang Yuan while thinking about this as well. Fang Yuan was also thinking about Guyu Fangzheng. Earlier, Eastern Sea's two immortals had mentioned Guyu Fangzheng, but Fang Yuan's acting was too good. He acted like did not mind it at all. He was a complete outsider that showed no flaws. But Fang Yuan had his own thoughts. This dear little brother of mine was not just saved by Heavenly Court. He was even nurtured into becoming a Gu immortal? Very interesting. There must be a reason why Heavenly Court is placing such importance on him. I do not know the exact reason, but it is not a problem. I will take him away later and directly kill him. Long ago, Fang Yuan had wanted to refine Fang Zheng into blood deity, but because of Heavenly Court's pressure and due to many reasons, Fang Zheng was left to live in Langya blessed land for a long time. In the end, an unexpected mishap occurred, and Fang Zheng got saved by Feng Jiugu. This was not really a mistake, but since Fang Yuan found him now, he decided to settle it for good. Fang Zheng was not very important to Fang Yuan, but since Heavenly Court thought highly of him, Fang Yuan would kill him. This was Fang Yuan's usual vigilance. As for Blood Path, he had not many options back then. He needed to raise his battle strength. But times were different now. Fang Yuan's interest in developing Blood Path was very low. As long as the Demon Judgment Board existed, if he cultivated Blood Path, he would be giving Heavenly Court information on where he was. Sometimes, Fang Yuan guessed that in the previous life, he cultivated Blood Path likely because of the influence of Heaven's will. It was a method to trap him. Thankfully, he had always been cautious. He did not attempt to continue using his previous life's signature path for a shortcut. The more Duke Long talked, the more energetic he got. He could tell that Fang Yuan was very sincere. He really had a lot of interest in the Venerable true inheritance. Indeed, this Sea Ancestor has incredible strength. In this world, maybe only Venerable true inheritances are of interest to him. Eastern Sea actually had such a person. I need to properly investigate his background after I return. Sea Ancestor was actually Fang Yuan. And not only did Fang Yuan want Heavenly Court's Venerable true inheritances, he also wanted to kill Guyu Fangzheng. If Duke Long were to know of this, he might just cough out blood on the spot. Dragon Palace Dream Realm. The study room had a heavy atmosphere. Fang Yuan's clone, who was acting as Wu Shuai, looked at his father with an ugly expression. He asked, "Are we really going to give ownership of Cincher Peak to that Fanji? I clearly won the contest. He was the one who tried to steal it. If I did not hold back, he would have died already." The Dragonman Gu immortal shook his head. Cincher Peak involves huge benefits and complex relationships. Black Heaven Temple is refusing to give in. And worse is that even though we contacted Calligraphy Pavilion Lady and Green Anesthetic, these two are not helping us to exert pressure on them. Damn it. Wu Shuai clenched his fists. I am the last disciple of Green Anesthetic, but now that I am facing this problem, this master is showing no care or concern. And that Calligraphy Pavilion Lady is even worse. I am her son-in-law while Fan Ji is the guy who harmed her daughter, yet she is not even saying a word. The Dragonman Gu immortal sighed. How can we influence rank 8 Gu immortals? This was all my fault. I had been too naive in the past. The truth is, did Green Anesthetic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady really not know about our intentions? They were just playing dumb. That's why, father. Wu Shuai stared at the Dragonman Gu immortal, his eyes shining with brilliance. Only our race's own rank 8 Gu immortal is dependable. Our Dragonman race has been relying on the humans and developing until today, wasn't it because of Ancestor Duke Long's influence? Wu Shuai's father nodded. My son, you are right. But rank 8 Gu immortals are just too rare. Even though our Dragonman race is stronger than the humans, we lack their special spirit. Right now, we have many rank 7 Gu immortals, but we do not even have a single rank 8 Gu immortal other than our ancestor. Wu Shuai had a bright gaze. That is why we cannot wait any longer. External rank. 8 Gu immortals are not dependable, while we are also unable to produce any. We need to use an immortal Gu house as a substitute. The Dragonman Gu immortal sighed again. He shook his head. Immortal Gu house? We have thought of that in the past, but to create a rank 7 immortal Gu house would require too many resources. We cannot afford it. And our Dragonman race's current strength is already causing a lot of commotion. More and more human Gu immortals are onto us. Conspiracy theories against Dragonmen are also increasingly common. In this situation, if we still build an immortal Gu house, wouldn't they lose their minds? Father, Wu Shuai stared with wide eyes as he said loudly, are we not going to build our immortal Gu house just because of some resources and rumors behind our backs? Isn't it enough? My son, our Dragonman race relies on the humans. This relationship is our foundation. we cannot be rash. If we really build an immortal Gu house and ruin the relationship, not to mention a rank 7 immortal Gu house, we would not even have hope of building a rank 6 immortal Gu house. Sigh. All these years, I have been in this position and dealing with them. You will not understand the feeling of ostracism. The Dragonman Gu immortal sighed continuously. Wu Shuai felt some disappointment. He argued, regardless of the difficulties, we need to do this. Ordinary rank 7 immortal Gu houses are not enough. We need to create a rank 8 immortal Gu house. That is the only way to establish the foundation of our race. Rank 8 immortal Gu house. Ha ha ha, my son. I am very happy to see that you have such drive. But some things cannot be rushed. Progress takes time. Sigh. Let's forget about Censure Peak. The Dragonman Gu immortal waved his hand. Wu Shuai thought about it before nodding. I guess we have no choice. Scenes after scenes occurred. Fang Yuan's clone wanted to stall for time so that his main body could save him. But his main body was stalling for time so his clone could obtain Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace was like quicksand. Fang Yuan's clone was helpless. He gradually sank and became unable to save himself. It was almost as if he had become Wu Shuai. He was experiencing all of these scenes personally. After the matter of Censure Peak, Wu Shuai finally realized the reality. His master green anesthetic was unreliable. His mother-in-law calligraphy pavilion lady was also unreliable. Even his own father, the Dragonman Gu immortal, was weak-willed. He was also unreliable. He could only rely on himself. Wu Shuai had this realization. He started to strive for strength and excellence. He had great talent and incredible aptitude. With ample hard work and network resources, not only did his cultivation level soar, a portion of the Dragonmen also became stronger. They became the most prominent branch of the Dragonman race. On the day Wu Shuai became rank 7, he also became a higher-up of the Dragonman race, the youngest supreme elder with real authority. Wu Shuai was smart and resolute. He had great foresight and a strong personality. He was not weak-willed like most of the Dragonman Gu immortals. Due to his leadership, the Dragonman race became stronger and stronger. Secretly, he gathered resources and did not forget about the plan to create a rank 8 immortal Gu house. But good times did not last long. The strengthening of the Dragonman race made the humans more antagonistic towards them. They started to use more underhanded methods. Many people were very jealous. In fact, even Wu Shuai himself admitted that much of the reason why the Dragonman race was able to get stronger was because they occupied the human Gu immortals' benefits. But due to Duke Long, the human Gu immortals would not find them for trouble over many things. On Duke Long's birthday, there was a huge celebration. The red longevity character written in the hall was very conspicuous. Duke Long sat at the main seat, surrounded by Dragonmen. One by one, Dragonman Gu immortals walked up and gifted the presents that they had prepared meticulously. Father, I wish you great blessings and longevity. A Dragonman Gu immortal gave a bundle of white python grass. This grass was an immemorial desolate plant. It contained dragon essence and had the shape of a white python with exquisite scales and dragon horns. Father, I wish you eternal prosperity and a long life ahead. Another Dragonman Gu immortal offered a soft jade flower. Father, I wish you. Wu Shuai's father also appeared. Duke Long had a solemn expression as he nodded. His attendants beside him collected all of these gifts for him. After his sons had finished, his grandchildren came up. At this time, Duke Long's expression also became gentler. He smiled warmly. Grandfather, I am here to offer birthday wishes. I wish you blessings as deep as Eastern Sea and longevity as tall as southern border mountains. This is a desolate beast that I hunted personally for you. I hope grandfather likes it. A Dragonman youngster half knelt on the ground as he held a plate in front of him. There was a tiny seahorse on the plate. This is the desolate beast Happiness Seahorse. It is very fast and hard to kill. 7th young master only has rank 6 cultivation level. It is very hard for him to kill it, but to think he actually captured it alive. I heard that in order to capture this Happiness Seahorse, 7th young master spent a month at the bottom of the sea without moving. His filial piety is truly touching. The surrounding people discussed. Many human Gu immortals also participated in this joyous celebration. Little 7th was Duke Long's favorite grandson. He smiled kindly as he held the plate carrying the seahorse. He said, Good, good, good. Little 7th, I will happily accept this gift. But when it was Wu Shuai's turn, Duke Long retracted his smile as he looked at Wu Shuai. In the current situation, you are the most accomplished grandson I have. But remember that going too far could end up being detrimental. Yes, grandfather. Wu Shuai respectfully walked away. That night of the celebration, Duke Long asked someone to secretly call Wu Shuai to his study room. Return that South Flower Island to them. Duke Long said openly. Wu Shuai was slightly shocked. He forced a smile. Grandfather, you may not know, I had won this South Flower Island fair and square. I plan to make this island a home for our dragonmen. Duke Long had a solemn expression. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. It made Wu Shuai feel a little pain on his face. Wu Shuai, don't think that nobody can see through your little tricks. South Flower Island belonged to Wine Cloud Manor, but you snatched it through a scheme. What are you trying to do? Lead your dragonmen properly. Isn't it good to stay in the sect? Why must you relocate and move all the way to South Flower Island? Tell me, what is it that you want? Wu Shuai held his breath. After a moment, he replied, Grandfather, I do not have much ambition. I just want my people to have a better life. A better life? You mean a greater ambition? Duke Long's voice resounded. Wu Shuai shuddered as he confessed, Grandfather, even if this is ambition, so what? Shouldn't we have ambition? Do we not have the right to strive for a better life? Why must we stay here? Grandfather, do you not know of how those human Gu immortals ostracize and take advantage of us? What ostracism? How are they taking advantage of you? All these years, I have only heard about your actions. Do you know why I like Little Seventh the most? Because he sees the world's beauty. He is kind from the depths of his heart. He has never considered the difference between human and dragon man. But you? You use my name to act rashly in the outside world. You devour people's territory and take your sect's benefits for yourself. Quickly stop all these actions. Duke Long shouted coldly, Grandfather, if these human Gu immortals did not treat us like this, why would we act like this? What human? What dragon man? Dragon man is human to begin with. What difference is there? Duke Long chided. If there is no racial difference, what are these dragon horns on my head? What is this dragon tail on my back? Wu Shuai said angrily. He shouted, Grandfather, you were a human who turned into a dragon man. Most of your life was spent as a human. You have only been a dragon man for a short period of time. But us? Grandfather, have you thought about it? We were born as dragon man. We were born with horns on our heads and a tail on our backs. I have been educated by my parents from a young age. They told us that we originated from humans. But when I was little, the kids around me mocked me for my appearance. They ostracized me. They pulled my tail and scales. All these tell me that I am not part of this human race. After growing up, I realized that not just the kids, even those human adults treat us differently. They are just more subtle with it. If I fail, they will say that it is normal for dragon men to lose to humans. If I succeed, they will say, a dragon man was able to reach this stage? Did he use any tricks or schemes? Those humans always think they are the greatest beings. They look down on dragon man as an inferior race. How dare they? Man is the spirit of all living beings, but us dragon men are not inferior. We are born with enslavement path down marks. Our body physique far surpasses these humans. If human Gu masters do not use Gu worms, their punches and kicks cannot even hurt the dragon scales on our bodies. And even more special is our long lifespan. All of these humans die so quickly compared to us. So many Gu immortals become dragon men because they want to extend their lifespan. They have clearly abandoned their human identity, but they still look down on dragon men. This is merely the fault of these decadent ideas of the past. Enough! Duke Long slammed the table, interrupting Wu Shuai. His face was extremely dark. Not enough. Wu Shuai's tone became calm. He looked at Duke Long bravely, enduring those dragon eyes that were emitting great pressure. Grandfather, you are the one who created the Dragonman lifespan extension method. Without you, the Dragonmen will not exist. You are the ancestor of the Dragonmen. Why must you constantly side with those humans? We are your family. I will not return South Flower Island even if I die. Grandfather, if you insist on it, then you will have to end my life first. After saying that, Wu Shuai did not look at Duke Long. He turned around and left, walking out of the room. Duke Long did not stand up to stop him. He remained seated on his chair, having complex emotions. Sigh, my descendants are all growing up. They have their own ambitions now. But they have never placed the big picture of humanity in their hearts. Was I negligent in my education? Or have the dragon men already formed into a flood? I was just the person who pushed open the floodgates. Wu Shuai schemed against Wind Cloud Manor. After realizing it, they went to Duke Long to settle this, wanting to take back South Flower Island. But Wu Shuai did not listen. He insisted on his actions. Wind Cloud Manor did not give up. They used all sorts of methods to find trouble with Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai dealt with whatever they threw at him. He maintained stability with much difficulty. Duke Long did not do anything to help his grandson, but the rest of the Dragonman Gu immortals did something to help, be it secretly or openly. Due to their help and Wind Cloud Manor being wary of Duke Long, they did not act too aggressively. Wu Shuai succeeded in relocating all of his people to South Flower Island to live. But the matter regarding South Flower Island did not end here. Even after 100 years, Wind Cloud Manor did not give up on it. They continued to act and try to reclaim South Flower Island. Wu Shuai dealt with all of these problems with impeccable methods. Wind Cloud Manor was unable to succeed. After 100 years, my plan finally comes to fruition. On this day, Wu Shuai looked at the immortal Gu house in front of him as he shed tears of excitement and joy. Back then, he snatched South Flower Island because he needed a secretive location to build the immortal Gu house. Wu Shuai's father stood beside him, having an incredulous expression. You actually succeeded. My son, you are more capable than me. Even though the sects have been suppressing and isolating my South Flower Island these years, I have been gaining fortuitous encounters constantly. I had a stream of resources. At the same time, with the help and contribution of the Dragonman Gu Immortals, after 100 years, this rank 7 Immortal Gu house has finally been created. Wu Shuai smiled. Give me a few hundred more years, I might be able to make this a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. This has not been named, Wu Shuai's father asked. The Gu Immortals all have their own suggestions, but as the creator, I overruled all suggestions and gave this the name, Dragon Court. Saying so, Wu Shuai's voice became louder as his eyes shined with bright light. Dragon Court. Wu Shuai's father heard this and his expression changed. Isn't this too inappropriate? Ha ha, why is it inappropriate? It complements Heavenly Court. Wu Shuai laughed loudly. Son, you should reconsider it. In the eyes of these human Gu Immortals, Dragon Court is not a name that complements Heavenly Court. It is clearly a rebellious sign. Hee. Wu Shuai laughed coldly. They can think what they want. You can't say that. Humans are still the overlords of the 5 regions. Father. Wu Shuai raised his hand. Say no more. I have made up my mind. This will be called Dragon Court. 1841 renowned in the world, promising a future Eastern Sea dream realm. An intense battle was reaching its climax. Song Tao Zi was covered in injuries, but his aura was strong, firmly suppressing Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai, you did not stop my killer move. That was your greatest mistake, now lose. Song Tao Zi shouted as he raised his head, his body glowing in a dense green light. The green light covered Song Tao Zi and spread rapidly, traces of green light resembling the leaves of a pine tree. Layers and layers stacked as they swept towards Wu Shuai in an unceasing manner. Wu Shuai did not move. He continued to lie in the deep pit, seemingly accepting defeat. The observing Gu Immortals saw this as they all sighed. Wu Shuai is going to lose. That is natural. Song Tao Zi is a peak rank 7 of Wind Cloud Manor. His battle strength is definitely top 3 within Central Continent's rank 7 Gu Immortals. Wu Shuai wanted to challenge him. He was truly out of his league. He is just a Dragonman Gu Immortal. It was amazing that he could fight to this extent. So what? Wu Shuai had already set the agreement with Wind Cloud Manor before the battle. This would decide the ownership of South Flower Island. This defeat is really a shame. His 100 years of hard work is going to end up wasted. That's right. I heard that Wu Shuai and his Dragonman comrades have managed South Flower Island very well. It is full of resources. Now, Wind Cloud Manor is going to gain from it. You can't say that. Back then Wu Shuai used a devious scheme to take South Flower Island from Wind Cloud Manor. This is just retribution. He deserves it. The humans Gu Immortals were happily watching by the side, enjoying his misery. Tai Chin watched at a corner alone. Her eyes were filled with tears as she muttered worriedly, Darling Wu. Meanwhile, those Dragonman Gu Immortals had defeated expressions. Only a few of the ones who knew the secret had excited and expectant expressions. Brother, use it, shocked the entire world. The former Dragonman youngster Huang Wei idolized and admired Wu Shuai with all his heart. He yelled internally. At the next moment, looking at the green light that spread towards him like an endless tsunami, Wu Shuai smiled lightly. You finally used this move, Song Tao Zi. Do you know that I have been waiting for this for a long time? Wu Shuai laughed. What do you mean? Humph, he is putting up a front. Can a mere Dragonman Gu Immortal like him accomplish a comeback? This move is Song Tao Zi's famous killer move, Green Heaven Pine Wave. In Central Continent, no. In the entire 5 regions, how many rank 7 Gu Immortals can actually successfully defend against this move? However, at the next moment, a huge castle appeared from nowhere. Wu Shuai went inside it and charged up while manipulating this palace. The palace soared towards the sky, up into the clouds. What is this? An immortal Gu house. I have never seen an immortal Gu house like this. Did Wu Shuai create it himself? Most likely. This battle has been announced to the world. Both sides can use their own possessions. Since Wu Shuai is using it, this must be his according to the rules. Oh heaven, the Dragonmen have an immortal Gu house now, and it is a rank 7 immortal Gu house. Look, this palace is completely unaffected. It is as if Green Heaven Pine Wave does not exist. It easily carved out a pathway. This is not an ordinary rank 7 immortal Gu house. It can definitely resist rank 8 existences. Everyone gasped. Song Tao Zi was furious and shocked. He looked at his proudest killer move being treated as harmless air. His heart sank to rock bottom. Wu Shuai was currently using Dragon Court. Dragon Court approached as Wu Shuai's voice resounded. Song Taozi, kneel down and beg for mercy. I will spare your life. Song Taozi had a pale expression. He said in a rage, don't even think about it. You, a mere Dragonman, dare to humiliate me? Even though he was in a desperate situation, Song Taozi refused to back down in this fight. Have mercy. The surrounding Wind Cloud Manor Gu immortals saw this and quickly shouted. Within Dragon Court, Wu Shuai heard his words and laughed coldly. His dragon pupils burst out with killing intent as he used Dragon Court to directly charge over. Song Taozi could not dodge in time. He screamed pitifully as he was crushed to death by Dragon Court. What? Song Taozi died. He actually killed Song Taozi. Is he trying to cause a war? A Dragonman Gu immortal killed a member of our human race. What is he trying to do? All sorts of furious emotions erupted. The Dragonman Gu immortals present turned pale, while Huang Wei had a look of nervousness. At this moment, Dragon Court floated in the sky. Wu Shuai shouted from within, shut up. My battle with Song Taozi was a life-and-death battle. This was announced to the world long before the fight. If anyone has any objections, come out now and face me. Receive your death. Instantly, the surroundings went silent. In the next scene of the Dream Realm, it was the celebratory banquet. There were 100 tables here filled with delicious food and wine. Everyone was happily celebrating. The spotlight was naturally on Wu Shuai, who was sitting at the main table. Congratulations to brother. After this battle, nobody will contest South Flower Island anymore. Wind Cloud Manor also lost a powerful general. Huang Wei offered a toast. He was filled with excitement and admiration. Wu Shuai patted his shoulders. Brother, this was not all due to me. You have credit too. Brother. Huang Wei was choked with tears. Brother Shuai, this battle made you renowned in the world. I will congratulate you now. Tai Qin raised her wine cup. She spoke normally, but her tone was filled with affection. Junior sister, thank you for the concern. Wu Shuai knew what Tai Qin was worried about in her heart. Thus, he shouted loudly. My battle with Song Taozi was a battle of life and death. The world can attest to that. Whoever dies has to accept their fate. Song Taozi was a good opponent. He deserves the glory of dying in a heroic combat. I would like to assume that Wind Cloud Manor has no objections. Wind Cloud Manor had naturally sent an envoy to this banquet. It was an ordinary rank 6 Gu immortal. Song Taozi was killed by Wu Shuai's insistence. Wind Cloud Manor also lost South Flower Island. But for their righteous reputation, and to show their magnanimity, they still sent an envoy to attend the banquet. Wu Shuai's words made this envoy's face turn red. He hesitated before standing up and calling out. Is my Wind Cloud Manor a small sect? Since this was agreed upon, we would definitely not go against it. Please take a seat, envoy. Wu Shuai waved his hand, laughing loudly. The envoy gritted his teeth in anger. He wanted to blow up, but there were many people looking at him. Because the sect's reputation was at stake, he had to sit down. Friend Wu Shuai, I am an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. Gu Liang, I watched your battle with Song Taozi and how you overwhelmed him with power. I offer you a toast. A male Gu immortal wearing a robe and crown walked out. He called himself Gu Liang. He was a middle-aged man, but had a smile that gave off the air of a person of authority. Wu Shuai felt overjoyed internally. This battle really made him renowned in the world. Even Eastern Sea Gu immortals came to attend his banquet. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady has arrived. At this moment, the doorman shouted loudly. The hall went into a commotion. A rank 8 Gu immortal had just shown up in this event after all. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady did not come alone. She brought her daughter along. It was Wu Shuai's wife in name. Shu Jiuling, my son-in-law. Congratulations on your victory. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady smiled lightly. Even though she said just one simple sentence, everyone's expressions changed. Mother-in-law, my virtuous wife, I have been saving seats for you. Please come and sit. Wu Shuai smiled as he invited them, feeling surprised internally. From Wu Shuai's perspective, he would definitely invite Calligraphy Pavilion Lady for such an important event, at least on the surface. He would always do his part as a good son-in-law. But the truth was, he did not expect Calligraphy Pavilion Lady to come. But now, she came personally and even brought her daughter along. This was out of Wu Shuai's expectations. Lord Green Anesthetic has arrived. After Calligraphy Pavilion Lady got seated, another rank 8 Gu immortal arrived. This was Wu Shuai's master, but for the last few decades, Wu Shuai had not been in contact with him. Wu Shuai also sent him an invitation, of course. Disciple greets master. Wu Shuai quickly went to greet him. My disciple, I have come to visit you. Green Anesthetic looked at Wu Shuai as he nodded in praise. You are quite energetic. Master, please take a seat. Wu Shuai had an excited expression. He was not pretending, it was his true emotion. The influence and gains from this battle were far beyond his expectations. After the banquet, Wu Shuai sent off the 2 rank 8s, but Calligraphy Pavilion Lady left her daughter, Shu Jiuling, behind. You two have been separated for so long. How can that continue? You should stay together. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady said in a plain tone, but she had deep meaning behind it. Shu Jiuling did not speak. She was not impatient as always. She was very quiet now. But at night, Wu Shuai left her in an empty room. My virtuous wife, take a rest first. I need to settle some work first. He was still so polite. It was the same as their first encounter. Shu Jiuling was silent for a moment before nodded obediently. Go and do your work, husband. Wu Shuai was not busy at all. He was meeting with Tai Qin. Junior sister, I have come. Brother Shuai, I thought you were not coming today. How could that be? You need to know how important you are in my heart. That woman cannot even compare to a strand of your hair. Tai Qin was very happy when she heard this. After they enjoyed each other's company for some time, Tai Qin asked worriedly, Brother Shuai, I am still quite worried. You killed Wind Cloud Manor's signature rank 7 expert. Would they let this go? Of course they will not let this go, but so what? Wu Shuai sneered. Looking at the cold and bright moon in the sky, he sighed. Today, after this banquet, I, Wu Shuai, have finally realized the truth. Realized what? Wu Shuai's eyes flickered with cold light. In this world, strength is all that matters. Why do you think Master Green Ant and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady came here to attend my banquet? That is because I own Immortal Gu House Dragon Court. Even though I have rank 7 cultivation level, I can use this house to fight rank 8. This is my foundation. I am now qualified to talk to them. Wind Cloud Manor will definitely remember this grudge, but they have too many concerns if they want to deal with me. That is because of my Dragon Court. As long as I possess this strength, there is nothing to fear. No, I will definitely become a rank 8 Gu Immortal. I will elevate Dragon Court to rank 8 as well. By then, I want to see who can look down on me in this world. Brother Shuai. Tai Qin placed her head on Wu Shuai's chest as she looked at him endearingly. Wu Shuai lowered his head and met with her gaze. He caressed her hair gently as he promised. Oh, junior sister, I will give you happiness. I will give you a good life. Right now, Calligraphy Pavilion Lady is still a threat to me, but when I become rank 8, I will definitely give you a proper status. I don't need any status, Brother Shuai. I am satisfied with just being by your side. But I am not satisfied. I want to have many children with you in the future. I want us to enjoy the happiness of watching our descendants grow up. Will that day come? Tai Qin's face flushed red with embarrassment. It will. Wu Shuai held her tightly. Believe me, it will. 1842 Uprising Plan. Stealing fate Wu Shuai accumulated for 100 years. He constructed an extraordinary rank 7 Immortal Gu House, Dragon Court. Next, he made a bet with Wind Cloud Manor, using Dragon Court to kill Song Tao Zi in front of everyone, becoming renowned in the world. During the celebratory banquet, Green Ant Ascetic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady showed up. This confirmed that Wu Shuai's influence had grown. He was now qualified to speak on equal terms with rank 8 existences. During the night of the celebratory banquet, Wu Shuai had a nice dream. In this dream, he fulfilled all of his aspirations. He reached all of the goals that he was willing to fight for. He became the Dragonman leader. He had peak rank 8 battle strength. Duke Long stepped down from his position for him. He controlled Dragon Court and led his Dragonman people to live freely, becoming equals with the humans. He imprisoned Fan Ji and tortured him to death in front of Shu Jiuling, before he went to deal with Shu Jiuling herself. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady came in time and fought against him. After she lost, she begged him to spare her daughter and offered herself as his subordinate. Wu Shuai agreed to it. He only made Shu Jiuling a servant, while Calligraphy Pavilion Lady became his subordinate for good. He made Green Ant Ascetic and Wine Fairy his Dragonman external supreme elders. Even though they did not want to, the Dragonman race was too powerful. Wu Shuai's strength forced them to submit. And the happiest thing was that he finally made Tai Qin his sole Dragon Empress. They had many children together. All of his kids had great talent and aptitude. They were like shining stars in the sky. Even though they were still young, they would definitely become great figures in the future. On the second day, Wu Shuai woke up with a smile. He looked at his beloved Tai Qin as she slept. He covered her with a blanket affectionately. Next, he walked out of the room quietly, starting to do his work. His battle with Song Tao Zi did not just lead to his own rise. Even the Dragonman race was feeling a lot of motivation and excitement. Due to this influence, the Dragonman race became more active and had a stronger attitude. For the next few decades, the conflict between the Dragonmen and humans intensified as they clashed with greater intensity. Duke Long learned of this and summoned Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai flew all the way for thousands of li, but was scolded by Duke Long. These years, he had been the main culprit behind the conflict of the Dragonmen and humans. Next, Duke Long ordered him to announce his crimes and step down as the owner of South Flower Island. At the same time, he had to change Dragon Court's name to Dragon Palace. Wu Shuai was unwilling, but against Duke Long and Heavenly Court, he was still too weak. He had a dark expression and deep anger as he returned to South Flower Island, following Duke Long's instructions reluctantly. Gu Liang came to visit. The first time Wu Shuai saw him was during the banquet after killing Song Taozi. For the last few decades, Gu Liang had been very close with the South Flower Island Dragonmen. They had worked together many times. Their cooperation was harmonious. Wu Shuai, I heard about the situation in South Flower Island. Why are you admitting to such crimes? Is there anything I can help you with? Wu Shuai sighed deeply. Gu Liang, this is the order of my ancestor Duke Long. I have no choice but to obey him. I am helpless now. Wu Shuai spoke firmly. I will tell you the truth. When I killed Song Taozi, I thought it was a turning point that will lead to the rise of my Dragonman race. But after these decades, I seem to be stuck in a sandpit. All my actions are showing little effect. I am facing pressure from all directions. Gu Liang smiled as he consoled. Don't think too lowly of yourself. These years, I have seen all of your hard work. If not for your management of South Flower Island, this force created by the Dragonmen would have been devoured by all the greedy people out there. After all, it is the 10 great ancient sects and heavenly court that you are going against. Wu Shuai was silent for a while. He was filled with deep rage and anger, but also helplessness. In the end, he sighed deeply as he raised his head. The rise of the Dragonman race. It is easier said than done. It is harder than ascending heaven. Gu Liang still had his smile. One step at a time. Back then, when heavenly court rose to power, wasn't it the same situation? Wu Shuai said in a defeated tone. With my ancestors' instructions, my decades and even centuries of hard work have gone to nothing. The humans have control of the world. This is the trend. Gu Liang said, I have a method. It can solve your problem. Oh, what is it? Quickly tell me. There is no need to hesitate with our friendship. Wu Shuai immediately asked. This is a simple plan. You are only worried about the morale of the Dragonman race. Especially since you and South Flower Island are the war flags that hold up the entire race. Yet Duke Long wants to exterminate that. But what if you advance to rank 8 now? Advance to rank 8? Why would I not want that? But the final tribulation, even with Dragon Court, I am afraid. Wu Shuai was hesitant. Ha ha. You have taken charge of South Flower Island for so many years. You truly cannot take such a risk. You know how important you are to the entire island and Dragonman race. But all these worries are holding you back. You no longer have the same bravery back then. I am here to lend you a hand. I will help you pass the final tribulation and become a true rank 8 Gu immortal. Gu Liang said as his aura transformed, turning from rank 7 to rank 8. It turned out that he was a rank 8 Gu immortal disguising as a rank 7. Wu Shuai was deeply shocked. Gu Liang. No, senior. You. Gu Liang raised his hand, stopping Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai, let's continue talking as friends. The truth is, I approached you for my own intentions. Central Continent is too powerful. The rest of the 4 regions are weak. As an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, I am willing to see internal conflict in Central Continent. But I am not helping you because of that. I really appreciate and admire you. To speak the truth, we are quite alike. Wu Shuai was overjoyed. These years, I have been finding a rank 8 Gu immortal to help me with my tribulation. But even Green and Ascetic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady are constantly giving excuses. Your help has truly come at the best timing. I, Wu Shuai, will never forget this favor. The next scene of the dream realm was his tribulation. But because Wu Shuai and Gu Liang were very close in the earlier scenes, he was helped by Gu Liang. Gu Liang had extraordinary strength. With his help, Wu Shuai successfully passed the tribulation without danger. Wu Shuai finally became a rank 8 Gu immortal. Even though he obeyed Duke Long's instructions and did everything, causing a huge commotion and fear among the Dragonmen. When news that he became a rank 8 Gu immortal spread in the world, the tides shifted towards the Dragonman race again. Their morale rose greatly. It was even higher than before. Wu Shuai became the second rank 8 of the Dragonman race. He surpassed his father's generation. Only Duke Long was the sole person above him. Wu Shuai had genuine rank 8 cultivation level now. He could finally speak on equal terms with Green and Ascetic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady. Duke Long's attitude towards him also changed. He no longer summoned him and scolded him so casually. It was like he had broken out of a hopeless encirclement. Wu Shuai felt his pressure lifting. Most of the undercurrents involving South Flower Island for the last few decades were swept away after he reached rank 8. The scenery of rank 8 is truly different. From today onwards, I am also a peak existence of the Gu immortal world. Wu Shuai was extremely grateful to Gu Liang. Their cooperation deepened continuously. Gu Liang told Wu Shuai of many secrets. The foundation of Heavenly Court is fake Gu. In history, 2 demon venerables attacked Heavenly Court, but why did they fail? The reason was because they could not destroy fake Gu, and because of Star Constellation's assimilation, they are unable to destabilize Heavenly Court's foundation. However, While star constellations' assimilation defended the reign of Heavenly Court, it also infuriated the Heavenly Tao. The way of heaven is balance, but humanity is flourishing and strengthening without restraint at the moment. This goes against the true heaven's will. Wu Shuai learned many important things from Gu Liang. Even though he lived in Central Continent and was a supreme elder of one of the 10 great ancient sects, he had never understood Heavenly Court's true secrets. He did not have any sources of information. Wu Shuai, if you really want to lead the Dragonman race to rise up, rank 8 cultivation level is not enough. In fact, even if you get more rank 8 Gu immortals, it will not affect Heavenly Court status. Heavenly Court has many more rank 8s than you'll ever have. In fact, if I put this bluntly, if your Dragonman race really surpasses the bottom line of Heavenly Court one day, they will definitely take action against you. Don't they always say this? Those who are not my race having different motives. 1. Wu Shuai thought about it. There was deep meaning in this. He quickly asked Gu Liang for advice. Gu Liang told him, the rise of Dragonmen is extraordinary. You have to target the source of everything. The source? You are referring to Fate Gu. Wu Shuai smiled bitterly. Fate Gu is kept strictly by Heavenly Court. It is too difficult. It is difficult indeed, but there is still hope. Especially now, we have the greatest opportunity of all time. Gu Liang's eyes flickered with bright light. Wu Shuai was moved. You are referring to that person, Red Lotus. That's right. Heavenly Court originally wanted to nurture Red Lotus into an immortal Venerable, but he has other intentions. He chose to defy them. Your ancestor Duke Long has been very busy over this matter. It is giving him such a headache that he has relaxed his control over your Dragonman race. From this point, you need to thank Red Lotus for lowering the pressure that you are facing. Gu Liang said, we need to borrow Red Lotus power? That is a good idea, but how do we contact him? Wu Shuai asked again. Red Lotus is too mysterious. There is almost no way of tracing his movement. We cannot find Red Lotus directly. Even if we want to meet him, he will reject us. He might even attack or destroy us. Gu Liang's expression changed. He showed some wariness. He said with deep meaning, regardless of whether Red Lotus is an immortal Venerable or demon Venerable, he is still a human Gu immortal. If he does not want to cooperate, how will we borrow his strength? Wu Shuai asked. Gu Liang laughed. Red Lotus wants to revive his family and his lover. He has to go against the Heavenly Tao and defy fate. This conflict cannot be resolved, and precisely so, he turned on his teacher, and Duke Long remains unable to get Red Lotus to turn back. Red Lotus will definitely attack Heavenly Court and attempt to destroy Fate Gu. When he attacks Heavenly Court, it will be our opportunity to take action. When will Red Lotus Demon Venerable attack Heavenly Court? That I am not sure. It can take many years, or it can be at the next moment. Wu Shuai realized. I get it. From now on, we need to get close to Heavenly Court. We need to constantly enter Heavenly Court to find more information and peek into deeper secrets. When Red Lotus attacks, we will use the prime opportunity to try and steal Fate Gu. 1. A common phrase in Chinese. 1843, making sacrifices. Wu Shuai became rank 8. He broke the encirclement and swept the pressure away. Not only that, he even found the only chance to defeat Heavenly Court. That was to borrow Red Lotus power. Red Lotus had yet to become a Venerable, but he was already predestined to become a future Venerable. Even though this was just a guess, the entire Gu immortal world was inclined to believe it. If not for this, why would Duke Long and Heavenly Court try all ways to convince him? Back then, Duke Long descended and took him in as a disciple. It was an obvious sign. After talking to Gu Liang, Wu Shuai changed his strategy. He started to keep a low profile. He no longer acted like before. Originally, after becoming rank 8, the Dragonman race was very excited. There was finally a rank 8 great expert that could back them up. However, Wu Shuai started to get close to Heavenly Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Many Dragonmen could not understand him. Wu Shuai put in a lot of effort to show a repentant attitude. He gradually won the trust and favor of the 10 great ancient sections. He purposely got close to Heavenly Court and tried all ways to get information about them. In fact, he even put in funds to make an immortal Gu house for Heavenly Court. As for the conflict between Dragonmen and humans, he also changed his stance. He suppressed Dragonmen to protect the benefits of the humans. After 100 years, even though Wu Shuai gained some success, he could not gain Heavenly Court's trust. What should I do? Wu Shuai was anxious. He discussed with Gu Liang. Gu Liang said, you are a Dragonman. Heavenly Court has always been extremely wary of variant humans. They look down on variant humans from the depths of their hearts. Our only hope is Duke Long. We need to target him. How do I gain Duke Long's trust? His impression of me is... Wu Shuai smiled bitterly as he shook his head. Gu Liang looked at Wu Shuai solemnly. It will depend on whether you can make sacrifices. Wu Shuai did not hesitate. He immediately answered, I've been planning for the Dragonman race all along. So what if I have to make sacrifices? Good. Gu Liang clapped. Only a person like you can accomplish great things. Gu Liang gave his plan, but Wu Shuai hesitated. Because Gu Liang was asking Wu Shuai to sacrifice Huang Wei on purpose. Huang Wei was a rank 7 Dragonman Gu immortal now. He had followed Wu Shuai since his youth. He had always been working hard in developing South Flower Island with Wu Shuai. He was loyal and had made many accomplishments. There was no chance he would ever betray Wu Shuai. Gu Liang urged him. Everyone in the world knows about your relationship with Huang Wei. We can create a situation where you need to make a choice. If you defend the interests of the humans and sacrifice Huang Wei, Duke Long will definitely change his opinion towards you. But you want me to kill my greatest general, and he is the person who trusts and idolizes me the most. Wu Shuai gritted his teeth. He was hesitant and unwilling to do so. I believe that if Huang Wei knows the purpose of his sacrifice, he will definitely do it. Am I right? Gu Liang's words lifted a lot of Wu Shuai's hesitation. Wu Shuai sighed deeply as his eyes turned red. I know Huang Wei like I know myself. If he knows that is my plan, he will definitely sacrifice himself. No, Gu Liang quickly interjected. This plan is too important. The fewer people who know, the safer it is. Only the two of us should know of it. Friend, you need to know that even the dead can be investigated upon to look for evidence. We cannot let Huang Wei know of our plan. This, Wu Shuai shut his eyes as he shook his head. Let me think about it. Let me think about it. He hesitated for half a year before he finally made up his mind. Compared to the individual Huang Wei, the entire Dragonman race was more important. Wu Shuai and Gu Liang plotted secretly, creating conflict and killing human Gu immortals before gathering evidence to accuse Huang Wei. After this matter happened, it attracted a lot of attention in Central Continent. Huang Wei screamed out in innocence. This was not done by me. Brother, you know me. I will definitely not do that. Wu Shuai defended Huang Wei at first, but as more evidence got exposed, he had no choice but to uphold justice and kill Huang Wei. This matter caused a great commotion. The Dragonmen became very upset with Wu Shuai. Many Dragonmen started to move out of South Flower Island. The 10 great ancient sects praised Wu Shuai greatly. Even Duke Long heard about this matter and nodded in praise of Wu Shuai. He has grown up a lot over these years. I am very pleased. Wu Shuai successfully gained Duke Long's trust after this, but he felt emptiness in his heart. Before his execution, Huang Wei's last words were deeply etched into his heart. He could never forget it in this lifetime. Brother, I have never regretted following you. If you want to execute me, regardless of the reason, I will accept it. But brother, I have not done anything like this. You need to be careful. Be very careful. Those human Gu immortals are trying to deceive you. These years, they have not done anything against you. They have actually changed their tactics. They are accusing me now to get rid of me. They want to gradually clip your wings. Brother, you told me about the future of the Dragonman race. I have never reached it. So be it if I die. I hope you will carry on this dream. The future of the Dragonman race cannot be achieved without you. Huang Wei knelt on the ground, crying as he said that. Wu Shuai felt his heart bleeding with every sentence. Wu Shuai almost lost control and wanted to tell Huang Wei the truth behind everything. The one who framed him was this beloved brother right here. In fact, there was a moment where Wu Shuai had the intense urge to kneel down and beg for Huang Wei's forgiveness. But in the end, he controlled himself. He snorted coldly. Huang Wei, you have committed a great crime and killed people. You still refuse to admit your sins even now. Sigh, I have trusted you in vain. You are too disappointing. I am deeply hurt. Halfway through, Wu Shuai started to cry. His voice became shaky. He did not dare to look at Huang Wei. He quickly turned around and left. Brother, Huang Wei knelt on the cold floor of the prison cell. Looking at Wu Shuai who was leaving, he shouted, Brother, let me call you that for the final time before I die. Don't forget the grand aspiration of the Dragonman race. Wu Shuai walked even more quickly now. He seemed to be escaping. Many Gu immortals came to watch Huang Wei's execution, but Wu Shuai did not go. That night, he had a dream. In the dream, he saw Huang Wei who was pointing at him and scolding loudly. Wu Shuai told him the truth. After hearing it, Huang Wei started to cry as he knelt down on the ground, saying, Brother, you have worked too hard. I was too ignorant. I blamed you wrongly. For the sake of the Dragonman race, you took on all these accusations and made such sacrifices. I am willing to sacrifice myself too. Wu Shuai quickly held Huang Wei as he stood up. He patted his shoulder. Brother, I'm glad you understand me. After waking up, Wu Shuai still carried a smile. He did not get out of bed. He opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. The smile did not fade from his face, but tears flowed down from his eyes. Huang Wei's death caused a lot of commotion. South Flower Island was in turmoil. Morale fell to rock bottom. The Dragonmen were all very disappointed in Wu Shuai. But Wu Shuai started to go in and out of Heavenly Court regularly. This was a major breakthrough. Once, Heavenly Court decided to build Central Heaven Gate. Wu Shuai grabbed onto this great opportunity and reported to Duke Long that he was willing to contribute his Dragon Palace. All these years, Dragon Palace had remained as a rank 7 immortal Gu house. Wu Shuai had done this after much consideration. Losing Dragon Palace was not a big deal. He could rebuild it in the future. The most important thing was Fate Gu. Duke Long's reaction was not out of Wu Shuai's expectations. Duke Long said, Wu Shuai, I am very happy that you are willing to do this. But Central Heaven Gate is an information path immortal Gu house, while your Dragon Palace is enslavement path. It is not appropriate. Furthermore, with Heavenly Court's foundation, we do not need you to spend your own wealth. Wu Shuai sighed. Grandfather, I was too arrogant when I was young. I did many atrocious things. Now that I regret it, I've been thinking about ways to make up for my mistakes. Please give me a chance, grandfather. I will not disappoint you. Duke Long laughed loudly. All right, you and your father will be in charge of building Central Heaven Gate. Wu Shuai was overjoyed. Thank you, grandfather. To build Central Heaven Gate, many resources were needed. Gu Liang came to offer some help. He said to Wu Shuai, Heavenly Court has devious ambitions indeed. They actually want to create Central Heaven Gate. It can connect to Grotto Heavens. But this is truly a great opportunity. We can target this Central Heaven Gate and leave a backdoor while probing for more secrets and information of Heavenly Court. Wu Shuai started to work harder. He went around in preparation of creating Central Heaven Gate. The Dragonman race were very unhappy with him. Many Dragonmen started to scold Wu Shuai. They called him the traitor of the Dragonman race. These Dragonmen held deep expectations for Wu Shuai in the past. It was all converted into intense disappointment and hatred now. Even Wu Shuai's own father was very cold to him. Wu Shuai endured these misunderstandings as he put in all his effort to complete Central Heaven Gate. Creating a backdoor in Central Heaven Gate was not easy, especially under the supervision of Heavenly Court. While he was working hard and was about to gain some results, an accident occurred. His father returned from Heavenly Court. He was gravely injured. Before dying, he called Wu Shuai over. I got into contact with Fate Gu, my son. I received the revelation of Fate Gu. We Dragonmen will reign supreme. Dragonmen will reign supreme. Wu Shuai's father was very excited. He grabbed onto Wu Shuai's hand tightly. What? Wu Shuai was deeply shocked. He was tongue-tied. What is going on? Father. His father explained the situation. I had found out by coincidence. But even though I got discovered, I was smart enough to purposely fail in constructing Central Heaven Gate. I suffered intense backlash and used this excuse to escape from Heavenly Court to return to you. Dragonmen reign supreme. My son, our Dragonman race is meant to hold the heavenly fate. We are meant to replace humanity. This is the revelation given by Fate Gu. It is definitely true. Wu Shuai's father had shining eyes. Do you know what this means? Quickly heal me. Spread news of this to the world. The Dragonman Gu immortals will be extremely excited. Father, you should recuperate in peace now. I will handle this. Wu Shuai was also very excited. After settling down his father, he left the room. Not long after, he met with Gu Liang. Gu Liang learned that Wu Shuai's father had returned with heavy injuries. He came to console him, but seeing that Wu Shuai had a struggling expression, he asked for the reason. Wu Shuai and Gu Liang had worked closely together. He had learned of Gu Liang's true identity. He was not a human, but a variant human Gu immortal. After a moment of silence, Wu Shuai told him the truth. Gu Liang was also shocked, but after reacting to it, he understood why Wu Shuai hesitated. Wu Shuai, you did not rally the Dragonmen and announce this news. It was the right thing to do. If Heavenly Court learns of this secret, they will definitely wipe out the Dragonmen in this world. But we need to continue deceiving Heavenly Court and make them think that this secret is still safe. We are currently not safe enough. Your father's actions were too abnormal. There is a chance that they will find out he contacted Fate Gu. Next, Heavenly Court's investigators will definitely come to seek information. Gu Liang, you know me well. That is my current dilemma. Wu Shuai sighed. What do we do? Gu Liang hesitated, but he still spoke. You have already thought of the method, haven't you? In this situation, only by sacrificing your father and pretending that he had died from his injuries after coming back can we escape this terrible crisis of extinction. Wu Shuai had a pale face. He stumbled backwards as he shook his head continuously. You want me to kill my father? No, I will definitely not do that. You will not do that. If Heavenly Court learns of this, your Dragonman race will be wiped from existence. Gu Liang sighed. I finally understand why your ancestor Duke Long treats the Dragonman race like this. Heavenly Court must have known of Fate Gu's revelation that Dragonmen will reign supreme all along. 1844 Killing Father. Dream revelations. Wu Shuai frowned deeply. He had a bitter expression. I am suspecting that this might be a plot against my father and me. They are trying to harm my Dragonman race. What should I do? Dragonmen reign supreme might just be a lie. The The culprit might have done this to find an excuse to wipe out Dragonman. Gu Liang pondered for a moment and denied the possibility. This possibility is very small. According to your father, there were many coincidences that led to him contacting Fake Gu. These are not man-made coincidences. Many of these elements were chosen by your father himself. Precisely because there are many coincidences, I am very suspicious of it. Back then, how did the humans obtain the revelation of heavenly fate from Fake Gu? Isn't your father in a similar situation now? Gu Liang's words made Wu Shuai speechless. At this moment, a loud voice was heard in the sky. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals had come to pay a visit due to the injuries of Wu Shuai's father. They came so quickly. Gu Liang's expression changed. Wu Shuai, you must decide now. If you wait, all of your efforts will be in vain. Your entire Dragonman race will face extermination. Wu Shuai's expression immediately turned ashen. His face turned pale and his body shook. He also fell to the ground. The situation was forcing him to make a rapid decision. He knew that this choice would bring him pain for eternity, but he had to do it. Even though he was uncertain if the heavenly revelation of Dragonmen reigned supreme was real, or if others were harming them, he could not gamble. If he lost the gamble, he would not just lose his father, he would lose the entire Dragonman race. That day, Wu Shuai's father died from the backlash of failing to build Central Heaven Gate. His soul was completely erased. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals gained no evidence. Even though they were suspicious, they could not do anything to the rank 8 Gu immortal Wu Shuai. They left. For the next 10 nights, Wu Shuai could not sleep. Tai Qin consoled him as Wu Shuai cried in the arms of his beloved woman. Tai Qin said gently, "People cannot revive after dying. Senior brother, you need to move on. Uncle died from building Central Heaven Gate. Heavenly Court will definitely compensate you." Wu Shuai did not dare to tell Tai Qin about the truth. He had to endure this pain himself. He could only say, "Junior sister, do you know? Back then, after I killed Song Taozi, I often had the same dream at night. In this dream, I became the king of the Dragonman race. I led my people to prosperity. We lived a life of freedom and peace. I stayed within Dragon Court and ruled meticulously. The Dragonmen lived in peace and prosperity. There were no conflicts or inequality. Huang Wei remained as my greatest right-hand man. He handled many affairs for me. My father said I was his pride and joy. He often said, 'My son, you finally did it. I am so proud of you.' And the two of us lived in bliss. We had many children. They could freely play around without worries." Saying so, Wu Shuai lowered his head and cried, "But now, I only have you left, my beloved junior sister." Tai Qin was also extremely sad. All these years, she did not manage to bear a single child for Wu Shuai. When Dragonmen copulate, they are able to have many children, more than humans. But mixed blood between variant humans and humans are very unlikely to have children. Not just Dragonman. Even the other variant humans were the same. This was terrible news to Wu Shuai. For the next half a year, he was immersed in anguish. Gu Liang came to urge him. "Wu Shuai, I can understand the pain that you are feeling, but please be mindful of Heavenly Court. Don't put too much of the blame on yourself and cause Heavenly Court to sense something. If our efforts end up in vain, wouldn't your father have died for nothing?" Wu Shuai jolted like he was hit by lightning. He realized at once as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He cupped his fists to thank Gu Liang. "Thank you for the reminder, otherwise, I would have committed a grave mistake." Gu Liang nodded as he smiled. "You have been overwhelmed by sadness these last days. You have not been working on Central Heaven Gate. It is time to continue. But the revelation of Fake Gu, can we trust the notion that Dragonmen will reign supreme?" Wu Shuai was still thinking about it. He could not let it go. Gu Liang smiled. "To prove this, the best way is to get into contact with Fake Gu. But the risk is great. The truth is, there is no need to be anxious. As long as you wait, you will be able to find evidence." "You mean?" Wu Shuai had some sort of realization. Gu Liang nodded. "Indeed, if Dragonmen are meant to reign supreme, Heavens will definitely give your Dragonman race more care and concern. Your father is like Yu Ji from history. When he was still a Gu master, he was just a slave in charge of cleaning the Rockman Sacred Hall. In the end, when he got close to Fake Gu, he learned the heavenly revelation that humans would reign supreme. He followed the guidance of Fake Gu and stole it, contributing it to the most crucial human, Primordial origin who had yet to become an immortal Venerable. I know about Yu Ji. He was the Tao guardian of Primordial origin, immortal Venerable. He obtained the heavenly revelation but did not die. Instead, he managed to steal Fake Gu. So why did my father? Wu Shuai had a pained expression. Gu Liang explained, "I have some guesses about this. Remember I told you that star constellation Immortal Venerable had once assimilated with Heaven's will? From then on, her will started to interfere with Heaven's will. This is likely the reason why your father met with disaster. But he was able to successfully tell us the secret that Dragonmen will reign supreme. He has died for a good cause. Gu Liang continued to encourage him. Your father told you this secret, Wu Shuai. You might be the crucial person chosen by the heavenly fate, someone like primordial origin. You cannot give up. You cannot be dejected. You need to work harder. Wu Shuai shook his head. How can I be compared to a venerable? And we variant humans cannot become venerable. Gu Liang was silent for a moment before he showed a peculiar expression. Variant humans cannot become venerable. That is a phenomenon indeed, but nobody knows the exact reasons behind it. There are all sorts of theories. The truth is, we have been researching about the reason why variant humans cannot become venerable. Wu Shuai questioned. Isn't it because man is the spirit of all living beings? Gu Liang chuckled. Hee, that is likely just a cover. There is a huge secret behind becoming a venerable. It depends on the spirit to some degree, but that is definitely not the only reason. In human history, there were some exceptions. Some Gu immortals with exceptional strength passed all of their rank 8 tribulations, but could not become venerable. Their cultivation level could not rise to rank 9. Your ancestor Duke Long should be very clear of this. He was one such example. Even with his extremely high strength, he could not become rank 9. He only became a Dragonman afterwards. If you can find out the truth behind this, my tribe is willing to pay any price to learn of this secret, Gu Liang promised solemnly. Do not worry, if I can learn of this secret, I will definitely share it with you at no cost. Wu Shuai swore. Before leaving, Gu Liang advised him again. Friend Wu Shuai, do take care. Even though fate Gu is not in your hands, if you are truly the fated individual, you will get some revelations. You are definitely a crucial person. These revelations might come to you or the people around you. Do pay close attention to them. I know. Wu Shuai nodded. Let time prove everything. But to Wu Shuai's disappointment, he did not receive any revelation. He continued to build Central Heaven Gate to ease heavenly court. The Dragonman race, especially many Dragonman Gu immortals, became upset with him. They called Wu Shuai a dog. His father had died from building Central Heaven Gate, but this son was actually going to continue that job. He was truly enslaved and incorrigible. He truly deserved to be left with a dead father. Thus, more and more Dragonmen moved away from South Flower Island. It gradually became a trend. On this day, Wu Shuai dreamed of his father again. His father told him, "Continue to work hard. I understand you deeply. This sacrifice will definitely lead to great accomplishments. The Dragonman race needs your leadership, my child." He also dreamed that he had children with Tai Chin at long last. It turned out that deep within an earth trench in Eastern Sea, there was a nameless weed. This weed was an ancient desolate plant. It spread over a large area and was guarded by immemorial desolate beasts. If he and Tai Chin ate this seaweed, they would be able to have children, getting past the obstacle of crossbreeding. When he woke up, Wu Shuai had a realization. He jolted. Was this the heavenly revelation? He recalled carefully. Before Huang Wei died, he dreamed that Huang Wei was saying goodbye to him. Before his father died, he also dreamed that his father was talking about his deceased mother. He spoke with great affection and said he was going to join her. It was quite easy to confirm this point as well. Wu Shuai immediately made plans, using Gu Liang's strength to head to Eastern Sea and retrieve the unnamed seaweed in the earth trench. According to the method in the dream, Wu Shuai and Tai Chin used the seaweed together. Months later, Wu Shuai received great news. Tai Chin was pregnant with his child. This was truly immensely great news. Not only because he had obtained his offspring, but also because he confirmed his guess. He finally understood that the heavenly revelations had appeared long ago. He just failed to recognize them. The dream started to change. More revelations came to Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai followed these revelations and achieved great success with minimal effort. Not only did he build Central Heaven Gate, he even successfully made his backdoor without Heavenly Court noticing it at all, even when they checked. In order to gain Heavenly Court's trust, he stopped developing the Dragonman race. He focused on his own cultivation level. Using the dream revelations, his cultivation level continued to rise. Along with Gu Liang's help, he passed tribulations after tribulations. The dream started to change again. The revelation to build rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace appeared. The core Immortal Gu of rank 8 Dragon Palace is rank 8. Dream Token? This is a Dream Path Gu. It corresponds to the Great Era. Wu Shuai was extremely excited. He immediately traveled in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, searching for Dream Path Immortal materials. These Dream Path Immortal materials are very rare. They were often buried in some corner, completely inconspicuous. But Wu Shuai followed the revelations. He slowly found and gathered them, refining them successfully. 1845, a life of tragedy. During this period, Wu Shuai purposely went back to South Flower Island. Tai Chin finally gave birth. We finally have the next generation of our bloodline. Tai Chin, it has been hard on you. Wu Shuai hugged the baby that was just born, spinning around several times in joy. Next, he carefully placed the baby on the bed beside Tai Chin. He looked at Tai Chin, who was still weak after giving birth, with deep affection. His gaze was extremely gentle. "What are we going to name our child?" Tai Chin smiled. She was filled with motherly love. "This child has large, lively, and spiritual eyes. Let's call him Long Ling." Wu Shuai said. Tai Chin nodded. Long Ling, it is a good name." Their son, Long Ling, was just born. Wu Shuai was very happy now, but he also sensed that the burden on him had become heavier. "Huang Wei and my father have both passed away. I only have junior sister Tai Chin and my new son left now. I need to give Tai Chin a proper status. I need to give my child a bright future. He cannot live in an environment full of ostracism. I want him to live properly and proudly as a Dragonman. He will grow up with pride." The responsibilities were pushing and motivating him. After resting for a few days in South Flower Island, Wu Shuai went on a journey around the 5 regions and 2 heavens again, collecting Dream Path immortal materials. The process of refining Dream Token Immortal Gu was very mystical. It all happened within his dream. As immortal materials were refined one by one, Dream Token Immortal Gu was finally at its final step to completion. Wu Shuai was immensely shocked. The final revelation in his dream was that he had to sacrifice Tai Chin. As long as she willingly sacrificed her own life, it would complete the last step of refining Dream Token. "No, I absolutely cannot do that." Wu Shuai was deeply shook. His face turned pale. He could not accept this revelation. For a few days, he was completely daydreaming. He moved around in immemorial white heaven like a ghost that had no soul. Only until he met an immemorial desolate beast that almost killed him, he finally came to his senses abruptly. He killed the immemorial desolate beast, but was very vexed. He could not find a solution to this. Should I really sacrifice junior sister? No, absolutely not. There must be some way. There must be. Wu Shuai decided to halt the plan of refining Dream Token. He wanted to get more revelations from the dreams. On the second night, he got a new revelation from his dream. This revelation was beyond shocking. Ancestor Duke Long has an immortal killer move that can exterminate my entire Dragonman race. And Duke Long has already been wanting to use this move many times already. Even though he trusted his dream revelations deeply, this news was just too unbelievable. He could barely accept it. He pondered for some time. He decided to return to Central Continent and investigate the truth. Wu Shuai had spent a lot of time and effort trying to refine Dream Token Immortal Gu. During this period, Central Continent was filled with undercurrents. Conflict between Duke Long and Red Lotus was intensifying by the day. Because of the death of Wu Shuai's father, even though Heavenly Court suspected him, Duke Long trusted him deeply. Wu Shuai deployed all of the manpower that he could use to investigate this matter. At the same time, the Dream Realm continued giving him more revelations. With the help of Dream Revelation, Wu Shuai gained more and more clues. These clues all prove that his dream revelations were true. In fact, Wu Shuai even learned about the name of this move, Dragonman Extermination. Back then, Duke Long created the Dragonman Lifespan Extension method, creating the Dragonman race. As the number of Dragonmen increased, they slowly developed into the current Dragonman race. Duke Long is the ancestor of Dragonmen, the source of the race. When he created the Dragonman race initially, he left behind a hidden card. That was the killer move Dragonman Extermination. By using this move, all the Dragonmen in this world would self-detonate and die. None would survive. Furthermore, Duke Long has been wanting to use this killer move for a long time. He has only been waiting as a result of star constellations' will. Ancestor, you are too cruel. You are really so cold-hearted. Wu Shuai felt a chill. He was helpless, anxious, and furious. All of his hard work, the future of the Dragonman race, they were all a joke compared to this killer move. They were living in a real and yet illusory bubble. What do I do? Wu Shuai raised his head and screamed. He had no ideas left. Right, I still have my dreams. Suddenly, he realized as hope sparkled in his eyes. He still had a final trump card. That night, the dream's content went back to a few years ago, regarding the refinement of Dream Token Immortal Gu. The final step of Dream Token Immortal Gu was for Tai Chin to make a self-sacrifice. The dream told Wu Shuai that in order to deal with Dragonman Extermination, he had to refine Dream Token Immortal Gu first. Wu Shuai woke up in shock from the dream. In the darkness of the night, he cried soundlessly. He looked at his lover in a daze, the woman that he loved the most in his life, Tai Chin. Tai Chin was originally sleeping soundly, but she seemed to have sensed something as she opened her eyes. She saw Wu Shuai's expression, which was full of anguish and sadness. What is it? Tai Chin quickly embraced Wu Shuai gently. Wu Shuai hugged her. He hugged her tightly. He used so much force, but never had he ever felt so weak and useless in his life. Wu Shuai had to tell Tai Chin the truth. Tai Chin was able to accept it quickly. She used her warm hands to touch Wu Shuai's face. she smiled gently. So that's the reason, my brother Shuai. I love you. I am willing to sacrifice everything for you, including my life. This is nothing much, but in this life, I not only have you, I also have another concern, that is our child. After I die, you must take good care of him, nurture our child well. Promise me that, okay? I promise you. I promise you on my life and dignity. I promise you with everything I have. Wu Shuai cried profusely. He was filled with anguish and sadness. Dream Token was refined. Next, Rank 8 Dragon Palace was also constructed. After it was created, Wu Shuai stayed inside most of the time. He often walked around the palace as he touched the walls and pillars. He pretended that he could feel Tai Chin's warmth, but the reality was that he could only touch the cold, icy walls of the immortal Gu house. The child he had with Tai Chin gradually grew up. Sometimes, he would ask, "Father, where is mother? Why is she not back yet?" Each time he asks this, Wu Shuai would feel like a sharp spear was stabbing into his heart, causing him to bleed. Each time, he would squat down and hug his young son Long Ling. He would hold him tightly and warmly as he lied to him. The young and innocent Long Ling was like his antidote, the only thing in this world that could heal his broken heart. He possessed Rank 8 Dragon Palace, but Wu Shuai did not have any intention to fight for fame or glory. He secretly targeted Green Antiseptic, Wine Fairy, and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, enslaving them all. He achieved his former dream. He could imprison Shu Jiuling, capture Fan Ji, and even torture him to death in front of her. But Wu Shuai did not do that. He let Shu Jiuling go be with the person she truly loved. He no longer cared about the past glory or humiliation, even though he had once felt pain from them and had fought intensely to achieve them. Wu Shuai had experienced many things in life. He let go of many things. Now, Wu Shuai felt very tired. He was very tired, but he could not stop. He had to continue because the matter regarding Dragonman extermination had not been resolved yet. Dream revelations came time and time again. In order to settle the matter of Dragonman extermination, he had to use Rank 8 Dragon Palace while doing experiments on the Dragonman body. Dragonmen were the product of the Dragonman lifespan extension method, while Dragonman extermination was created through this source. The three were tightly connected together. Wu Shuai already grasped the Dragonman lifespan extension method. Using the power of Dragon Palace, he could totally reverse-deduce the killer move Dragonman extermination killer move through it. But to do that, Wu Shuai alone was not enough. He gathered all of the Dragonman Gu immortals and told them the truth. He begged them for help. In the huge Dragon Palace, there was an unprecedented meeting. Almost all of the Dragonman Gu immortals had gathered together. These Dragonman Gu immortals did not believe him initially, but when Wu Shuai provided facts and evidence that could not be denied, they had to believe him. At the same time, Gu Liang was present to testify that Wu Shuai's father had found out the secret of the heavenly revelation. It was all announced to them. To do experiments, we need a vast number of Dragonmen. These people will almost all die. Even if they survive, they will wish they were dead. However, I cannot stop this plan. If anyone objects, speak up now. I object. Immediately, someone jumped out. Everyone turned to look. It was Wu Shuai's cousin, the beloved 7th young master that Duke Long doted on the most. 7th young master pointed at Wu Shuai, who was on his throne, as he scolded. "You scoundrel! You are insane. In order to gain Heavenly Court's trust, you killed your most loyal sworn brother. To conceal the secret of Dragonman reign supreme, you caused the death of your own father. To refine Dream Token Immortal Gu, you actually used your most beloved wife as the Gu material. Now, to deal with Dragonman extermination killer move, you even want to sacrifice all of your innocent Dragonmen and do experiments on them. Why is your heart so wicked? Why are you so cold-hearted? You think that this so-called evidence will make us believe you? Hee hee, you are too laughable. Do you think we are all fools? Hee hee. No, you are not laughable. You are pitiful and sad. You want to give your wife happiness, and in the end, you sacrifice her to refine a Gu. Hee hee hee. You wanted to make your father proud, and in the end, you killed him. You killed him with your own 2 hands. You promised Huang Wei a bright future. You gave him hope. But in the end, you killed him yourself. And now, what future is there? Hee hee ha ha. 7th young master laughed maniacally. His tears were almost falling out. You tried so hard to lead the Dragonman race to rise up, and in the end? In the end, the Dragonman race is about to be wiped out. We are going to be extinct. It was you. If you were not ambitious and took over South Flower Island, relocating our people, developing rapidly, and causing conflict with the humans, why would all this happen? If the Dragonman race lived quietly and peacefully, Ancestor would not have the intention of wiping us out. Wu Shuai, oh Wu Shuai, you are the strongest person in the Dragonman race besides our ancestor. But what you gave us was not glory or hope. It was neither equality nor dignity. It was destruction. You are a real tragedy. Your whole life is a tragedy. The entire hall was silent. Wu Shuai sat on his dragon throne, expressionless. At this point, the dream realm finally faded away. In the depths of the sea, only a beautiful palace was left, along with the 4 dragon generals. The dragon generals looked at Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone with complex and subservient expressions. They walked out of Dragon Palace's door. The door of Dragon Palace opened on its own. The Dragonman clone took huge steps out of this Dragon Palace. He was expressionless, but the vicissitudes of life were seen deep in his eyes. Looking at Dragon Palace, he could almost still hear the accusations of Little Seventh, as well as the gathering of the surrounding Dragonman Gu immortals. But taking another glance, the hall was empty. Everything was gone. It has already been 1,000,000 years. I am back. The Dragonman clone's voice resounded in the hall. It was like the cry of a lingering spirit. But I am no longer myself. The Dragonman clone smiled bitterly. This was not his voice. This was not his face. This was not his body. It was not even his soul. Only his will was left. The will that had endured through 1,000,000 years. Waiting until today. Dragon Spirit greets Master. Dragon Spirit appeared with a reverent expression. There was a trace of happiness in its eyes. Finally, Dragon Court finally has a new master. The Dragonman clone looked at Dragon Spirit intently. His eyes turned red rapidly. He really wished that at this moment, Dragon Spirit could call him Father. But it was impossible now. Tai Chin, I have let you down after all. I could not even complete your final and only request. Wu Shuai raised his head. He sighed deeply. His tone was filled with endless guilt and sadness. But he did not cry. 1,000,000 years ago, his tears had already run dry. 1846 Obtaining Primordial Origin's true inheritance. After spending a lot of effort, Duke Long finally reached an agreement with Fang Yuan. The 2 rank 8s of Eastern Sea, Song Qi Yuan and Shen Song Sheng, watched the process but could not stop them. Duke Long not only compensated Fang Yuan a large amount of Qi path cultivation resources, most importantly, he even gave 1 primordial origin true inheritance to Sea Ancestor. This made the 2 Eastern Sea immortals helpless, but they also could not help but admire Duke Long's resolution. Of course, they only made a fraction of the transaction on the spot. Sea Ancestor, which was Fang Yuan's disguise, agreed on a truce with Heavenly Court. They would coexist now. Heavenly Court would also hand over the resources gradually. As for Primordial Origin's true inheritance, it would also be handed over in portions. After all, neither side was following any alliance agreement. They finally finished their negotiation, but not only did Fang Yuan not leave, he led the way for them. Fang Yuan is trying to get Dragon Palace now. Duke Long, maybe your Heavenly Court will be able to resolve your enmity with him today. Fang Yuan smiled as he said. From his expression, he looked like someone who was going to watch the show by the side. But Fang Yuan decided to stop stalling for time. If he continued wasting time, Duke Long and the 2 Eastern Sea immortals might sense something. In that case, he should grasp this situation firmly instead. They did not set any alliance agreements anyway. When it is time to fight, Fang Yuan will attack directly. As for those negotiations they made, who cares? Duke Long flew straight. He looked calm and composed. He replied plainly, if that really happens, we will have 1 less problem ahead. The 2 Eastern Sea immortals looked at each other. This matter concerned Dragon Palace. They were not going to leave yet. When the entire group reached the location where Dragon Palace was hidden after diving into the depths of the sea, Dragon Palace had vanished already. Was Dragon Palace really here? The Eastern Sea immortals did not believe it. They were suspicious that Fang Yuan had brought them to a wrong location, but they did not dare to say it. Duke Long did not suspect that, even though Fang Yuan brought them here, this was the route that Fairy Ziwei had deduced as well. There were no deviations. It seems that Dragon Palace really flew away. Duke Long sighed. Fang Yuan smiled. It is truly a pity. If Dragon Palace was taken by Fang Yuan, your Heavenly Court would have lost to him once again. Fang Yuan had the expression of a curious and excited bystander. He tried to provoke Duke Long with words. Duke Long replied plainly. He was completely unaffected. Because he knew a lot about Dragon Palace. Back then when his descendant created it, it was designed such that only a Dragon Man could become the Dragon Palace Lord. In that case, Duke Long, who had the killer move Dragon Man Extermination, was basically holding a trump card against it. If Fang Yuan really subdued Dragon Palace, he would have either turned himself into a Dragon Man, or had a Dragon Man subordinate. Fang Yuan is a vigilant person who was reborn from the future. There is little chance that he turned himself into a Dragon Man. But even so, my Dragon Man Extermination can kill one of his capable subordinates. But killing is just an added bonus. The key is to retrieve Dragon Palace. Even though I failed this time, it was not completely without gains. At least I managed to improve Sea Ancestor and Heavenly Court's relationship. There might even be a chance of recruiting Sea Ancestor in the future. As for Dragon Palace, now that it has appeared, It will definitely leave clues behind. I will find it once more. Sigh. Fang Yuan's advantage from using rebirth is too great. He could set up arrangements in advance to strike early. I was late in this contest over Dragon Palace. Duke Long thought about it for a while. He was not in a hurry to use Dragonman extermination yet. This trump card was best saved for a crucial moment in the future to catch Fang Yuan off guard. Of course, Duke Long also thought that Fang Yuan might know about Dragonman extermination. But if he knew, he would be guarded against it. Duke Long would not gain much from activating it. Regardless, not using it now was still a wise decision for Duke Long. I cannot let Dragon Palace fall into Fang Yuan's hands. The matter of retrieving Dragon Palace and dealing with Fang Yuan should be considered one problem. Fang Zheng, who is useful against Fang Yuan, should be saved first. Thinking so, Duke Long approached Shun Tsongsheng. Guyu Fang Zheng was currently in Shun Tsongsheng's hands. Shun Tsongsheng was already prepared for it. He was not surprised by Duke Long's request. After all, his Shun clan and Duke Long's heavenly court were both in the righteous path. They handled matters similarly. Shun Tsongsheng was willing to undergo transaction with Duke Long, of course, exchanging Guyu Fang Zheng for a lot of benefits. He had no interest in Guyu Fang Zheng. He was useless anyway. Shun Tsongsheng was secretly excited. He decided to extort Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court was extremely affluent. He had seen the conversation earlier. Fang Yuan watched by the side and was slightly moved too. But if he competed against Duke Long now, it would not be a good idea. Firstly, he had just arrived at an agreement with Duke Long. If he acts against him now, this would go against Sea Ancestor's character. Secondly, Fang Yuan was not confident in competing with Heavenly Court. If he tried to kill Shun Tsongsheng to snatch Fang Zheng away, the chances were very slim. However, Fang Yuan did not give up. He secretly transmitted to Shun Tsongsheng and inquired. Shun Tsongsheng heard that Sea Ancestor was also interested in Fang Zheng. He quickly replied, "To speak the truth, I had just soul-searched Fang Zheng. I know about his recent encounters. It seems that he indeed counters Fang Yuan. Some way or another, he manages to exert negative influence on Fang Yuan." Bright light shined in Fang Yuan's eyes as he immediately asked Shun Tsongsheng secretly. "Even though this Fang Yuan is only rank 7, and I have only met him once, he left a deep impression on me. Since Fang Zheng counters Fang Yuan, you should keep him and negotiate with Fang Yuan. After all, he has many venerable true inheritances in his hands. If you really transact with Heavenly Court, will they want to give you venerable true inheritances?" Fang Yuan attempted to convince Shun Tsongsheng to keep Fang Zheng so that he could find a chance to strike. After all, the difficulty of planning to take Fang Zheng, who was in Shun Tsongsheng's hands, was completely different from him being in Heavenly Court's hands. Shun Tsongsheng answered very quickly. He did not dare to keep Fang Yuan waiting. He smiled. "Ancestor is right. This is a good suggestion." He said that as he turned to Duke Long. "If Heavenly Court wants Fang Zheng back, give me a venerable true inheritance." "Ha ha ha." Duke Long laughed loudly in amusement. "Oh Shun Tsongsheng, you are too greedy. Do you think you are on the same level as Qi? Friend Qi was able to get a venerable true inheritance through fighting and gaining my acknowledgement. If you can get a venerable true inheritance from just trading a captive, wouldn't you be treating Qi as a joke? Shun Tsongsheng, watch your attitude. If you still have unrealistic goals, then let's have a fight first." Duke Long's change of attitude was very clear. He spoke domineeringly, completely different from when he spoke to Fang Yuan. Shun Tsongsheng felt a little troubled. Duke Long was very eloquent. He purposely mentioned Sea Ancestor, praising him and using this as a bargaining chip. But Shun Tsongsheng had done soul search on Fang Zheng. He understood the value that this person had. He smiled coldly as he said without fear, "Duke Long, I know that I am not your match, but so what? You can defeat me, but you cannot kill me now. Furthermore, Fang Zheng is in my hands. I can kill him with a single thought. If you do not want to give a venerable true inheritance, what do you want to offer? Let me see Heavenly Court's sincerity." Shun Tsongsheng was not stupid. He spoke in a tone mixed with hard and soft words. He had taken a step back and stopped requesting for a venerable true inheritance forcefully. After all, Duke Long was much stronger than him. Both sides negotiated for a long time, but did not come to an agreement. Shun Tsongsheng wanted a lot, because Fang Zheng was really important to Duke Long and Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan watched by the side as he gained a clearer understanding of the situation. The more Heavenly Court placed importance on Fang Zheng, the more likely he was trouble to Fang Yuan, and the greater Fang Yuan's killing intent became. He secretly spoke to Shun Tsongsheng. "In my opinion, you should contact Fang Yuan first and talk to him. He might give a higher price than Heavenly Court." But Shun Tsongsheng had already made up his mind. He replied, "Senior Sea Ancestor, I am more willing to hand Fang Zheng over to Heavenly Court. Firstly, Heavenly Court is a righteous path force. It has a reputation to upkeep. It also needs a living Fang Zheng. But Fang Yuan only wants a dead Fang Zheng. He might not negotiate with me peacefully. Secondly, in terms of wealth and foundation, who in this world can match Heavenly Court? Shen Tsongsheng was a righteous path member after all. He had an innate barrier with the demonic path Fang Yuan. He was more willing to interact with Heavenly Court even though he was full of wariness against them. Fang Yuan saw that he could not convince him. He could not overdo this in case they found anything suspicious. He could only think of new plans. Duke Long became increasingly impatient. He had already spent all his effort negotiating with Fang Yuan earlier. It was not his usual way of handling things. Now that he also had to talk to Shen Tsongsheng, Duke Long felt an impulse to attack. But Fang Yuan was right beside him. Considering that Shen Tsongsheng and Sea Ancestor were both Eastern Sea Gu immortals, Duke Long held down his urge. At this time, Fairy Ziwei gave Duke Long a piece of information. Duke Long heard it and his eyes shined. This was an important bargaining chip. He quickly transmitted to Shen Tsongsheng. Shen Tsongsheng's expression changed. He cried out, "Really?" "Of course." Duke Long nodded. "How about that? The resources I mentioned earlier and this intel." Shen Tsongsheng agreed without hesitation. This made Fang Yuan and Song Qi Yuan feel surprised. They wondered what transaction those two had just done. Guyu Fang Zheng was handed over to Duke Long by Shen Tsongsheng on the spot. Fang Zheng had already fainted. Duke Long held on to him as he bid farewell to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not make him stay. He had to say goodbye as well. The remaining two Eastern Sea immortals said the same thing. They invited Fang Yuan to be their guest in the clan. They promised to gift some resources to Fang Yuan as the compensation for destroying the immortal battlefield unintentionally. Fang Yuan nodded. He needed these two people to influence Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. After agreeing on a time, Fang Yuan turned around and left. After flying for a while, he stopped at a certain cloud. From within the cloud, an immortal Gu house appeared. The Dragonman clone walked out. Fang Yuan and his clone smiled at each other. On this expedition to retrieve Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, even though there were many hurdles, nothing bad had happened in the end. His gains were even more than expected. This is Dream Token Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan inspected Dragon Palace. Dream Token was shaped like a dragonfly. It had a round head and long body, with a pair of pink ruby eyes and 4 pairs of transparent wings. Looking closely at its thin wings, one would also see a faint layer of rainbow halo. Fang Yuan felt a sense of joy in his heart. All along, he had been holding deep expectations towards Dream Path Immortal Gu. He had many Dream Path killer moves, but he still had 0 Dream Path Immortal Gu until now. For example, Unravel Dream used the Wisdom Path Immortal Gu Unravel Mystery. Fang Yuan used a large number of Dream Path Mortal Gu to replace the effect of the supposed Dream Path Immortal Gu. This caused Unravel Dream to expend a large number of Dream Path Mortal Gu each time. In the initial period of getting Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan had laboriously refined those Dream Path Mortal Gu one by one. If he had a Dream Path Immortal Gu to replace them, he would not have had such trouble. Fang Yuan had always lacked a Dream Path Immortal Gu, but now, he finally had his first one, and it was actually the rank 8 Dream Token. Thinking back to the Dream Realm exploration, it was truly dangerous. I almost lost myself in it. The Dragonman clone who was to the side sighed heavily. He still felt deep, lingering fear. If I had not sensed something amiss in advance, and secret set up Unravel Dream beforehand, and made it activate when I came out, I would have betrayed the main body already. Fang Yuan had always used Unravel Dream on the Dream Realm, but this time, he targeted himself. Dragon Palace was able to enslave rank 8s and create a new owner because of the power of the Dream Realm. Thus, when Fang Yuan's clone used Unravel Dream on himself, it was also targeting this problem, effectively solving it. Killer moves were fixed, but people could think. The exact use of Gu worms depended on the user's intentions. Of course, Unravel Dream itself could not deal with rank 8 level Dream Token. In this aspect, he had to thank the 4 Eastern Sea Gu immortals, including Granny Rong and Zhang Yin. Fang Yuan's main body nodded. This was truly the most difficult dream realm I have ever explored. But earlier when I used luck inspection, those azure purple chi were not a lie. They signified that you had a chance of becoming Dragon Palace Lord without losing yourself. Because Fang Yuan saw a chance of success, he let his clone enter the dream to try the test. If not for those azure purple chi, he would only fail regardless. Fang Yuan's main body would have taken action already. At this moment, Fang Yuan and his clone had already finished communicating. They learned of each other's encounters during this period. Fang Yuan's main body critiqued. Dragon Palace's dream realm was very complex and deep, because both body and soul went inside. It was normal that emotions were pulled and manipulated. The dreams within the dream also made one sink deeper and unable to awaken themselves. Externally, There was Heavenly Court's action. Had I not been careful, a huge battle would occur. The situation would go out of control rapidly. Even though these two Eastern Sea immortals looked harmless, they were not benign people. In the previous life, they had fought against Duke Long in order to obtain Dragon Palace. After Duke Long won, during the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, they even joined with the other rank 8 Gu immortals to invade Hidden Dragon Cave. They had never given up on Dragon Palace. The truth was, Duke Long chose to negotiate because Sea Ancestor had incredible power, but he had also made considerations for this. Looking at the entire situation, Fang Yuan's trip was full of danger this time. It was like he was walking on a tightrope. Any carelessness, and he would lose complete control. But in the end, no actual danger happened. He kept control over the situation. This showed Fang Yuan's expertise in strategic planning. Firstly, he had a lot of experience in exploring dream realms. He was the #1 person in the world. Even though it was his clone who took action this time, Fang Yuan had given him methods like Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation and Unravel Dream. Secondly, Fang Yuan constructed Cooking Luck Pod. He could inspect luck. Fang Yuan had seen the Azure Purple Chi personally and knew there was hope of success. That was why he gave it a go. Thirdly, Fang Yuan sent by Ning Bing and others to the River of Time and used Myriad Year Flying Warship to fight against 5-time path Immortal Gu houses. He drew Heavenly Court's attention away. Next, by using schemes, he deceived Duke Long and meticulously balanced the forces of Eastern Sea and Heavenly Court, using both sides to his advantage. And finally, even if he failed, Fang Yuan would only lose a clone. His main body was safe and his foundation would be intact. Even if the Dragonman clone betrayed him, Fang Yuan could use the connection between him and his clone to pursue and kill him. Forget about the rest. Just the luck path tracking methods could not be concealed by Dragon Palace. Because Dragon Palace was created during Red Lotus era, while Luck Path was created in the future by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Because of all these reasons, Fang Yuan was able to face Heavenly Court, Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals, and the 4 Dragon Generals while showing great strength and control. He created a situation where he could advance or retreat at all. He had a great advantage throughout. Of course, the risks were high. If he lost the Dragonman clone, Fang Yuan would lose all of his Dream Path methods. After all, Unravel Dream and Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation were with his clone. But he had to take the risk. How could any grand plan have no risk? And this was involving a rank 8 Immortal Gu house, like Dragon Palace. As for Wu Shuai's will, it did not exist. No one could live in the dream realms for over 1,000,000 years. The Dragonman clone had thought he was Wu Shuai for some time. It was the effect of Dream Token's modification, twisting his own will, causing the Dragonman clone to think that he was Wu Shuai, having been revived. But how could Fang Yuan's will be so easily distorted? Even if he were deceived, he would sense it in the future and gradually wake up. Unless the Dragonman clone stayed inside Dragon Palace all the time and imprisoned himself, subjecting himself to the effects of Dream Token. Wu Shuai's arrangements and considerations back then were truly meticulous. His effort was praiseworthy. After Fang Yuan's main body learned of the clone's encounter, he was moved and praised loudly. He was truly a formidable person. It was a pity that Wu Shuai failed. It was not that he lacked capability. Otherwise, how could he resist the pressure of the 10 great sects of Central Continent and develop South Flower Island properly? His talent and aptitude was very high. That was why his father nurtured him since he was a child. Afterwards, he even got picked by Green Anesthetic, finally becoming rank 8. Even though he received external help, his own strength was the foundation to everything. Regrettably, his enemy was too strong. Forget about Heavenly Court. Just Duke Long alone could wipe out the Dragonman race. And behind Duke Long, there was still Star Constellation. The heavenly revelation that Dragonmen would reign supreme was the decree of the heavenly Tao. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was too fearsome. After assimilating her own will into heaven's will, she actually managed to twist the heavenly Tao. Precisely because of that, the 3 demon venerables who appeared after Star Constellation did not manage to destroy Heavenly Court. It was only Red Lotus Demon Venerable who managed to damage Fake Gu. Just this small accomplishment was already beyond the expectations of everyone. After all, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was not an otherworldly demon. Thus, Wu Shuai's defeat was predestined from the start. Even demon venerables failed, more so Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai could make sacrifices, but Heavenly Court had countless members who were willing to sacrifice too. Duke Long exterminated the entire Dragonman race. Wasn't it a sacrifice? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable became one with the Tao. She sacrificed herself. From Wu Shuai's life, Fang Yuan's main body learned about the strength of Heavenly Court. This organization's foundation was just too deep. The Immortal Graveyard had countless slumbering rank 8s. After 1,000,000 years, Duke Long was still alive. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Duke Long, Fairy Ziwei, Qin Yi, and Thunder Ghost True Monarch. All of these people were very influential and powerful. Today, the great power of Heavenly Court was already established. It suppressed everything in history. Even demon venerables could not defy it. Just this alone could make one feel suffocated. No wonder Shen Songsheng and Song Chi Yuan felt so wary. Looking at the earth trenches emerging and the 5 regions fusing, they got more anxious by the day. Fang Yuan wanted to overturn this current trend. Only by destroying fate Gu can I have any hope of eternal life. If I fail, will anyone feel moved when they hear of my story in the future? Hehe, they would merely be moved. After inspecting Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan kept his clone in Dragon Palace in his immortal aperture. He summoned Shui Er, Shi Cheng, and Mo Tan Sang. Fang Yuan used omnidirectional travel with them, rapidly leaving Eastern Sea. Ever since Fang Yuan annexed Qi Sea Grotto Heaven, the killer move Jade Flow Pearl stopped being effective. He had to use omnidirectional travel instead to move around. The ancient battle formation had its unique advantage too. Fang Yuan could naturally use Myriad Year Flying Warship to travel. This rank 8 Immortal Gu house was not slow at all, but it was currently fighting inside the River of Time. Even if Fang Yuan had it with him, he would not use it to travel. It was too eye-catching. 1848 Collating his gains inside the sovereign immortal aperture. A grand purple-gold palace floated in the air. Immortal killer move, Dreamy Light Smoke. The Dragonman clone manipulated this Immortal Gu house, producing a large amount of dense smoke. Wherever the dense smoke went, it devoured everything. Fang Yuan used it as a test. He brought over an immemorial year beast. It could not resist as it growled while being overwhelmed by the dense smoke, vanishing without a trace. Gather. The Dragonman clone willed. The dream path smoke shrunk back into Dragon Palace like a python returning to its cave. Everything that it had engulfed also naturally went into Dragon Palace. This was the dream path killer move that Fang Yuan had personally witnessed in his previous life. Back then, Dragon Palace produced dense smoke that corroded heaven overseeing tower. Even though it had turned phantom, it was still hit. One skill to dominate the world. In this current period of time, the Gu immortal world and even Heavenly Court lacked ways to deal with Dream Path methods. The effectiveness of Dream Path was immediate. But now that Fang Yuan personally used it, he realized that this dreamy light smoke was not a Dream Path offensive killer move as he had thought. It was used for capturing enemies instead. Like earlier, Dragon Palace only used this one move to capture an immemorial year beast that had rank 8 battle strength, suppressing it inside the palace easily. Dragon Palace was an enslavement path Immortal Gu house. Even though it had the rank 8 Dream Path Immortal Gu Dream token, its roots did not change. The killer move Dreamy Light Smoke was meant to assist with Dragon Palace's enslavement by first capturing the target and trapping them, before enslaving them afterwards. Other than Dreamy Light Smoke, Dragon Palace also had 2 other Dream Path killer moves. One was called Dream Revelation. It had Wisdom Path effect, allowing a Gu immortal to dream in their sleep and attain revelations. The other was called Dream Within Dream. It was a dream realm that allowed one to construct dream realms within dream realms. Like the time the Dragonman clone explored the dream realm and became Wu Shui, while Wu Shui went into another dream to gain dream revelations. This was the power of Dream Within Dream. As for the dream realm that shrouded Dragon Palace earlier, it was the power of Dream Token itself. Fang Yuan considered it for a while. At his current stage, Dreamy Light Smoke had the most practical use. Even though Dream Revelation was profound, it not only consumed immortal essence, but also Heaven's will. That was to say, this killer move needed the participation of Heaven's will. In Wu Shui's case, he held the heavenly fate. Dragonmen were meant to reign supreme. Thus, Heavens will help the Dragonman. It was okay for him to use this move. He would receive the guidance and assistance of the heavenly Tao. But Fang Yuan could not. Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon. He was suppressed and targeted by Heaven's will. All along, he had been enemies with Heaven's will. He had a killer move called Heaven's Will Dissipation. It was specially used to eliminate Heaven's will. How could he expect Heaven's will to help him? As for Dream Within Dream, this killer move targeted dream realms instead of living beings. After activating it, it could form a deeper layer of dream realm within a dream realm. What use was that? It allowed one to modify dream realms. Wu Shui used this to modify Dragon Palace's dream realm back then, creating a dream within a dream. When Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone explored it, he faced this type of dream constantly. Undeniably, this made the dream realm much more complex. It became easier for the explorer to lose themselves and succumb to the dream realm. What use did Fang Yuan have for it? In the short period of time, Fang Yuan's thoughts were on dream realm explorations. He could modify these dream realms to create a dream within a dream. These dreams within dreams were created by Fang Yuan. They belonged to him. In that case, he could construct a safe zone in the dream realm so that he could recuperate or recover in it. But the most important thing was dream token Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu was similar to the Soul Beast token that Fang Yuan had. The former was a Dream Path Gu worm that had enslavement path ability, while the latter was a Soul Path Gu worm with similar enslavement path ability. Fang Yuan had already learned of the exact use of this rank 8 Dream token Immortal Gu from the Dragon Spirit. Back then, Duke Long wanted to unleash Dragonman extermination. Wu Shuai was not safe from it. But after a lot of hard work and experimentation, he had some gains. He could delay his death. Using his final bit of time, he activated Dream token Immortal Gu. He expended not just all of his rank 8 immortal essence, but also his emotions, memories, and wills. After he made his arrangements, he became extremely thin. Only a bit of his soul was left. In the end, he sat on his dragon throne. Because of the huge expenditure earlier, he died after a while. In the end, he sacrificed even himself. He contributed everything he had. Thus, currently speaking, the price of activating Dream token Immortal Gu was huge. Wu Shuai was not killed by Dragonman extermination. He died from using Dream token. Fang Yuan evaluated secretly. He was an enslavement path Gu immortal at the peak of rank 8. He sacrificed himself to activate Dream token and created this Dream token Dream realm. In the current era, the blessed land that Dragon Palace was hiding in got destroyed. It left and went into the bottom of the sea, subduing Granny Rong, Zhang Yin, and the other dragon generals. Even though it gained 4 rank 8 battle strength experts, the foundation of the Dream Realm fell greatly. So when the Dragonman clone explored it, Dragon Palace's Dream Realm showed traces of weakness in some areas. The most obvious being Wind Cloud Manor and Black Heaven Temple. These 2 sects were part of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They were not sects that had existed a million years ago during Red Lotus era. The Dream Realm could not display them properly. It had to rely on the Dragonman clone's memories. This was a flaw. It indicated that the Dream Realm was already at its limit during that time. This means to say, by sacrificing a peak rank 8 Gu immortal like Wu Shuai, I can enslave 4 rank 8s and 1 rank 7. If this was the Dragon Palace Dream Realm in its complete form, the Dragonman clone would likely still get modified even if he used Unravel Dream. Thus, he had to thank the 4 Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals for using up a lot of the Dream Realm's power. If Dream token was used alone, the user would die from using it because this Immortal Gu uses all of the Gu Immortal's foundation to create a Dream Realm. The size and power of the Dream Realm would depend on the situation in which Gu Immortal was used to create the Dream Realm. Of course, rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals did not have rank 8 Immortal Essence. They could not use Dream token Immortal Gu in the first place. And rank 8 Gu Immortals could not be forced to do it. They had to do it out of their own will. That means, each activation of Dream token Immortal Gu would expend 1 rank 8 Gu Immortal. This price was huge. Fang Yuan was not willing to try it. But in the future, when my Dream Path attainment level rises, I can use Dream token Immortal Gu as the core to create corresponding killer moves to limit Dream token, to prevent it from draining the Gu Immortal entirely, so as to create restricted Dream Realms. But it's not very useful. Fang Yuan thought about it. Dream token Immortal Gu alone was not very useful to him. Even if he had killer moves to create Dream Realms in the future that would not kill the Gu Immortal using it, Fang Yuan would still need to expend his own foundation, Immortal Essence, and Soul Foundation, but most importantly, his true meaning would also be converted and expended. This meant that Fang Yuan's attainment levels would fall. Without true meaning, the Dream Realm would just be a weak illusion. Precisely because Dream Realms contained true meaning, emotions could be used to trap a person in the Dream Realm. If the Gu Master succeeds in exploration and ignores the interferences of emotions, they would gain true meaning and raise their attainment levels. But in the future, when Dream Realms become common everywhere, I can spend some attainment level to create a trap and plot against crucial people. I can turn them into my subordinates. My enemies will be caught unguarded. Dream token, Dreamy Light Smoke, Dream Within Dream, Dream Revelation. These were his Dream Path gains. For Fang Yuan, not all of them were practical, but they did cause his Dream Path abilities to skyrocket several times. In particular, these killer moves were part of the Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace, making it very convenient for Fang Yuan to use them at will without much practice at all. Other than Dream Path, he had great gains in other areas too. The most obvious were the 4 dragon generals that included Zhang Yin and Granny Rong. Fang Yuan was happy to gain new rank 8 battle strength experts, for in fact, the accumulation of Wu Shuai and his Dragonman race was all kept in Dragon Palace for the future. They were all now Fang Yuan's possession. These legacies were mostly contents related to enslavement path, but the most valuable ones were relating to the Qian Kuan Crystal Wall, Censure Peak, and Army Ant. Wu Shuai suppressed and enslaved Calligraphy Pavilion Lady back then. He gained her immortal Gu House Calligraphy Pavilion. Wu Shuai found that the reason Calligraphy Pavilion was so strong was because there were many Qian Kuan Crystal Wall fragments stored inside. The Qian Kuan Crystal Wall was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was recorded within U003C003, see the legends of Ren 003-003E, but it had always been in a state of fragmentation. Calligraphy Pavilion's Qian Kuan Crystal Wall fragments were just a portion of the original. The value of Censure Peak, to make a comparison, was similar to the incomplete Refinement C. The white-haired Lang Yuan spirit wanted to create the secluded domain of heaven and earth Refinement C. He paid a huge cost, but did not succeed. Censure Peak was already completed, yet it could only be considered on the level of an incomplete secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was inferior to Refinement C in essence. Army Ant was the true inheritance of Green Ant Ascetic. After Wu Shuai inherited it, he made good use of it. It was his main offensive method back then. As long as they grew to a certain number, they would have terrifying might. One would be able to fight a group of rank 8 Gu immortals alone. And finally there was Dragon Palace itself, the Dragon Spirit, and Enslavement Path attainment level. After the Dragonman clone passed the Dream Realm, his Enslavement Path attainment level rose directly to Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. Back then, Wu Shuai's Enslavement Path attainment level was merely one level away from Supreme Grandmaster. Even though he had the bonus of a Dragonman's latent Enslavement Path talent, his aptitude was truly terrifying. Throughout history, there were countless heroes and geniuses that ascended the stage of fame. In the long river of history, there were countless shining stars that had their own dazzling light. Even though there were 10 venerables standing above them with unparalleled power, they did not lose their own unique colors. The gains were immense. Fang Yuan had basically inherited the legacy of the entire Dragonman race. To process these gains, he would need countless years. Fang Yuan was a little helpless. He had limited time. He could only choose to utilize those that were helpful to him. Army Ant was not going to be practiced now. This method was just icing on the cake. Fang Yuan already had the battle strength to fight an entire group of rank 8s alone. Furthermore, building an ant army from scratch would require an immense amount of resources. Qian Kuan Crystal Wall and Censure Peak were foundations of information path. Fang Yuan lacked methods in this aspect. Earlier, he made Li Xiao by enter profound literature Grotto Heaven for this purpose as well. What made Fang Yuan feel slight regret was that Dragon Palace lacked Dream Path defensive methods. If it had any, in the current world where Dream Path was too advanced for the era, it would be even more powerful and useful than Winter Coat and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. But thinking about the previous life, Fang Yuan could accept this fact. If Dragon Palace had such Dream Path defensive methods, it would not have been invaded by Duke Long. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the long hair refinement path formation made a loud noise as a large amount of white lychee immortal essence was instilled. A huge flame that soared to the sky appeared. Within the raging flames, the Dragonman clone sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was expressionless as if he had fallen asleep. Meanwhile, his body was beginning to melt away, resembling iron which had just begun to melt into liquid. This was naturally a painful thing, but the Dragonman clone's soul had left the body in advance. It was standing beside Lang Yuan's spirit now. Fang Yuan's main body personally controlled the refinement path formation, while Lang Yuan's spirit, sixth hair, and the rest assisted him. Fang Yuan mobilized almost all of his refinement path manpower here. He was giving it his all. As the flames burned, the flesh and skin of the Dragonman clone gradually swelled and blistered, and soon he was completely disfigured. It looked like colloids or bubbles that were about to pop completely. Be careful and hold steady. I'll leave this to you, Lang Yuan's spirit. Fang Yuan himself presided over the situation while giving out instructions. Lang Yuan's spirit nodded. Fang Yuan did not need to completely scorch and melt the Dragonman clone. If he did so, it would be tantamount to killing him. What Fang Yuan needed was this current condition, where the Dragonman clone had reached the limit of what he could bear, but was only on the verge of destruction. To maintain this state, the Gu Immortal had to manipulate the intense flames while paying close attention to the Dragonman clone's condition. Fang Yuan passed this job to Lang Yuan's spirit. He had already turned into the white-haired land spirit, who was stable and calm. He had deep refinement path experience that Fang Yuan could not compare to. This was the step that could not accept any careless mistakes. Fang Yuan was assured with Lang Yuan's spirit handling it. Next, Fang Yuan started to activate the refinement path formation as traces of lightning gathered. These lightning sparks were pitch black and thick like chopsticks. They crackled continuously. The lightning sparks entered the raging flames like they were entering empty space. they were completely unaffected by the flames. Under Fang Yuan's control, the lightning spark stabbed into the Dragonman clone's body, piercing through the lumps of blood and flesh, attaching themselves to the soft skeleton. The pitch-black lightning sparks fixed the skeleton in place as they slowly moved out, taking one of the Dragonman clone's arm bones out along with them. The arm bone was not heat-resistant. It started to show signs of melting, but at this time, Sixth Hair, who was already prepared, activated the refinement path formation and sent out waves of bubbles. Fang Yuan quickly tossed the arm bone into the bubbles. The bubbles surrounded the arm bone and quickly flew up, getting out of the top of the raging flame. Hairy Man Gu immortals were already waiting there. They prepared a pool of lightning plasma. The arm bone was put into the lightning plasma and got refined continuously. This was the first step. The second step, another Hairy Man Gu immortal took over, placing the arm bone in a green current to wash it. The third step, others took charge. The arm bone was baked, washed, and cleaned. It shrunk greatly and got buried in a pile of soil made from pale white bone. Next, the refinement path formation used the power of time path to accelerate the time of the bone soil. The bone soil continued to be absorbed by the arm bone as it got smaller in size. The arm bone only absorbed half of the soil before it stopped. It was taken out. 3 steps were still waiting. This was an arm bone. While the Dragonman clone had a total of more than 3,000 bones in his body, they were all going to be processed similarly. And this was just the bones. The Dragonman clone's flesh, blood, brain, organs, fingernails, and hair, they all needed to be refined. This was an extremely tedious job. Fang Yuan alone had too low efficiency. That was why he mobilized all of his refinement path experts. Thankfully, even though the refinement of the Dragonman clone was tedious, it was not hard. The biggest difficulty was that attention was needed at all times to maintain the Dragonman clone's condition. Lang Yalan's spirit was in charge of this, so Fang Yuan felt assured. Following this process, after 3 days and nights in the sovereign immortal aperture, the long hair refinement path formation finally stopped. His bones were put back, his hair, blood, flesh, fingernails, organs, and brain were all refined properly. He was now immune to the Dragonman extermination killer move. Back when Duke Long created the Dragonman lifespan extension method, he used the profundity of transformation path, chi path, and human path, but Fang Yuan did not lack expertise in these 3 aspects now. Furthermore, Fang Yuan's refinement path foundation was something Duke Long could never match up to. And with his wisdom path ability, if given enough time, Fang Yuan would definitely be able to break the killer move Dragonman extermination. There were no killer moves that could not be broken. It was just that a gradual process was necessary. A long time was needed to continuously attempt trial and error. After gaining Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan obtained the research results of the Dragonman experiments. It helped him greatly. In fact, Wu Shuai was very close to success back then. Even though he did not truly break Dragonman extermination killer move, he had conceptualized many ideas. He just lacked time to experiment on them. During the final period before Dragonman extermination, the Dragonman Gu immortals cooperated with Wu Shuai. They placed their immortal apertures in Central Continent as test locations. They tried all these methods respectively. They were spreading the seeds of hope. The Dragonman blessed land that Fang Zheng encountered was one of them. Of course, it was not from the first batch of blessed lands. The Dragonman Gu immortals that appeared in the blessed lands had placed their own immortal apertures, taking the place of the previous generation each time. Fang Yuan did not know how many generations had gone by. He did not care either. But he used this precious information to deduce which was the most likely plan to succeed from all of the methods that Wu Shuai had conceptualized. Information regarding the matters involving Fang Zheng was obtained by Fang Yuan after Shen Songsheng gave him the results of his soul search. Shen Songsheng did not know how precious this information was. He was basically handing Fang Yuan the solution. Fang Yuan had the ability and clues to finally modify the Dragonman race. From this day onwards, the Dragonman clone would be completely immune to the killer move Dragonman extermination. Of course, that was only Duke Long's Dragonman extermination. If Fang Yuan created one himself, the Dragonman clone would still be affected by it. After all, Fang Yuan had personally created the new Dragonman clone. He knew everything about it. At this point, his work was not done. Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone's soul had adapted to the original Dragonman body. Thus it was also under the influence of Duke Long's Dragonman extermination killer move. Therefore, he had to modify the Dragonman clone's soul next. There was no need to use the refinement path formation for this. Fang Yuan had a vast number of soul path methods. Dealing with the soul was much easier than the body. Coincidentally, the Dragonman clone soul foundation needed to be improved anyway, so Fang Yuan temporarily put the Dragonman clone in the soul, expending myriad guts formation to cultivate. Soul foundation was the foundation of enslavement path. Currently, Dragon Palace had enslaved the 4 dragon generals. It was the limit. To enslave more living beings, the Dragon Palace Lord would need to sustain it with their soul. Noting this, Fang Yuan started to understand why the dragon spirit acknowledged by Ning Bing in the previous life. It must have been an emergency back then. Dragon Palace needed by Ning Bing's soul to split the burden and enslave evil dragon Di Zongsheng. The dragon spirit can control Dragon Palace to begin with. It is similar to heavenly spirits and land spirits. It can acknowledge a master and exist indefinitely. Of course, one needs to have Dragonman identity and the aspiration to develop the Dragonman race in order to gain the dragon spirit's acceptance. Thinking so, Fang Yuan smiled. Developing the Dragonman race was not impossible. Fang Yuan had already started to raise variant humans on a large scale. One was to comprehend human path, another was to manage the immortal aperture, and finally, to try and obtain the variant human inheritances. Whether he would develop Dragonmen or not, was there a difference to him? No. Of course, Fang Yuan was going to raise his new Dragonman race. He would definitely not develop the old Dragonman race. Therefore, in a way, Fang Yuan was now the ancestor of the new Dragonman race. Heavenly Court cared about race, it was their basis. But Fang Yuan did not care. So what if Dragonmen reigned supreme? Fang Yuan did not care about that at all. His only goal was eternal life. If developing the Dragonman race could help him achieve this goal, then he would do it. If they obstructed him in the future, he would eliminate them. It was so simple. If becoming a Dragonman meant he could achieve eternal life, Fang Yuan would immediately abandon his human identity and change sides, even if countless people took pride in their human status. The Dragonman clone lacked a name? He would be called Wu Shui then. Fang Yuan was completely fine with that. The Dragonman clone started to cultivate and modify his soul. The Time Path clone was still using the light of wisdom to make endless deductions. The Dream Path clone was still waiting. Fang Yuan originally wanted Dragon Palace to help the Dream Path clone with his tribulation, but after obtaining it, he realized Dragon Palace had no Dream Path defensive killer moves. This made Fang Yuan's plan flop. If there were to be a Dream Path tribulation, how would Fang Yuan defend against it? Even Reverse Flow Protection Seal would be useless at that time. There was a way, which was to use Dream Token Immortal Gu as the core to deduce a usable Dream Path killer move. But this move had to be rank 8. Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path attainment, but his Dream Path attainment level had not even reached Master. This was troublesome. He would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to defer this. He was not going to give Heaven's Will a chance to plot against him. Eastern Sea. Shin Clan Headquarters. Purple Rosewood Myriad Sparrow Island. Shin Clan First Supreme Elder Shin Tsongsheng said with enthusiasm. Senior Chi Si, this is the 6 sound tea from my Shin Clan. Please enjoy. Fang Yuan nodded as he looked at the cup in front of him. 6 sound tea was the signature tea of Shin Clan. It was incredibly famous in the 5 regions. It was superior compared to Spirit Affinity House's Qingpu tea, Myriad Dragon Doc's Dragon Shadow tea, Southern Border Chao Clan's Bewitching tea, and Fang Clan's 7-leaf fragrant tea. 6 sound tea was not drunk in just one cup. It was a set of 6 tea cups. These 6 cups of tea had very specific details when it came to the brewing process: temperature, cup used, sequence of drinking, and exact way to drink. Fang Yuan first held the first cup. This tea was crystal clear. It was like the sky devoid of clouds, extremely pure and intact. Autumn would sound. Fang Yuan thought to himself as he savored the tea. The moment he drank it, he felt refreshed as his mind became clear. It was pure and cleansed. It was as if he had turned into a carefree flying bird, or a cool breeze, moving casually in the autumn skies. After a moment, Fang Yuan drank the second cup of tea, Cloud Flow Sound. This tea had a special texture. It was soft as cotton, unlike normal tea. It melted when it entered the mouth, turning into a slightly cold stream of water that flowed down his throat. It was drunk in one mouthful, without doubt. After the tea went into his stomach, faint fog started to appear on his tongue, throat, and intestines. This dense tea fog filled his body and even permeated to his internal organs. Good tea. After savoring it for a while, Fang Yuan went on to the third cup. This tea was called River Mournful Cry. The tea was held in a long cup. The tea inside was not calm. There were slight ripples in it. This looked like a miniature river. Fang Yuan poured the tea into his mouth as he felt an incredibly profound feeling. He forgot about himself. He felt like a river that had gone through countless twists and turns. After much turmoil, he entered Eastern Sea in the end. Autumn would sound. Cloud Flow Sound. River Mournful Cry. Jade Harp. Phoenix Cry. Hibiscus Laughter. These 6 cups were excellent tea if drank on their own. But the most amazing thing was that they were interlinked. After Fang Yuan drank all 6 of them, he felt dazed as an incredibly indescribable feeling engulfed his 5 senses. He was deeply entranced. By the time he came back to his senses, 2 hours had passed. Good tea. Fang Yuan praised extensively after the experience. Even though I live in seclusion, I have heard of the Six Sound Tea's reputation. Today, I have truly experienced it for myself. It lives up to its name. Seeing that Fang Yuan was satisfied, Shen Clan's first supreme elder, Shun Tsongshang, became incredibly happy as he laughed. Getting Senior Chi Si's praise was worth the 3 days and nights of preparation by my clan's Gu immortals. Six Sound Tea was made of immortal materials. Only Gu refinement experts among Gu immortals could make it. To refine an entire set of the Six Sound Tea, Shun Tsongshang even had to be involved himself. This tea had different levels of ingredients that could be used. Since Shun Tsongshang was refining it, he used the top-grade ingredients, expending a large amount of Rank 8 immortal materials. Rank 8 immortal materials were expensive. Using them to refine Gu was normal, but he was using them for tea now. After Fang Yuan drank it, there was nothing left. This was truly a luxury, but it showed how enthusiastic Shun Tsongshang was about hosting Fang Yuan. After drinking the tea, Shun Tsongshang invited Fang Yuan to tour this purple rosewood myriad sparrow island. This island itself was a giant resource point. The island was not made of soil or rock. It was an immemorial desolate plant, sea-suppressing purple rosewood. The purple rosewood was rooted at the bottom of the sea. Its crown grew above the water. The branches intertwined into this island. Countless species lived on this island. They were mostly sparrows. When these sparrows cry, the branches of the purple rosewood would shake and emit wonderful sounds. These sounds would spread far and wide, calming the surrounding seas. The sea here was calm and tranquil like a mirror. There was no wind in the sky at all. This was the reason for this sea-suppressing purple rosewood's name. Shen Tsongshang warmly attended to Fang Yuan for 2 whole days. He personally accompanied him the entire time, while sometimes also inviting a few of the female Shen clan immortals to serve Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan talked to him very harmoniously. Before leaving, Shun Tsongshang presented gifts to him with both hands. These gifts were very valuable. Not only were there a large amount of immortal materials, there were even 2 stalks of ancient desolate plant, sea-suppressing purple rosewood. Shen clan's sea-suppressing purple rosewood was an immemorial desolate plant. It could only produce a special branch every 800 years. Grafting these branches would allow one to grow an ancient level sea-suppressing purple rosewood. Even though the sea-suppressing purple rosewood had many branches, the rest of its branches could not be grafted for this purpose. These 2 stalks of sea-suppressing purple rosewood were not just ancient desolate plants. They were 2 large-sized resource points. In order to befriend Sea Ancestor, Shun Tsongshang invested a lot, much more than Song Chi Yuan. Before coming to Shen clan, Fang Yuan already went to Song clan and received Song Chi Yuan's welcome and hospitality. After these 2 trips, my reputation should have spread in Eastern Sea. No, it should have spread in all 5 regions. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Fang Yuan's Sea Ancestor identity was destined to be renowned in the world. This was decided the moment he fought toe-to-toe against Duke Long. Next, I will wait for the reactions of Eastern Sea's other super forces. They will all invite me to visit them. Fang Yuan planned. It seems that for this period of time, his main body was going to attend banquets everywhere. This was what Fang Yuan wanted. Eastern Sea was rich with resources, but it lacked a unified voice. It did not have a leader that had great aspirations or foresight. In the 500 years of his previous life, Eastern Sea was suppressed by the other regions. In this life, even though Eastern Sea mobilized several rank 8s to act together, they only went after Dragon Palace. They did not have thoughts of attacking Heavenly Court or Emperor City. Eastern Sea was not like Southern Border, which had Wu Clan. It had the formidable character Wu Yong. It was not like Northern Plains, which had Longevity Heaven. And it was not like Central Continent, which had Heavenly Court. Eastern Sea was quite like Western Desert. But Western Desert Gu immortals were used to working together. Their resources were also much poorer compared to Eastern Sea. In Fang Yuan's memories, Eastern Sea had never done anything outstanding. Even though Eastern Sea's super forces had deep foundations, while their lone immortals were also much richer than those in the other 4 regions. But they were too disunited. What if a strong leader appeared? What if they had a unified voice? A person like Sea Ancestor who cultivated Chi Path. He had no conflict with Eastern Sea's super forces or even most of the Gu immortals in terms of resources. He even had battle strength on the level of Duke Long. This was his greatest foundation in intimidating the rest. Could Sea Ancestor successfully become the leader of Eastern Sea? Of course, Fang Yuan did not expect Eastern Sea's super forces to listen and obey his arrangements. That was not realistic. But to become the alliance leader in name, it was possible. Weren't Shen Tsongshang and Song Chi Yuan thinking about this? They wanted to make sure Sea Ancestor stayed with Eastern Sea. In the future, when war starts, they would be able to gain his protection. But they did not know that Fang Yuan wanted this too. Even if he was just an alliance leader in name and could not interfere in the super force's internal affairs, As long as he could influence Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world, Fang Yuan's goal would be achieved. Don't forget that 4 rank 8 lone immortals of Eastern Sea, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the others, were already Dragon Palace's dragon generals. With their support and Fang Yuan's status as the alliance leader, he would exert great influence. Forget about the rest. Just during the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, when Heavenly Court tries to repair Fake Gu, Fang Yuan could lead Eastern Sea and use its power in an appropriate setting. Eastern Sea's rank 8s wanted to gain Fang Yuan's favor. Not only were they hospitable, they even gave him expensive gifts. Even during normal times, Sea Ancestor's battle strength and stance would already make them want to win him over. Now, with the Earth trenches emerging and the 5 regions merging into one, it was even more necessary. Dragon Palace dived into the sea and descended until it reached the bottom of the sea. This sea area seemed very ordinary, but after Dragon Palace waited for a while, the Dragonman clone's voice resounded from within. Dragon Palace has arrived. Where is Gu tribe? His voice spread out and reverberated in the depths of the sea. The Dragonman clone waited patiently. After some time, the scenery in the sea changed as an entrance opened, showing a blessed land that was hidden inside. A rank 8 Gu immortal walked out and looked at Dragon Palace with an alert gaze that had traces of excitement in it. He cupped his fist. I am the 39,767th Gu tribe leader. Who is the current owner of Dragon Palace? Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone walked out. I am Wu Shuai. The expression of Gu tribes shook. He asked, what relationship do you have with Fang Yuan? The Dragonman clone laughed heartily. Mutual cooperation. Without Fang Yuan's help, how could I have revived? Gu tribe's leader nodded. He was not surprised. News of Duke Long, Fang Yuan, as well as the fight between Sea Ancestor and Duke Long, had already spread far and wide. The Dragonman clone had a solemn expression. The world is changing rapidly. The crucial moment is arriving. Gu tribe leader, will your tribe still uphold our agreement from 1,000,000 years ago? Gu tribe's leader smiled. He did not reply immediately. We need to discuss this matter deeply. Senior Wu Shuai, please come in. Saying so, he gave way.